compter mes doigts. Hey. Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey.
Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, stolen Tongva territory. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Wednesday, hump day. You already know what it is. You already know what it ain't. We're alive, and it is late. It's 3/18, Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 2 days out from going to Cuba. And we have a lot going on. We have a lot going on in the world, and I'm going to get right into it. But this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we're live. We're live. So unprofessional to be late for work. Well, there's a reason for why I'm late for work, and that's because
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yes, we were shooting the Fear End podcast. That's why I'm late, and we had an incredible episode with Laverne Cox, who I found out is a major HasanAbi head, like straight up watches all the Fear End episodes and stuff, like, which was insane. She is the most woke. Oh my God. She is so, it was great. It's so incredible. I'm very excited. That episode is going to be an absolute nut house. It's going to be a major banger. Oh my Lord. It's going to be so sick. So, without further ado, that's basically all I've been doing. I've been working on the Cuba trip, working on all that stuff, which is part of the reason why I'm late, or not really. We were just shooting the podcast, but like you guys know I'm a chud-ass loser. Got no fucking life. You already know. And yes, I did the Patreon app with her as well, and it was awesome. You guys flirted per Austin show. We flirted a little bit afterwards. It's not for you. It's not for your eyes to see. But yes, Operation Epstein Fury, day 18, Strait of Hormuz still closed. Israel hits gas fields. Energy markets blow up. Trump wants Cuba. Grid is back. Illinois PAC primary results and more. 2 days out from Cuba. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. You already know. I'm going right into it because obviously we got so much news to cover. She wants some HasanAbi. Yeah, but when she was flirting with Austin at the GLAAD Awards, I didn't realize it was like, I thought it was just like one of those things where like she thinks I'm hot, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people in the industry that are just like, I kind of know a little bit about Hasan and what he stands for, and he's woke and he's hot. Like, it's not like that. Like, she is a straight up HasanAbi head. Like, she is a parasocialist general. Okay, she's a part of the parasocialist brigades, and she is the brigadier admiral on it. Yeah, and also a Majority Report watcher as well. It was fantastic. So, I didn't even send the meme. How the fuck did you get that? Yeah, don't worry about it. Anyway, play the clip. Neat context, Unc. LNG and helium production is going to come crashing down. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. We're going to talk about all of that. I feel so bad for the Qatari people. Like, they're like, I feel the worst out of the Gulf states, like the ones that are getting hammered the most unjustly. Because like every single one of the Gulf states has played a role, including Qatar to a certain degree, as far as like this indecent, unholy allegiance with Western supremacist forces. But like Qatar is the one, and I'm not just saying that because I've been there. I'm not just saying that because like, you know, the pearl of the Gulf obviously funds my entire operation. That's not the reason why I'm saying this. But Qatar is the one Gulf state that literally has a much better relationship with Iran and has to have a much better relationship with Iran, partially because they share a gas field, right? They have the same, they tap into the same natural supply, and they literally have a collaborative partnership with the state of Iran. Out of all the Gulf nation states, like it's the one that unironically does have to play ball with Iran, which is part of the reason why a lot of people, Mike from Taiwan, W Raid, Michael from Taiwan. Yeah. Do they share like Mr. Burns in Springfield Public School? Nobody glazes Qatar like Tucker Carlson glazes Qatar. Yeah, I mean he might be, you know, a little bit more involved in the finance side there, but Bahrain is the pearl of the Gulf. Everyone knows this, bro. No, Qatar is the pearl of the Gulf. Oman is the Switzerland. Did you have a good morning? I had a great morning. I love shooting a good ass podcast episode. When we have a great guest on, it just fucking gets me excited. Massive hit on Aramco, Saudi Arabia. Yes, we're gonna get into situation monitoring in a second. Okay, we are gonna moderate. We're gonna monitor the situation. This is Laverne talking about you. Oh, here it is.
I know that Hasan is someone everyone wants.
Okay, this can't get back to her, but she's so fucking hot. It's crazy. Anyway, and when I found out that she's 53 years old, I could not fucking believe it.
But and a man who streams 8 hours a day probably does not have the time and attention that I need. But I would.
Yes, bro. Yes. She's here, bro. No, she left. She just left the house, so I can say it. Isn't that crazy? No, that's like on a different level, bro. That is like unfucking believable. I thought she was like my age. I thought she was my age, bro. I thought she was like maybe not even older than me. I thought she could be my age or younger. Is witchcraft. Is actually unironically witchcraft.
At least vigorously flirt with him.
Yes, yeah. We're gonna let that happen, and we're gonna
low cut.
Love, please.
But like, what's his type? Like,
you. So, dress to impress as you are now.
I'm an actress, so I can, for an evening, I have to ultimately be myself. But of course, I can role play.
Absolutely.
For the right man, but I don't need to do.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, she said black don't crack. Yes, that is part of it. But I think HRT also. Oh my God, no wonder that fucking Brian guy is like steadily dosing himself with estrogen. Cause holy moly, it is crazy, dude. It is crazy. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I still don't believe it. Like you ever hear something that a person says and you're just like, that's not real. And it just like kind of washes over you a little bit. This is that. Like when she says she was 53. I could not believe it. I still
play
don't
until
believe it.
he's earned it.
I love that, and you don't need to. We're going to dedicate. He's going to dedicate 2 hours exclusively to you.
That yes. I mean, I'm just like, I mean, in theory, it would be great to like date him, but I'm like the.
T literally ages you. It's true. It really does. That's why the fucking Trent twins are like, they look like they're 50 years old, even though they're like 20. You know? Libs on the timeline, having a normal one. What is this? Real Donald Trump at Pete Hexit. You missed a boat. Yeah, I mean, this person is like a straightforward fascist, right? So who gives a fuck about what they have to say? We already know. Like, yeah, okay. You're annoyed by Kate Willett, so you want the fucking fascist government to assassinate her as she's on a fucking humanitarian aid mission. Like, it's just you're a goddamn sociopath. Like, fuck you. You know, you're a fucking freak. You're a freak ass bitch for saying this shit. Ugh. Anyway, whatever. Fuck them. I don't even think these people deserve any fucking attention. What's happening on the Dan Le Batard show talking about Cuba? Oh, I saw this. I need to hit my boy up. I think that's the one area we finally found it, because I love Dan. I love Dan Le Batard, but he is Cuban. He is from Florida. He has a very different attitude about it than I do. And I want to actually have a conversation with him after I go to Cuba and come back. First in private, and then maybe even in public. But yeah, it's definitely something I saw, and I think a lot of people are very frustrated because he has a very liberal audience, very progressive audience. And yeah, look, it's not, I don't want to do this thing where I'm just like, fuck you. Cause like, he is a very kind person. Okay. He's a very kind person. He's a very sincere person. He's a very nice person. He has a lot of great opinions in general. But like, clearly this is an area of disagreement, but I think there could be a constructive conversation here. I obviously it's like, it's personal, right? I mean, he's Cuban. It's personal. So it's I would say it's a blind spot. I think he would say I'm being a silly little fake LARPing revolutionary who doesn't understand the plight of the Cubans that come from the government and its mismanagement or something like that. But, never give up on the unks. They have the most agitprop to detangle. Yeah, it's all good. And I think we'll have a conversation about that. But like I said, you can lean into the empathy of someone like Dan and have him, regardless of... I've been clipping you for more than a month, putting in 8 hours a day at least. I was on my way to hit 400 to 500,000 views per month on YouTube, but I got shadow banned. Now only 200 to 400 views per video. YouTube support refused to engage with me. Is there anything you or the team can do to help me get in contact with actual creator support? I don't know, but I wonder if that's like a systemic thing that's going on with like YouTube just actively taking out my fan channel somehow. Sorry, I don't feel bad for the Cuban diaspora that Castro and Che Guevara took away their family slaves. Like, look, dude, not every single fucking person in the Cuban diaspora, it comes from that background, okay? I don't know Dan's personal involvement, but like, if you understand the history, the revolutionary history of Cuba, you have to also understand that like there are a lot of people, especially the recent comers, that aren't coming from that background. Like the initial people who came to the United States of America that literally aligned with the American government, the CIA, the mafia, and all these nefarious forces, gangster capitalism of the highest order, certainly had a lot of involvement, a lot of financial entanglements, and were frustrated. But you can't say that about like second generation people. You can't say that about, Also, there's a lot of chuds too. You know what I mean? The irony, of course, is you don't know. The irony, of course, is you don't get to hear from like real Cubans who still fucking real Cubans who still live in Cuba, right? That's the thing. Like, you just don't hear from them at all. Anyway, we'll monitor the situation. We'll get to the Cuba portion of the broadcast in a little bit. Like I said, 2 days from now, I will be in Havana, and you know.
Welcome to the program. We're going to focus in the next few minutes on a story that's been breaking, and that is the attack on the South Pars gas field in Iran.
Yes, my goat, Jeremy Corbyn, is coming. Now we can openly say it. Yes. There's a lot of politicians coming, a lot of activists coming. People sending me the Cesar Chavez sexual assault allegations. You're barking up the wrong tree, buddy. Okay. Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know if I'll have time to cover that. Okay. Like, Majority Report mentioned your Cuba trip and wants in. Are you going to meet up with Boy in Cuba? Yes. Will you do sightseeing there too? Yes, I will. I will be doing some sightseeing. Your bubble is mental. So are you wannabe Hollywood star? What are you even doing in life for humanity? You fuck. What do you think is your purpose for humanity? Your bubble is mental. So are you wannabe Hollywood star? Dog, this is perhaps one of the worst weeks to say this. Like, I'm literally going to fucking Cuba with, on a humanitarian aid mission that we've been fucking organizing for like the past 2 months. Like, you're barking up the wrong tree, but it's like the worst possible tree to be barking up at the worst possible time to be barking up this tree, Che Guevara, you want to be? Yeah, I'm not. I would never. I could never be. I couldn't be the fucking... I can be a fraction of the man that he was. I understand that. Do you like Che Guevara? Because I don't... Usually, in my experience, people that say stuff like this don't even fuck with Che Guevara, right? You a bum, stealing money and making your audience of hate. Okay. The irony here, he is lionizing Che. I mean, I lionize Che, but it's funny because, like, I lionize him because he is a lion, okay? He is a man who has sacrificed everything, including his life, fighting the revolutionary cause, succeeding. He's brilliant. He's incredible. I love him. I will never be even a fraction of the man he was. If I can be the man that he was and is just as pinky by the time my life ends, then I will have accomplished my mission, right? I will have had tremendous impact, far more than I thought I ever could. But having said that, I don't think this guy likes Che Guevara. I think he's just saying that. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid. Che Guevara, I'm not even fit to polish his boots. It's true. What's your mission? Making more money, making more hate? Yeah. Famously, that's my mission. That's why I don't run any ads, and I'm entirely sponsored by voluntary subscriptions. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. I don't know why you would consider that to be theft. But I guess this guy does, but, didn't you just spend like 50 minutes talking about how to meet people with empathy, not hate? I did, but I don't think this guy heard that. You keep your audience of hate. If there is no drama, there is no viewers, and you know it. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you saying, are you considering like global affairs and geopolitical movements to be drama? Is that what you think is going on? Like going to, like, covering, American imperialism is just drama. Is that what it is? Because like I've been doing this for years and years, right? Like it's not, I mean, I'm glad that there's more people paying attention to it, but I was doing it when there was no one paying attention to it, and I will do it even in the future if no one pays attention to it, right? I didn't start the drame. If you consider, America and Israel fighting Iran, blowing up Iranian schools to be drame. No drama, no viewers. That's your whole concept. All of it, politics, all MSNBC, TYT, all hate. Thrive to the hate to the other side. Got it. Anyway, thank you, Ultimate Weapon X, for the 5 gifted subs. All right, let's continue with the drame. Bro Mission TYT, that's a 40-year-old chatter. Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 15 gifted subs. Adding on to the drame. Hasan, will this wake up Trump's cattle? Midday futures? Ha! Ha! No, it won't. All right, let's continue. Trump is now at 100% approval. There's no break in MAGA. Trump's approval with MAGA GOP is literally 100%. 90% of MAGA GOP approve of U.S. military action in Iran. Those who disapprove of Trump are not MAGA at this point. Importantly, MAGA makes up the same share of voters as it did when Trump won in 2024. We'll obviously talk about that. That's why I'm laughing when you say, like, will this wake up the hogs? Nothing will wake up the hogs. The hogs are in a cult. Okay. Closed presents. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Are you going to stream from Cuba? How is that going to work with the whole grid collapse? I'm bringing my own power. I'm bringing my own internet. I'm bringing my own gear. Okay. Anyway, let's start here. I'm an Afghan Moroccan girl that was raised Russian. I want to talk with you about things. Moved to Barcelona, Spain 2 years ago due to Holland being done with Dutch politics where I was born. Okay, cool. I don't take, like individual conversations like that. There's 31,000 people in the stream with you.
This news coming to us from a news agency linked to the Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran. It's reported the fire teams were dispatched to contain that blaze. South Pars is a portion of the world's largest natural gas field. It's shared by Iran and Qatar. The Qatari Foreign Ministry condemned the attack as dangerous and irresponsible. What affects one side of the field does have the potential to affect another. It's one big basin, and the two countries do liaise on how they manage it. And in response, Iran's issued evacuation orders for 5 energy facilities in the Gulf, in Saudi Arabia, the UAE and in Qatar. And as a result, they've just seen on your screens, oil prices suddenly climbing again, topping $108 a barrel in early trading. That's up 5% on yesterday's prices. I've just been watching, in fact, as the indices turned red. The benchmark for UK gas price also rising by nearly 6%. Let's bring in our North America business correspondent, Samira Hussain. And the reason for that, not least the retaliation that Iran is promising, Samira, is because this gas field, it is one. And if there's a fire at one side, as I say, it potentially has an impact on the other side of the gas field.
Right. So the enormity of this kind of an attack, because it has such a cascading impact on a large swath of Iran's oil and gas reserves, it really could have quite a huge impact in terms of how much oil is getting out of Iran. Now, you couple that with already the statements by the international maritime organizations that is saying it is just far too dangerous to have any kind of military escort for these ships through the Strait of Hormuz. You're seeing an intense amount of pressure on oil prices, which is why you're seeing it go up to more than $108 a barrel. And depending on whether we see any kind of retaliation from Iran.
Do you think there's an off-ramp left? There's always an off-ramp. It's just entirely dependent on if America allows Israel to if America cuts Israel out of the equation, there's your off-ramp, right? The off-ramp will never happen as long as Israel is still leading the pack. I think Israel doing this unironically will create an off-ramp because like Israel, with collaboration with the American government, by the way, at least according to Barak, Israel's most loyal soldier, Ravid, Barak Unit 8200 Ravid, reported that this was in partnership. This strike on the Iranian gas fields was actually in partnership with the American side, or at least they informed the American side that they were going to do this, and they were not stopped, right? And for that reason, it leads me to believe that Israel is trying to get Iran to go up the escalation ladder and retaliate, which is, I suspect, already has happened. I don't know. I was on a podcast, so I don't know if they did. But like, America might come out and say, we didn't authorize this, but as long as they don't actually stop Israel, or as long as they don't actually turn around and restrain Israel in some way, it's utterly irrelevant. And Iran, I suspect, is already striking back, which will absolutely melt the energy markets, because, you know, it's tit for tat. It's tit for tat. Israel doesn't want an off-ramp, and the faster America recognizes that, or the faster they understand that this is going to be punishing for them, the easier things will be. This is the goal of the Iranian government right now, which is to offer enough of a military deterrence going up the escalation ladder as they get hit over and over again, to literally strike at the heart of capital. Capitalism is very powerful. It's a domineering force. It's the hegemonic cultural attitude. It's the economic organization around the globe, right? But capitalism is also very weak at moments like this. It creates an opportunity for countries to engage in anti-imperialist acts by not just directly punishing people militarily, punishing troops militarily for invading their country, but also hitting the center of capital. And the Gulf assets sitting right there within striking distance of Iranian missiles creates a unique opportunity. And that's exactly what's going on. I mean, Iran did not do this up until this very moment, partially because they wanted to wait, partially because they thought, hey, you know, we're going to be restrained. As long as you don't hit our refinement processes, we won't hit the other refineries. But, you know, obviously there is a lot of I mean, there are targets that they could strike that they haven't struck thus far. But now that they've been hit, of course, Moin Rabbani has L takes on Iran. I don't think so. Israel has just bombed Iran's largest natural gas processing facility in the Bushehr province. Israel stated that it conducted this attack in full coordination with the United States. The attack is consistent with Israel's strategy of aiming to destroy not only Iran's military industries, but also its industrial base and its economy. Israel's objective is not regime change, but state collapse. In this particular case, there is, I believe, an additional motivation behind the Israeli attack. Iran has repeatedly indicated that if its energy infrastructure is attacked, this crosses a bright red line, and it will retaliate with attacks on energy infrastructure throughout the Persian Gulf. If Iran does indeed respond in this manner, the prospects of direct participation in this war by the Gulf Cooperation Council states, the GCC, increases significantly. This is exactly what Israel would like to see, and would also explain why the U.S., which previously counseled against such attacks, now supports them and participates in their execution. This attack is not only a demonstration of the U.S.-Israeli capabilities, but also of U.S.-Israeli strategic failure, and arguably of growing desperation as well. I think so. I think this is the correct analysis. I think the situation has gotten to, the situation is completely outside of the control of the Americans at this point, and they're actively trying to bring in other regional partners and even global partners to try to create the necessary diplomatic pressure against Iran, because they understand that they cannot open the Strait of Hormuz militarily. And as long as Iran can sit there and keep lobbing missiles at any ship that dares cross the Strait of Hormuz without getting the proper clearance from the Iranian side, it's closed. The Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. America cannot successfully attrit the Iranian ballistic missile capabilities, the Iranian drone capabilities. It's just not going to happen, right? And here we are, another massive escalation that will then have massive consequences after the Iranian retaliation that already started, massive capital consequences, massive consequences in terms of the energy markets and the price of energy in general.
We can probably see those prices going up even higher.
Yeah, Germany's Friedrich Merz has been speaking in the last hour, Samira, saying that it's to everyone's detriment, this war, and that is reflected.
And yes, the secondary impact here that you also have to consider is that it is in Israel's best interest, at least in the short term and maybe in the long term, whatever their design is, to cripple the Gulf as well. So if Iran and the Gulf states are fighting amongst themselves, that's also an upper hand for Israel. Israel wants no Iran and a weakened Gulf, right? A weakened Gulf is much easier to dominate. A weakened Gulf is much easier to dominate. It actually boosts Israel's capabilities in the region. It actually makes Israel play a much larger role in the region. This is the reason why Israel is the unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region that America has always placed a lot of emphasis on. Israel has expansionist goals, as we know, and as long as there is no political pushback whatsoever from the weakened Gulf states that are terrified, then Israel can do whatever the fuck it wants. And so this is a mutually beneficial situation, and I'm sure Iran knows this as well. That's part of the reason why Iran has been somewhat restrained in their retaliatory strikes, and that was until this very moment where they did not light the refineries on fire. But now who knows where this goes?
By this strike, because Iranian gas, which has been flowing to Iraq, has suddenly been suspended. So Iraq now suffering from presumably a gas shortage as a result of this. Everybody is affected in the energy markets by what is going on in that Gulf region.
Absolutely. And if you look at the impact, especially when you're looking at the Asia-European sort of trajectory in terms of getting things out of that Strait of Hormuz, you're seeing quite an intense amount of pressure. Now, we know that some Iranian oil is getting out to other countries, that the other countries have made individual agreements with Iran for their ships. So, for example, India has been able to get some stuff out of the Strait of Hormuz, but it's really an ad hoc. And so it might be alleviating a little bit of pressure for some countries. It's not the kind of blanket movement of goods that we saw before this war. And of course, the concern is that these energy prices, if they continue to climb like this, it could push the entire world into a recession. A global recession is very much possible.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming from Washington, particularly on those NATO countries. I wonder if you could respond to this, Samira. We've just had this from Johnny Beale, our defence correspondent, who says John Healey, the defence secretary here, has had important discussions today with defence ministers from France, Germany, Italy and Poland on the Strait of Hormuz. He said that they'd discussed working with allies to reinforce regional security and protect British interests. But he's not giving any response to whether the Allies would send shipping to the Gulf. And according to President Macron, that's only going to happen when tensions are eased in that area. He's not going to send ships to the Gulf if there's still a hot war in place.
Well, absolutely. And I think that we've already heard from many of European countries saying exactly that they're not going to be going in to protect any vessels going through the Gulf region because it's frankly too dangerous. And we're seeing that international organizations are also saying that it's just frankly too dangerous. So what those discussions are is, it's interesting to know that they're having these discussions regionally amongst allies, but really the conversations need to be had with Iran in this case. I mean, there is a case to be made, as we've seen with other countries like India, who have made individual agreements with Iran to say, hey, look, don't target this particular ship. It's not going anywhere else but to India. And you could presumably see a situation like that happening, where you're seeing more and more individual countries that are creating these opening one-on-one discussion channels with Iran in order to protect their own best interests.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has issued
evacuation warnings right after, obviously, for Gulf energy sites after Israeli strikes on Bushehr. Here we are monitoring the situation once again.
Warnings for several oil and gas facilities across the Gulf. It comes after Israeli strikes hit a key gas facility in Iran's southern Bushehr province. The plant processes natural gas from the South Pars North Dome field, which Iran shares with Qatar. A spokesman for Qatar's...
Yeah, remember, this is a shared gas field, okay? This is a shared gas field with Qatar. It's ridiculous. Like, it's so clearly trying to light the entire region on fire. Like, Israel recognizes that they cannot accomplish their military goals with the current bombing campaigns. Okay? They can't. And that's precisely the reason why they are trying to spread the pain around with no interest whatsoever in what happens to the rest of the world, the energy markets around the globe, basically lighting the region on fire, hoping that America will be stupid enough to put boots on the ground. Why is it bad if Iran loses? First of all, Iran's loss in this situation would mean 93 million people are now living under a failed state. It's devastating for the entire region, right? If that's what you're asking sincerely, in this circumstance, the best possible outcome from this is that America realizes that they got punched in the face, they got a bloody nose, they cut Israel out of the equation and decided to de-escalate and decided to stabilize the region so that Iran does not collapse and turn into a failed state, because 93 million people living in a failed state would be terrifying. But wouldn't a better government be better for the people there? So this is a common question that people ask. While there could be a better government in the future for Iran, right now they're in war, right? So it doesn't matter. The domestic concerns are secondary, utterly irrelevant in this process. The American and Israeli government's interest in Iran is not to bring about a new government anyway, right? It's not to bring about a new government in Iran. It's very clear that they are trying to actively destabilize. Israel's goals here are to actively destabilize Iran, to turn it into a failed state, similar to Libya, so that they are easier to dominate, so that they can't actually present any sort of response to Israel when Israel follows up on their expansionist agenda, right? Are you with AIPAC? What do you think?
Foreign Ministry has condemned Israel's attack as a dangerous and irresponsible step. Well, the IRGC has named several facilities in Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar, saying they will be targeted by military strikes in the coming hours. It said that repeated warnings had previously been issued to Gulf governments, accusing them of pursuing what it described as a dangerous path. We're live this hour with our correspondents in Tehran, Dubai, Ramallah and the White House. We're going to first to Tehran. We're going to speak to Mohammed Val. So we're hearing more about this targeting in the province in southern Iran. What do we know?
Yes, we know that As-Salwiya in Bushehr has been attacked. That one of the biggest oil and gas facilities in Iran. And that fire broke out in some sections of that facility. The authorities say they are putting the matter under control and that the area has been evacuated of the workers of the factory. But at the same time, Iran says this is a red line. The armed forces have issued an evacuation order for many facilities in the Gulf region. I'm going to tell you some of those, the names of some of those facilities. Al Jubail Petrochemicals in Saudi Arabia, also the Samarf refinery in Saudi Arabia. You have Ras Gas Lafan in Qatar, and also other facilities in the same countries. So about 5 or 6 oil and gas facilities in the Gulf region are now under threat because the Iranian armed forces have said that in the next few hours they are going to...
Another spider of the exact same kind just fucking came down on my desk and escaped. I don't know where it went. Remember that one spider that was like dangling over my head? Exact same spider. It's a cellar spider. It's harmless and fine. I don't know what kind of spider it is, but it's not harmless, especially if it fucking crawls up this mic and like tries to bite my face. Okay? Real men don't let spiders come on their desk. Yeah, this one's nutting on my desk. He's saying hello. Cellar spiders don't bite. Okay, that makes it a little bit better. Show it to Kaya. I'm snitching on Maya. Okay, everybody calm down.
Retaliate but with attacks on those facilities and that they should be evacuated. Iran has always warned that this war should not take a turn that is going to be destructive and very costly to the region. It has warned the Gulf countries against allowing the Americans to use their airspace and their land and their sea for attacks against Iran. And also, it has always been saying that if Iran's oil facilities are attacked, it will retaliate in kind against the same facilities in the Gulf region.
So let's go to Zain Basravi, who's in Dubai. Zain, we've sorted out the technical problems. Let's talk about the evacuation orders that Iran has issued as a result of that US and Israeli attack on the gas processing plant in southern Iran. What more can you tell us about the evacuation order?
I'll put the helmet on. It'll protect me from the Spidey.
Well, we're 3 weeks into this war, and throughout the course of that time, GCC countries have seen retaliation from Iran in an escalatory manner. Throughout the course of the last 3 weeks, multiple attacks on multiple places, only getting worse. Throughout the course of today, we saw escalating attacks, missiles, drones, and now, by the end of today, it is likely to escalate, perhaps exponentially so, following these attacks on Iran's energy infrastructure. They have vowed they will retaliate, and they have said at least 5 different locations in 3 different countries, in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, will be targeted as per what the Iranian government has put out in terms of a warning. They've said to stay away, to citizens and residents around the following facilities, a warning to stay away from oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. The Samref refinery in Saudi Arabia, Al Hasan gas field in the UAE, Jubail petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia, the Mesaid petrochemical complex and Mesaid holding company affiliated with Chevron, they say, in Qatar, and Ras Laffan refinery also in Qatar, phases 1 and 2. It's very specific here. We should remind people that at the beginning of the war, in the first 10 days of the war, there were attacks on an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, on Ras Laffan, the gas refinery, liquid natural gas refinery in Qatar. Iran denied being responsible for those attacks. They said they didn't do it. Now, whether or not you believe them, countries in the region didn't. They still accused Iran of carrying out those attacks. Iran denied it. Here, they're stating very clearly that we intend on targeting these locations and you should leave the area. And they have said, after repeated warnings given by Iran, that it would do this. Their energy infrastructure coming under attack, they're going to mete out a tit-for-tat response. Now, we also have a reaction from Qatar's foreign ministry, the spokesman Majid al-Ansari, reacting to this, saying the Iran South Pars field being targeted by Israel, which extends into Qatar's North gas field. It is a dangerous step. Targeting energy infrastructure is a threat to global energy security, the people of the region, and the environment. A very clear warning, a very clear reaction from Qatar's ministry.
Couldn't this backfire and cause the GCC to pressure the USA to de-escalate? The GCC has no power. As long as this conflict continues, the GCC has no power whatsoever. They're just eating it. They're bullet sponges. As long as this conflict continues, I don't think there's any exit ramp for the GCC at all. I don't think there's any way for the Gulf Cooperative Council states to come back to the United States of America and apply pressure right now. I don't know how much they want to do that to begin with. I don't know. I don't think that they're going to be able to do anything. They're just along for the ride right now, and whatever Israel does will have negative consequences for them. And you're seeing it right now. This is a severe Israeli escalation that a week ago was considered a bridge too far by the American government, if you remember. But they have nothing. They have powerful air forces. They could just turn on U.S. and Israel. That's such a funny take, man. No, they don't. Their air force is not their air force. You understand that the keys can be turned off by the United States of America. When you get weapons from the United States of America, those aren't your weapons. Those are American weapons. Okay? They have the ghost of Kuwait. Okay, that's true. I'm talking shit about the ghost of Kuwait. That was very clearly a mistake because the American fighter jets were clearly turning off their transponders while doing aerial bombing missions, which is precisely the reason why the Ghost of Kuwait actually murked 3 of them, something that they do not want to, a mistake that they do not want to repeat regardless. Qatar has 90 modern jets, 60 European. I'm telling you right now, there is no world in which the Qatar, or not even Qatar, but like the Gulf Cooperative Council states could turn around and just like decide to choose to wage war against Israel. It's not going to happen. People are worried about Gulf countries joining the war against Iran and turning into a regional conflict. The U.S. base in the Gulf were rendered inoperable by Iran in a matter of days. What do you think will happen to the native forces, which have even less air defense protecting them? Furthermore, these Gulf countries do not have any weapons that the U.S. hasn't used against Iran. Exactly. Iran is at war with Israel and America right now, which means Iran is at war functionally with the rest of the world, because the rest of the forces that could potentially mobilize against Iran are all backed by American munitions, backed by American weapons, backed by American systems. Some of them have, modest indigenous defense industries, but most of these weapons that could be utilized against Iran are already turned. Hasan, this isn't content. Why do these people care about what your non-expert has to say about all this? You're a cosplayer, bro. Quit yapping. If I look at your comments in the Asmongold chat and I find out that you're glazing his analysis, will you feel a sense of shame or no? Because this is true. I am not a missile autist. I am not a map autist. I'm a political autist. It's ironic because, yes, I do actually, this is literally my area of expertise when it comes to international relations, when it comes to talking about anti-imperialism. Not only do I have a degree in just this, but also on top of that, I've spent the last decade or so talking about exactly this scenario. So no, in comparison to the average commentator in the United States of America, both to my right and the liberal content creators as well, I do have the specific knowledge to communicate about events such as this one, analyze them, interpret them, and educate the public on them. But on the other hand, you can, chat rent-free, holy baited lol. It basically goes to show exactly what you're trying to get out of this. But contrary to your favorite content creator, I do have a degree in just this, right? This is what I studied. And this is what I've been doing for the past 10 years, which is precisely the reason why my analysis so far has been, oh, Crowder called you a commie cosplayer today, so these people were told what to think about you today? Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, Steven Crowder is a great example of a person who is not very knowledgeable, but simply regurgitates American Enterprise Institute talking points, for example. That's like one great example. He's a bad person overall and not very knowledgeable on these issues as well. They're just, repeating whatever kind of talking points they're getting from, Israeli think tanks. So if you want to hear that, you can go and get that pretty much everywhere else on the internet. This is the one area where you will hear a sober assessment on the way things are going, which is precisely the reason why, if you're confused, a lot of people tune in here. A lot of people tune into this broadcast because they look to like mainstream media. They hear things from the administration. They hear things from the government that is explaining a very different scenario than the one that's unfolding in real time. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people come here and they're like, can this guy make sense of what I'm seeing and what I'm experiencing, as opposed to like what the government is telling me? Because the government is saying, you know, things are great, we're winning the war effort. And yet the situation on the ground shows a very different reality, right? Anyway, as far as the Gulf nation states like waging war against Israel, that's laughable. That'll never happen. And as far as the Gulf nation states joining the battle against Iran, well, Iran is basically fighting against them already. So they don't have a massive force to mobilize anyway. They don't have massive forces that they could possibly mobilize. It would be laughable to expect that like the Saudi military would do boots on the ground military warfare in Iran. That's even more laughable than the American troops landing on Iranian soil and conducting any sort of military operation. So from the Iranian perspective, they're already fighting against every single one of these countries because they're fighting against America. America dominates every single one of these countries. American weapons are held in the hands of the militaries that they could potentially activate, right? It's not going to happen.
Foreign affairs there.
Zain, it's worth remembering, of course, that apparently there are Gulf countries meeting in Riyadh later to discuss the security challenges that the region is facing. What more do we know about that meeting?
Well, in the beginning of the day when the meeting was announced, it was really going to be addressing the last few weeks, a status quo kind of.
Can the GCC states deploy an embargo like they've done in the past? Well, currently, Iran is already doing a de facto embargo, which is why I think the GCC states adding into that embargo would mean nothing. I mean, it would increase the pain in the energy markets, which are incredibly fake, right? It's more fake than it has ever been. But you know, adding on to that is not really going to do anything because like there is already a de facto embargo that is enforced by the Iranian blockade.
Continuous bombardment of these Gulf Arab cities as far as the retaliation. But just to illustrate the day's events, how dynamic this conflict is, there's been targeted assassinations, attacks on energy infrastructure, Israel saying they're going to kill anyone in the Iranian leadership that they want to, Iran saying that they're going to use more potent and precise weapons and more heavy weapons to carry out its retaliatory attacks on whoever they deem necessary, wherever they deem necessary. The escalation just in the last 10 or 12 hours has been exponential. So this meeting that Riyadh has called, where foreign ministers of Gulf Arab countries, other Arab countries, Islamic countries, was with the aim of further
Aren't we also pushing down on those markets as much as we can while denying it? There was something about that recently, but I can't remember. Yes. Currently, as it stands, the oil futures don't actually match the limited supply. And there is going to come a point where like the lack of commodities is going to catch up with whatever the market manipulation that's taking place. Because if you're pricing as though 100% of production is still taking place or 85% of production is still taking place when only, let's say, 75% of production is taking place, then eventually people are going to run out of fucking oil, right? And when that happens, I suspect that the markets will correct, and that correction will be really damaging. It's very interesting, though, like watching the oil markets move in a way that is not anchored around the real amount of barrels that are passing through has been truly interesting, because this is the one area where like you have to abide by the fundamentals. You're kind of You can't lie about how many barrels of oil are readily available, right? Oil has inelastic demand. Oil is a commodity that you just can't lie about. This is not like a complex financial vehicle, a tool that you can just say is going to be fine in the future. You can't like price in, you can't engage in like speculatory pricing when it comes to a hard thing that is finite and also necessary. So it's not going to happen. They're trying their very best. Donald Trump certainly seems to think he can just out-yap the lack of readily available oil. And he has seen some success in this endeavor, but there is a physical limit to how much you can manipulate the speculative. I say speculatory. Okay, speculative. There's a physical hard limit to how much you can engage in complex financial engineering. Given the scale of the shock, many people are understandably surprised that the price of oil hasn't gone even higher. But as Main FT reported, this Financial Times reported yesterday, the oil market's idiosyncrasies is arguably obscuring the distress. It's important to remember that oil isn't actually one homogeneous product. It comes in a lot of different densities, forms, and sulfuricides. And therefore has a myriad different uses, buyers, prices in different parts of the world. You got the sour crude, you got the heavy crude, you got the light, beautiful oil that comes out of the fracking in the United States of America. Heavy crude is utilized for jet fuel and things like that. The type of crude that is being restricted right now is different than the type of crude that's available in the United States of America, for example. They're sweet and they're sour. There's so much to learn about this, okay? The two main and commonly quoted crude oil benchmarks is Brent and the West Texas Intermediate are primarily for North Sea and Texas/Gulf of Mexico oil, respectively. So when people say oil is at X or Y, what they're usually talking about is the per barrel price of a futures contract for delivery of Brent crude oil in the coming month. However, the jumps in Brent and WTI, while large and alarming, actually understate the degree of dislocation, as the Financial Times Verify Ratcliffe highlighted yesterday evening. This is why the Financial Times is one of the more reliable outlets out there. It's the one newspaper that can't lie. Okay? Because of the people that read it. Because the purpose that it serves is to educate people who are making decisions on the market. So you can't get away with the shit that like Wall Street Journal gets away with, or the shit that The Economist gets away with. Okay? So oil buyers are scrambling to replace supplies from the Gulf, causing price leaps for grades around the world from Norway to Kazakhstan and driving crude trade in Oman to a record more than $150 a barrel. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz due to the war in the Middle East has severed about a fifth of the world's oil production from the global markets. Remember, inelastic demand, necessary resource for all productive forces. We know what it looks like when oil is restricted. Cuba is a great example of this. Their energy grid collapsed yesterday. They were able to bring it back to life. But understand that like when you don't have oil, you don't have a functioning energy grid in the worst case scenario. Okay? When you lose a fifth of the world's entire oil production, when it's removed from the global markets, all of a sudden, you're going to start seeing, especially in the Asian markets, rolling blackouts and things of that nature once their strategic reserves also dry up. The goal here, obviously, is to stop this war of choice from continuing until it gets to that completely chaotic situation. Okay? The growing disruption to supplies has driven a number of regional price benchmarks to all-time highs, even as global marker Brent has fallen back to just above $100 a barrel after jumping to a nearly $120 in the early stages of the Iran war. It's sheer physical scarcity driving prices, as David Fye, chief economist at Argus Media. The price of a barrel of oil in Oman, which exports from ports outside the Strait of Hormuz, soared to nearly $154 on Tuesday, driven by intense competition for the small volumes while still leaving the Middle East. By the way, there's also another entry point or another choke point that could be closed. And that is, of course, the Ansar Allah movement that's under the Ansar Allah movement's control. It's not as easy to close that choke point as it is to close the Strait of Hormuz, of course, but the Ansar Allah movement could effectively create a de facto blockade in Bab el-Mandeb, which is the entry point into the Red Sea or the exit point of the Red Sea. So once the Houthis are activated, which they've said they're waiting for their time to get in, which is not as small as the Strait of Hormuz, of course. It's much more difficult to. It's much more difficult. Yeah, I know. He sent this to me. That's funny. All right, let's continue for now. It'd be a lot more difficult to control, but it would be punishing. It would be it would be very difficult to pass oil tankers safely if the Houthis start, taking pot shots at these ships. So even then, if the Houthis get active, I mean, this will further collapse the global energy markets. Just to hammer home the point, here are the charts of the long-term prices of Dubai and Omani oil, which have now exploded higher than the infamous 2008 spike. The Oman benchmark has hit a record 173.24 today, at least according to the LSEG data that Alphaville has access to. Yeah. This is the other choke point. Yemen has access to this choke point. And this is obviously the Strait of Hormuz, much smaller than Bab el-Mandeb, but once again, very difficult for commercial traffic to pass through if you have a militant state that is ready to try and stop it and implement a blockade. The Red Sea isn't as impactful as there is a way around, just takes longer. The Gulf oil has nowhere to go with the Hormuz block. No, you're wrong about that. Because right now, the Red Sea is incredibly impactful. Because 15% of all of the oil that is refined by Saudi Aramco can get to a port on the Red Sea side. The goal for all of the 20% of the world's entire oil and gas comes from this little area. Okay, that's just where it is. They can't get out of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is controlling it. But what they could do, technically, there are some pipelines. What they could do is, and they have started doing this, Saudi Arabia started doing this, I believe it's about up to 15% of their overall capacity that they could flow back to the Red Sea. They have a port on the Red Sea side that would still load up right here, somewhere around here, and would go down the Red Sea and have to cross through Bab el-Mandeb. And they are doing this right now, for the record. Those ships will go through here, and then we'll flow energy to the Asian markets if they are able to successfully cross Bab el-Mandeb, another choke point. So they can go through the Suez Canal? No. We're talking about the energy that's going to the Asian markets, chatter. What are you talking about? They're not going to go through here. There is no entry point into the Asian markets if you pass your oil through the Suez Canal. Bab. It's not Bob. Okay, whatever. You can't, the Suez Canal is for Europe and for the Western world. If we're talking about the Eastern world, if we're talking about the Asian markets, no, this is a workaround that is incredibly costly regardless. And it's just mega tankers can't get through Suez. Well, when you're desperate, you go around Africa. That is an incredible trip. It's not going to happen. You might as well not ship oil at all at that point. What are you talking? Guys, look at a map. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but what do you mean go around Africa to get to Asia? You're saying here, high resolution map of the world. Let's open it and try to show you. Okay. Hold on. High resolution world map. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. So This is a high-resolution world map, okay? So you got, where is the, let's make this like a little bit bigger. Okay. You got the Strait of Hormuz here, okay? And you got the Bab el-Mandeb here, okay? Oil is passing through. I can't even fucking find my thing here. Oil is passing through only 15% of the production. Only 15% of production is passing through these pipelines, and they're getting loaded up here, okay? What your suggestion is, like, this is already a choke point and much harder to reach the Asian markets from this side. Normally, they go through here, go through the Strait of Hormuz, and reach the Asian markets this way. Okay, what you're as a contingency, some of the oil that passes through the Saudi Aramco pipelines can go to this port and then go through the choke point between Djibouti and Yemen and reach the Asian markets that way. What you're suggesting is that they go through here, go through the Suez Canal, okay, get into the Mediterranean Sea, go through this, like, make the journey like this. Okay, it's possible, but the economic damage and the likelihood of this scenario is catastrophic. You're talking about like 10x the travel time. You're talking, at that point, we're talking about fucking like that's an act of desperation. So much so that it's virtually impossible. This scenario is so ridiculous. You're talking about like $300 barrels, I guess. Like, I don't know. That's not just like a limited detour, right? Plus, you also have other restrictions in the Suez Canal as well. The Suez Canal is shallow, and from what I understand, mega tankers have a hard time going through it as well, or can't go through it. So you would have to like you would have you would have like severe restrictions anyway. Super carrier vessel oil carriers are too big for the Suez Canal, and that doesn't even include the ultra carrier vessels. Like, there's no way that you can make this trip while also, you know, financially engineering around it. So it's like still something that like a trip that can be conducted, and you can have
disruption.
You can have like a normal stabilized energy markets. It's cooked. It's cooked.
In the Strait of Hormuz are forcing shipping companies to
That's just wrong. You absolutely can make the trip via Suez. Okay, you're the oil nerd. That's 10 to 15 extra days of travel time is absolutely doable. What would it have to get to for them to conduct a 10 to 15 day extra travel time with only 15% of the just the Saudi oil? Okay, and that is if Iran doesn't blow up the pipeline. What do you think would happen to the price of a fucking the price of a barrel of oil? It's just not economically feasible, as opposed to, like, you're talking about 10 to 15 days of extra travel time. It's correct that the biggest carriers can't go via the Suez, but the smaller ones can. Yes, I already talked about that. The biggest carriers can't go through the Suez Canal. Smaller ones can. So you're now chopping it up into smaller carriers. That adds to the price. Then on top of that, the 10 to 15 day travel time and the expenditures of that additional travel time also raises the price of the barrel. But sea travel doesn't actually add much to the cost. Sea travel is basically free. Okay, what would that look like is what I'm saying. My question for you, my oil autist. My question to you is, what do you think will happen?
rethink how goods and energy move around the world. Now, that's where other shipping routes may come in.
By the way, there's also so much that is anchored. There is so much that is anchored around oil. Everything in our economy is around oil. We are highly reliant on this finite good. That's the whole purpose of like moving into the realm of renewables, right? Or at least trying to do so in order to maintain some kind of energy independence in the future when this shit inevitably runs out. But as it stands currently, without oil, you can't do air travel. Like once these limitations start hitting the markets, because like you can financially engineer this. You can financially engineer this. You can also have your strategic reserves to be deployed, right? Be released for times exactly like this one. But eventually you're going to run out. And when you fucking run out, then the cost of travel is going to increase dramatically. The cost of commerce is going to increase dramatically. The cost of all goods is going to increase dramatically. No more airplane travel. Now you have massive economic collapse because people simply can't afford jet fuel. Companies can't afford jet fuel. Jet fuel price goes up. That's reflected in the consumer price that people are paying for air travel. Now people are not traveling as much. Remember what happened during COVID. And once people can't travel as much, then these companies are on the verge of insolvency. They're bankrupt. They start closing. Jobs are lost in the process. First, there's a reduction in the workforce. Then there's like employees that are furloughed. Then employees are fired altogether. It will have a devastating domino effect on the entire the global economy.
Instead of moving through the Gulf and onto the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, some vessels are taking the much longer journey around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. But the longer route increases travel by 3,000 to 5,000 nautical miles. That's 10 to 14 extra days of travel. And that means higher fuel costs. In total, this detour adds about $1 million in extra costs per trip. Now, while port authorities here at the Cape Town port say they're ready to handle the additional traffic, ships that may take the Cape route are not stopping at these ports. It would take up too much time and cost more. The rerouting might offer some benefits to African ports, but that will be far short of the extra costs for shipping companies and their clients. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Cape Town.
Yeah, it doesn't add virtually no cost. Of course it adds to the cost. It's not undoable. It's just not economically feasible. Breaking, the U.S. is accumulating forces for a weeks-long operation to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, according to Israeli assessments on Khan News. Unbelievably stupid. Going up the escalation ladder, I think it's going to lead... There's only two options out of this, man. I swear to God. Either America is brought to heel if they continue down this escalation trap, or Iran completely collapses and it's a failed state and it has devastating impact. It has devastating impact in the region, which still renders commerce in the region unfeasible regardless. Do you understand? Because like when Iran is not stable, when it's a failed state, that's going to take at least a decade to solve. If you can ever solve it at all. 93 million people. You can't have the country that is slammed on one side of the Strait of Hormuz turn into Libya. This is functionally the same as Israel deploying a nuke. Yeah, for my Eurocuck chatters, kiss your European summer travel season goodbye. Global average jet fuel price rose plus 82.8%. Iranian missiles can reach the Suez Lull. Imagine if they fire it while there's a ton of traffic. There's no reason for Iran to strike at this to Suez at all. At least for the time being. There's no reason whatsoever to do that. That would literally that would frustrate European partners even further. I mean, it's something that they can do. They have limited capabilities of reaching there. It's not the same as like holding the Strait of Hormuz, obviously, but that is like, what the fuck? How are you under 250K viewers, HasanAbi? This is big shit. Because everyone's on fucking autopilot, man. Everyone's on autopilot. They don't understand how these things, they only respond. They only respond to like immediate action where they're like, whoa, this is a big deal. Let me go tune into the HasanAbi broadcast. But like a lot of this stuff, especially here in the United States, is very far away from us, both as far as like physical proximity, but certainly far away from us because it's considered unthinkable. Like the American government will protect us. But the collapse is happening in real time. And it's, I wouldn't even say it's a slow burn collapse. It's actually much faster, much more accelerated than I could have ever imagined. But Americans are just like sleepwalking into complete collapse of the energy markets. It's very interesting. Just to be clear, these crazy Gulf oil prices reflect how some Asian refiners are simply desperate to secure the crude they need and are happy to pay it what it takes to get it. Norwegian oil naturally takes longer to ship. Meanwhile, the current Brent and WTI contracts are for May delivery when there should be a lot of supply coming from various strategic reserves, leading to a big divergence. They therefore reflect different oil markets, but that doesn't mean that the Gulf oil price craziness isn't worrying. These benchmarks are directly exposed to export disruptions and therefore capture marginal scarcity more effectively than the Atlantic-linked crudes, JP Morgan's analyst argued in a note yesterday. They pointed out that Asia is already feeling the crunch. JP Morgan's emphasis in bold below. Early signs of demand destruction are emerging in Asia as product prices surge and spot barrels become prohibitively expensive. Timing effects further reinforce this divergence. Typical voyage from the GCC to Asia takes approximately 10 to 15 days, while shipments to Europe require closer to 25 to 30 days via the Suez Canal, or even 35 to 45 days if rerouted around the Cape of Good Hope. As a result, the impact of disrupted Gulf flows will hit Asian markets earlier and more acutely, whereas Atlantic Basin benchmarks such as Brent and WTI will remain cushioned for longer by inventory overhangs and slower supply adjustments. Gas station in Japan says, sorry, out of gasoline because of Trump, not photoshopped. So maybe now you understand why I'm saying the best possible scenario out of this for the entire globe is if America takes enough of a bloody nose here that they see no other option other than decoupling from Israel and de-escalating. Do you understand? Because any sort of further pressure here, like achieving Israel's military goals here, would be a devastating scenario that doesn't actually solve the problem that we're experiencing currently. Okay? Because the Iranian state, being a failed state, still has tremendous capabilities of doing terrorism on the strait. Okay? It's just, you can't outdo you can't have the most like efficient the military campaign that simply makes this 2 nautical miles that you need to traverse with oil tankers become easier to control. Okay? As long as there's instability on the Iranian side, even if Israel's military goals are accomplished and Iran is a failed state, that geographical choke point is still very much there. And you cannot dominate Iran militarily and successfully enough to overcome whatever kind of insurgencies that will pop up and continue to harm traffic, the likelihood of traffic and oil flowing through. There's only one option out of this, which is de-escalating. The only way out of this is through de-escalation and by stopping this conflict altogether. Unfortunately, JP Morgan's analysts therefore reckon that those wild Oman and Dubai oil prices are likely to prove a harbinger for the larger oil benchmarks if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened pronto. Again, their emphasis below. The apparent stability in Brent and WTI should not be taken as evidence of ample global supply. It reflects a temporary buffer created by regional inventory overhangs, benchmark competition, and policy interventions. If the Strait does not reopen, this divergence is unlikely to persist. Brent and WTI will ultimately reprice higher as Atlantic Basin inventories are drawn down and the global markets is forced to clear at a materially tighter supply level. I said this a couple days in, that America securing the Venezuelan heavy crude could make America the sole energy provider of the planet if the Gulf is destabilized, right? The problem there, however, is that it would still take a decade of bringing up, building the refineries and the trade routes that you would have to redesign. Like there is no one has the capacity to sit out global collapse for 10 fucking years as America becomes the primary oil and primary energy supplier of the rest of the world. Do you understand? I mean, Canada has oil too, no? Yes, Canada has oil. You got Norway. Norway could reactivate some of their, they have, plenty natural supply. You have Russia. But even then, these countries cannot make up for the existing supply routes. These countries cannot make up for the entirety of the Gulf falling apart, because that's even larger than just all the 20%. Hey, maybe stupid question, don't flame me, I love you, but I absolutely don't hope this happens. But is there any world where U.S. wins and actually brings diplomacy to the country? Sure, they'll steal the oil, take anything they want, but do you think there's a chance? No. No, not even a little bit. No. I mean, look at Iraq. No. Not even a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this is also true. U.S. doesn't have the reserves to replace 20 MBPD of oil. Even if it did, it would probably cost trillions of dollars in infrastructure. This has to be the biggest cell phone in U.S. history. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, they would have to... It would take... There's a runway for this. Like, you have to literally design refineries. We have some refineries that handle heavy crude, right? We have refineries in the Gulf, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. We have refineries in California that can handle the heavy crude, but like, I think we would need to literally rebuild new ones, and that's not going to fucking materialize out of thin air, right? And it would still take a decade to match up what was passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and it would. Refineries don't really handle light or heavy crude; they mix. The issue is sulfur content. You would need to reroute trade out of America. It's just not going to fucking happen. Some heavy crude is low sulfur, e.g. from Africa. Venezuela and Iran have high sulfur heavy crude. Like, what are we even supposed to do right now? Just wait. Canada's oil sands are not profitable and shipped directly to the States to be refined. Small production that wouldn't make any difference for the rest of the system collapse. Yeah, it just doesn't. I'm trying to see like what the unlikely scenario out of this is. Like, what could be a materialist reason for why America is doing this? is there a world where even the American oil giants benefit from it? I mean, obviously they benefit in the short term because the price of barrel goes up. Their supply is not disrupted at all. And they can make a shit ton, right? They can make a shit ton of money in the short term. But like in the long term, the entire energy grid collapses. It's like the petrodollar collapses. I'm not sure why you continue to throw around your wild political economic theories, which are meaningless, but fail to even ask us, the eager and eloquent audience, what happens to the oil supply if OPEC politely asked me to store some barrels in my backyard? Yeah. Hold on to your oil, dude. Just buy a couple barrels just in case. You can refine them in your backyard anyway.
Consultation and coordination on ways to support the security and stability of the region. It's going to take on a great deal more urgency and immediacy now with these attacks lined up by Iran, planned for the coming hours. What the leaders in the Gulf Arab states, these people caught in the middle geographically and politically in this war, will be trying to do is bringing political pressure to bear, bringing diplomatic pressure to bear, to try to have the voice of reason rise up above the din of all this violence. But the reality is, the longer this conflict goes on, the more weapons that are used, the more severe the attacks are by Israel and the United States against Iran, by Iran in retaliation, the softer the voice of reason becomes. And that's really the challenge for Gulf Arab leaders that are continuing to push for diplomacy as a way forward.
Zain Bashrawi breaking that down for us from Dubai. Zain, thank you very much indeed.
It's unbelievable because, like, the solution is so clear. This problem did not exist. Okay? 18 days ago, this problem did not exist. We created this problem. Okay? And the easiest way to have avoided this problem was to tell Israel to fuck off. And we did not do that. And here we are, bouldering down the imminent crisis that we refuse to face. We shot ourselves in the fucking head. And now we're like, oh, I don't know how this happened. Now I have a fucking massive air hole in the back of my brain.
Iran launching a deadly new wave of attacks across the region overnight. Multiple cluster munitions were intercepted over Tel Aviv in Israel, but one hit the home of a couple in their 70s, killing them both. Our Tom Sufi Burridge is there.
You can see
Qatar
the apartment that
expelled the Iranian diplomats from its territory, apparently, as well. But like I said, even if they were to like join the war, right? Even if they were join the war on the side of America, what are they going to do? They don't have anything other than America. It's just more America. Who's going to put their fucking troops, which they don't really have too much of anyway, in the line of fire now? At the behest of Israel? Good luck selling that. Americans don't even want to fucking fight for Israel. Now you're going to get the mercenary troops.
It's a couple in their 70s killed here in what was a major barrage on Israel overnight.
In Lebanon, Israel's campaign against Hezbollah intensifying, where more than 900...
Dude, people are saying, like, Saudi's got a huge air force. What do you mean? Brother, what are you saying? That is just more America. You're joking, right? They couldn't even handle bombing fucking Yemen. What makes you think they can go up against Iran? Like, what is the UAE going to do? Hire every Colombian mercenary on the planet? Reroute them away from Ukraine to go and fight Iran? What are they? It's like, it's not magic. You know what I mean? There's no like magical solution to this. Israel and America have, you know, as it stands, one of the, if not the most powerful air force on the fucking planet. They've been bombing Iran endlessly. More Israel and more America is not going to solve the problem. Do you see what I mean? Unless you know something I don't, and the Gulf states have the power of alchemy, and they got like top-ranking jujutsu sorcerers or some shit that they're going to deploy on Iranian soil, it's not going to fix the fucking problem. Yeah, they're going to send in Leon Kennedy.
100 people have now been killed. The IDF demolished this entire building.
Meanwhile, these fucking psychopaths the Israelis are also bombing the fuck out of Beirut. Okay, they're just like, it's so crazy to me that Israel, in the middle of all of this, is like, well, time to take over southern Lebanon in its entirety. Like, it's so psychotic. It's literally the same Nazi trap that Adolf Hitler fell in. It's very different than doing this to Gaza and Syria and Lebanon and fighting the network of resistance piece by piece, okay? Now you got Iran. Now you got Iran in the fucking equation. Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz. It's a very different scenario. Oh.
Central Beirut, air emergency personnel searching the rubble for survivors. Israel gave the alert to evacuate an hour earlier, but that came at 4 in the morning.
The U.S. and Israel couldn't take these underground launchers out. What is this?
Another attack on the U.S. embassy, the most serious since the war began. Flames could be seen inside the compound in Baghdad. A huge gun used to shoot drones out of the sky. And as the White House struggles to get Allied help to open the...
Iran is no Soviet Union and Hezbollah ain't no America. It obviously is clear to anyone with fucking any working brain cells that you don't have to be the Soviet Union to be able to disrupt the energy markets, brother. What are you talking about?
Crucial Strait of Hormuz, U.S. aircraft dropped multiple 5,000-pound bunker busters along the coastline.
Yeah, nice CGI. Doesn't mean anything. Strait of Hormuz is still closed.
The strait, which is a critical trade route for the world's energy supply, has been closed for 18 days, causing turmoil for global markets, sending the price of oil skyrocketing. President Trump lashed out at NATO members who were not consulted before the conflict began for not helping to reopen the strait. They insist it's not NATO's war.
I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake.
The president then saying he doesn't need their help after all.
We don't need too much help, and we don't need...
Yeah, no, totally. Bro, you're acting like the Houthis weren't hiding in caves. The entire north of Yemen is mountainous. Saudi's the 13th strongest army in the world. Oh, the Americans couldn't win against the Taliban because they were in caves. Same with the Houthis. You know this, dude. Saudi's the 13th strongest army in the world. Okay. If the Saudis couldn't defeat the Houthis, what makes you think they can fucking defeat the Iranians? The IRGC is infinitely more powerful than the fucking Ansar Allah movement is. The Ansar Allah movement is a fucking, a paramilitary state pretty much that won the civil war with Iranian weapons that they were receiving. Iran is the country that was shipping the weapons to the Houthis. Sure, they're fucking steadfast and undefeated and they were able to push back, dig in and push back as the Saudi forces. They obviously won't beat them, but they'll be effective. Yeah, if they couldn't be effective with the Ansar Allah movement, they can't be effective against Iran. That's my point. Also, if you're riding this hard for Saudi Arabia, I suspect you're an oiler and you better be fucking subscribing and also showering the community with gifted subs. What the fuck is this? We got Saudi oil barons in the chat, not even subscribing to the broadcast. It's crazy to me. It's madness. Also, once again, you think they're gonna fucking these are American weapons, so it's just more America. That's my point. Love you, bro, but you're acting like their army is the UAE's army, Lamau. Brother, what fucking Saudi national is gonna fly over Iranian airspace? Please, man. They literally stopped. They learned their lesson with the fucking Houthis and stopped doing so. You think the Saudi nationals are gonna get on a fucking fighter jet and fly over the Iranian airspace? Or are you delusional? I don't think the Saudis would be on board with that at all. they're far too comfortable. Why would they fucking do that?
Any help, actually.
This as the US grapples with damage to its weaponry, losing over a dozen unmanned MQ-9 Reaper drones to Iranian fire in the 2.5 weeks since Operation Epic Fury began, each drone costing millions of dollars. And overnight, the International Atomic Energy Agency says Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by a projectile. Iran says there's not been damage to the plant or any injuries, but the agency is calling for maximum restraint in order to prevent the risk of a nuclear accident. And these dramatic images from...
Yeah, also the thought of like Saudi nationals getting into their fucking American fighter jets to go die on Iranian airspace at the behest of Israel is, I'm sorry, a little hilarious to assume. Like, that is crazy. Like, Americans don't even want to fucking do this shit, but they're cattle, and you know, they're used to like blowing up brown countries and shit at the behest of Israel, sure. But like Saudi Arabia, like Saudi nationals doing this for Israel is a whole different predicament.
Iran,
why wouldn't they? Are they anti-Semitic? Yes, America, the least anti-Semitic nation, of course, is gladly willing to die for Israel's goals. Saudis might be a little anti-Semitic and not want to die for Israel like that. Who knows?
In the streets, videos circulating online show the Israelis turning their focus to local regime targets. The IDF says they've hit dozens of police checkpoints and vehicles in Tehran. Along with security chief Ali Larijani, Israel killed the commander of Iran's feared religious militia, the Basij, Gholam Reza Soleimani. He oversaw the brutal crackdown in January that left nearly 7,000 people dead.
Now, the Israeli tactic seems to be to clear enough local systems of government repression like checkpoints and militia patrols.
Yeah, this equation is really funny because NATO countries don't want their troops to die for Israel, okay? And you're over here being like, well, the Saudi nationals will do it. Like, that's an unbelievable scenario, brother. I'm sorry. It's unbelievable. I just don't think it's happening.
To get Iranians out into the streets to protest and eventually bring down the regime. I think it's fair to say that's an optimistic scenario. As we saw in January, they would face enormous danger from Iran's security services. Robin?
You're right about that, James. Thank you.
It's been another day of airstrikes here, threats and renewed escalation. Israel targeted the South Pars gas field in the southern Bushehr province. It is shared by Iran and Qatar. It is a significant escalation. Israel also claimed to have killed another of Iran's leaders, Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, who was targeted overnight in Tehran.
Hello, Hasan. I'm from the region. Your assessments are usually bang on, but you severely overestimate the Arab country's own liberties to make choices based on their own interests rather than follow American orders. Wait, what? That's why I'm saying I don't think the GCC is going to cooperate with like any sort of military campaign on Iran. I might be wrong. That doesn't necessarily mean that there will be tremendous success there, but I just don't think, unless you misunderstood what I was saying, they will. So, okay. If America told them to, simple as, wait, oh, you're saying, well, no, you're wrong. You're saying they have no free will. Okay. So you're saying they have no free will if America tells them? No, they have been. America's been telling them to. They're not doing it so far. So you're wrong. Because you want to know why? Because it's not about free will. It's not about the sovereignty of the Gulf states. They are not sovereign. We know that already. It's about the capabilities. What good is it going to do if a bunch of fucking Saudi nationals die? Like, will America actually achieve its goals? America doesn't want NATO forces in the region to be deployed against Iran because this will allow them to achieve their strategic objectives, their military objectives. The reason why America wants NATO nations to be involved in this war is so that there is more diplomatic pressure, that Iran feels isolated from the rest of the globe even further. which I think is still a strategic mistake regardless, because they're willing to go to war with America. And if you're willing to go to war with America, that means you are willing to go to war with the rest of the world. Do you understand? You're failing to consider Iran's domain expansion. Simple domain, bomb cutter. Yeah, simple domain, bomb cutter, bomb Saudi Arabia. That's their domain expansion, which they have been expanding. How are you going to Cuba if you have an American passport? Are you using a Turkish? What are you talking about? Cuba literally does not have any issues with American passports. You can go to Cuba right now. You can literally fly out of Miami to Havana right now, right at this moment. You can purchase flights right now from America as an American citizen and fly to Cuba. It's like a 1-hour flight. The war is already threatening the political economy and security model of the GCC states. It's a war they didn't choose, but they were pulled into. Yet seeking a defanged and enfeebled Iran risks a wider, more destructive conflict. Also correct. One more likely to ultimately end in a state collapse and civil war than any form of stable regime change. This outcome would generate greater long-term instability for the Persian Gulf region than de-escalation and a viable off-ramp. The reality is that the GCC's options aren't ideal given the very real risks of a wider war and prolonged instability in their immediate neighborhood. But a diplomatic off-ramp remains the only path that offers any chance of a more stable and lasting end state. Every single thing that I've been saying is 100% accurate, okay? Like, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to like to recognize this. It's not like you have to be a brilliant tactician to understand that like blowing up and destabilizing a massive country in the Gulf on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be good for the energy markets. It's going to be devastating for the energy markets, even if you feel like you have successfully attrited Iran's capabilities of closing the Strait of Hormuz. You can never fully ensure all of the oil tankers crossing through because of the physical proximity that any militancy can have to the strait. Another senior Gulf official said the only acceptable outcome of this war would be Iran so defanged and enfeebled that it could never imperil its neighbors again. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Iran. Elsewhere along the Straits of Hormuz, the US says it used deep penetrator bombs to hit Iranian missile sites. In Lebanon, heavy Israeli bombardment flattened buildings in Beirut, while in the south, the IDF ordered those living south of the Zahrani River to move north, including the entire city of Tyre. The IDF said it would also target crossings along the Litani River. Iran continues to fire towards Israel. A suburb of Tel Aviv overnight was hit during a barrage of missiles which included cluster munitions. Blasts and drone interceptions have also been reported in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, as well as Bahrain. Well, here's how day 19 of this war unfolded. Grainy videos, but a clear escalation. What you're looking at is the largest natural gas field in the world, the backbone of Iran's energy system, going up in flames. The latest conflagration in a region already consumed by fire. Israel's attack on South Pars, apparently made with US blessing, is the...
I saw an insane statistic the other day that was that 27% of American debt, like overall historical debt, came from the 2 Trump terms so far. %.
First time Iran's energy production facilities have been hit in this war. Iran shares this gas field with Qatar. The destruction instantaneous, the consequences massive. Qatar's response, helpless outrage. Iran's threats against energy facilities across the region. And in the last hour, this attack on Saudi Arabia to prove the point.
As a direct result of this action, the fuel, energy and gas infrastructure of the source of the aggression will be set ablaze and turned to ashes at the first opportunity.
Their backs firmly to the wall, the Islamic Republic is burying its leaders at a relentless pace. Today it was Ali Larijani, the all-powerful security chief, killed yesterday by Israel, along with Gholamreza Soleimani, head of the regime's street-level paramilitaries, the Basij. The intelligence minister was also killed overnight. The mourning is a message that the Islamic Republic retains a hard core of support. Even for some of its many, many opponents, though, Israel and America's war is a terrifying lurch into the unknown.
Regarding Larijani's death, some people think he could have probably at some point played a role in ending the war.
I feel like I'm watching videos coming out of Wuhan in like February 2020. Okay? Like I feel like we are as a community, the vibes are identical. The rest of the world has not picked up on it yet. We're hearing about stories from Italy. People are like a little bit worried, but everyone is saying, it's going to be fine. It's going to be all right. Elon Musk is going to come out and tweet, it'll be done. It'll be done by, April. It'll be gone by April. It's just the flu. It literally feels like that right now. I don't want to freak you guys out, but what is this? Relevant. This time reminds me of how I felt at the beginning of COVID when it was clear everything would come crashing at a halt, but most people could not see it yet. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad other people are seeing it too. It's pretty wild. Do you mean a good outcome or a bad outcome is coming? There is no good outcome here, no matter what. There is the least bad scenario, and I've described it over and over again. The least bad scenario requires restraining Israel or decoupling from Israel altogether and actually de-escalating. Okay? That's the least bad scenario here. The most bad scenario is obviously nukes. The less bad but still unimaginably bad scenario is Israel and America launch a war against Iran. Troops are deployed, coalition of the willing, NATO forces, boots on the ground, an extended conflict with no real solution, no immediate solution whatsoever. That leads to in a couple, I don't know, in like 5 to, in like an extended military campaign, there's a destabilized Iranian state. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know how, I don't know how long that conflict would take.
People don't want this war to continue for a long time, especially given the collateral civilian damages and already dire economic situation.
This war is becoming a catalogue of grim firsts. Here's another. Iranian cluster bombs raining down on Tel Aviv. These bomblets get released even when the missile carrying them is intercepted. In this case, the residential neighborhood of Ramat Gan, Eshel Street, corner of Haroe, 3rd floor. The apartment of Yaron and Ilana Moshe, both in their 70s. It seems that they were too old to make it into the shelter, and that was their death sentence. Are you getting more vulnerable now, do you think?
We've seen a decrease in the Iranian regime's fire.
This is cope, by the way. Like this is cope. Like even the Western journalists are straight up asking like the Israeli officials, like, do you feel like you're less safe, less secure? And the answer is yes. because the Israeli defense capabilities are also not infinite. And the longer this goes on, the worse things are going to get. While Iran increased their capabilities again, by the way. Iran is firing more and they're hitting more per shot than during the first days of the conflict. Not good. Like, remember, they hit a low point on day 8 and Israel and America was like, oh, by this standard, it's fucking over, right? By this standard, it's done. It's over. We've successfully destroyed their strike capabilities. Yeah, except it turns out they have still strike capabilities. They've increased the number of missiles that they're launching and severely increased the number of drones that they're launching. As I said,
But we've seen an increase in their attempts to target civilians. We've seen an increase in their willingness to use weapons.
I know we broached the subject before, but do you think there's any amount of penetration of Israel's previously thought to be ironclad defense that will turn Israelis against this war? I don't think so. I mean, if October 7, if the aftermath of October 7 showed anything, Israelis don't have a de-escalation button. They just, the more they get hit, the more they get bloodied, the harder they want to fucking fight. They're truly suicidal. They're fascist. It's a fascist country. This is how fascism works. There is no restraint. There's no restraint here at all. There is no interest in restraint here at all. Israel will not stand down. Israel can only be forced to stand down. And that's where America comes into play.
That are a war crime to be used against civilians.
Israel prides itself on defined normality.
For the record, this is why I say that this is why I have been saying that Israel is a Nazi state. Okay? Did the Nazis stand down? Or did they become increasingly more belligerent in their final days? Fascism is a suicidal ideology. Israel is a fascist country. Zionism is a fascist ideology. Why did you make it seem like you donated to Casey Tron's GoFundMe when she unequivocally said you didn't? That's awesome. Chatter tuning in from a fucking Motorola Razr phone. Japanese imperial soldier fighting the battle 30 years after it's over. Sent from the year 2024 or 2025. Amazing. Enjoy $10 gas, chatter.
Manicures in the mayhem, a trim at the barber's, a breakfast at the neighborhood cafe, and a broad consensus.
Yeah, Chatter's about to come in and be like, you know, it's really fucked up that you leased that Porsche, dude.
That this war against Iran is necessary. Did you have to fight this war?
Yeah, it's a necessary war. We have to end it with all the terror and the fighting from Iran.
I born in Kibbutz Neve Tam. In 56, I was in the shelter.
And now you're still in the shelter? You're still in the shelter?
Yeah, 70 years, the second, all the time, whoa.
Few people think that this will be the last one, and few dare to think what would happen to Israel without the support of its American protector. Presidents can change, but geography is here to stay.
Well, as you can imagine, this strike on the gas field in Iran is having a huge effect on the global energy markets. For more on this, our economics editor, Helia Ebrahimi, is with me now. Helia, how has all this played out in the markets today?
Well, Kathy, as Matt was just saying, Pars is the biggest gas field in the world. And after the attack, the price of oil immediately shot up 5%.
A society full of fashion, the world is treating them like normal people. Insanity. I mean, let's be real. It's the fucking Western blind spot, right? I mean, it took a good deal of pain for the Western world to recognize the dangers of fascism with Nazi Germany, too. Like, think about it. At the time, it was new, right? It was a new formation. It was a new ideology. It was seen as like a revolutionary one. But like, it did take a while for Western countries to move away from appeasement to be like, yeah, we got to fucking fight these guys. This is, this is unbearable. This is unacceptable. There were people who recognized the dangers and wanted to fight back against it, FDR being one of them. But even to galvanize the American population, it took Pearl Harbor, right, to directly join the battle rather than just like offer support to the USSR. So Israel can no longer be controlled. There's only one way this is going to end. I don't think so. I think Israel is so Western reliant to operate as a nation state, at least at this present formation, that the older Ashkenazis that still run the government are a little bit different than the next generation. If we don't nip this in the bud, you're going to have an Orthodox population that literally does not have, basic literacy rates, that are dominating Israeli demographics right now with access to nuclear launch codes. And that, I don't know what that would look like. But I will tell you right now, Israel doesn't exist without Western support. Unlimited Western political cover, unlimited Western support. That's why I kept repeating the importance of cultural boycotts, academic boycotts, BDS of every sort. It's the least bloody way to rein in this fucking fascist state, this rogue state. Okay? It's okay. They can't use the nuclear launch code. They can't read the nuclear launch codes. What does nipping in the bud mean in this case? It means like fucking bringing Israel to heel. Like telling them to cut it out, stopping them, applying as much pressure as possible. No more aid, no more defensive weapons, no more offensive weapons, nothing. You tell Israel you're going to fucking cut them out of being seen as a normal country, you remind them that they are a literal pariah state, okay? And they will change their attitude very quickly. But this might be the last chance that the world has before they become completely insane. They already are a fascist country. But at least there are some people, I think, that helm the state that could be reasoned with. Some fascists that you could bring to heel if you explain to them that they will lose all of their favorable contracts and the favorable relationships that they have with the Western world. Their security will be threatened. Their day-to-day existence will be threatened for a long enough time, for far longer than they're used to. They'll have to make different cost-benefit analyses. No, I'm good. But which country will do this? There's one country that can do this, the United States of America. All the other countries in the world could technically pressure the United States of America to do this. And I don't think they're ever going to do that until they eat enough of the economic harm. Until America receives enough economic penalties that they have no other way out of this, that they recognize that they have no way out of this. Wait, oh shit. Wait, hold on.
Almost $110 a barrel. The price of European gas also immediately was impacted. You can see shooting up, that sharp tick up, 6%. But it's not just oil and gas. This feeds into fertilizer, petrochemicals, foodstuffs, inflation. And I've picked out just one example, corn prices, because corn needs nitrogen, which needs gas. And you can see after the attack,
won't they just partner with Russia once we hopefully drop them? It's not so simple. Dude, you think Russia can offer Israel the same protective cover that America can? Are you fucking insane? Russia's... No, the fuck they won't. The real fear there would be China. But even China would probably not isolate themselves in an effort to take advantage of, like, in an effort to turn Israel into Israel, but for China.
Just shoots up. Now, there are farmers out in Iowa and all over the American heartland right now, Kathy, choosing whether to plant corn, which needs gas, or soybeans, which doesn't. And that matters because if they plant less corn, that is going to constrict supply, which is going to push up inflation later in the year.
Fritters just today. So why is this gas field so important?
Listen, I don't think you can underestimate how politically and financially important it is. It's set in the middle of the Persian Gulf, owned half by Iran and Qatar. It's estimated that there's 1,800 trillion cubic feet of gas there. That is more than any other gas field in the world combined. The South Field, which was attacked today, is owned by Iran. Most of that is used domestically in homes, in heating, in industrial activity. The North Field, owned by Qatar, is basically exported in LNG to Asia, to Europe, but also to the UK, Kathy. But remember, that is offline now.
Mm-hmm. And we've had the Federal Reserve decision on tax today, haven't we?
Yeah, really critical decision. Last time they met, oil was at $60 a barrel, and now it's almost at $110 a barrel. But they were fairly dovish today. You know, even though they held interest rates and raised inflation expectations slightly, it was the best that Donald Trump could have hoped for. You know, in a world where diesel in the US is about $5 a barrel, which touches a real political nerve in the US.
Elia, thanks very much for joining us. Let's go now to Matt.
Thanks, Kathy. Well, now in the US, the Director of National Intelligence has been testifying before the Senate about the intelligence that prompted the war on Iran. Tulsi Gabbard has said that while the Iranian government has been weakened, Iran and its proxies are still a threat to the US and its allies in the Middle East. Let's go over now to Washington and our US editor, Anushka Astana. Anushka.
So yesterday we had a senior resignation, Trump's counter-terrorism chief, going and saying that there was no imminent threat from Iran. Now, that has turned attention from him, Joe Kent, to his boss, Tulsi Gabbard, who is the Director of National Intelligence. She's an interesting character, a former Democrat who switched to support Trump in part because she didn't believe in forever wars. She actually put on social media in 2019 that she didn't want Trump to go into a stupid and costly war in Iran. She called on people to join her in sending a message to the White House. The US must not go to war with Iran. So what is she thinking now? I sat in that hearing earlier, Matt, and I tried to tell, but she was being very careful with her language and her face was studiously neutral. I wished I could read her mind because it felt as if she was holding back. At one point, she said that she wouldn't answer whether or not the White House had asked for intelligence related to the Strait of Hormuz. And then there was another bit that was in a written thing she had submitted in which she said that last year strikes had obliterated Iran's nuclear capability and that they hadn't enriched uranium since then. She didn't actually say that out loud in her opening statement, but she was pressed on it later on. She did say it, and then she said it's up to the president to decide what is an imminent threat. Listen to what followed that.
Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president
here's the problem.
based on a volume
no,
of
it is.
information.
It is precisely.
What are you saying? It is literally the only job. It's the one job. You have one fucking job, you animal. What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, no, the president could just like materialize threats out of thin air and we have to go along with it. Okay, fuck the intelligence community. There's no reason for any intelligence whatsoever. We don't even need to like make up fake intelligence to justify our actions. I guess shutter the operation entirely. The president makes unilateral decisions One day he decides Iran is a threat. The next day he decides Greenland is a threat, and we just have to go along with it. Unbelievably fucked.
Precisely your responsibility.
So in truth, we don't know what Tulsi Gabbard is really thinking about this. And Matt, of course, I did try, as she came out of there, I tried to ask her again. Just have a quick look at asking her that question. Director, will you say that you support this Iran war? Do you support it? Could you say that? Now, look, she may just not have wanted to answer questions, but I thought it was interesting. This is a major moment for the US, and the Director of National Intelligence wasn't giving anything away.
Anushka, thanks very much indeed. Well, in the last few minutes, there have been reports of explosions at Qatar's Ras Laffan gas field. Joining.
I think this administration forgot why there's a separation of powers to begin with. Why there's an intelligence community to begin with. It's not so that they can actually offer a check or a balance on the presidency. It's not for that reason at all. It's the perception of checks and balances that give people the confidence that the administration is moving in the appropriate way. So when you drop all of that, you have no confidence and therefore no support. You can't continue waging war like this with just the MAGA base. Something's gonna give. When those gas prices start fucking blowing up in the United States of America, or even if you can overcome that with domestic production, let's say, and you offer price controls, shit like that, to stave off the cost of the pumps for Americans. What are you going to do with the rest of the planet when they just don't have oil? What are you going to do when the Asian markets do not have energy whatsoever? You're going to crater the rest of the fucking planet? Years and years of allegiances that played a formative role in making you the hegemonic superpower? I mean, good luck. Good luck, I say.
Now from the Qatari capital Doha is Dr. Tanya Thafer, the Executive Director of the Gulf International Forum. Thank you so much for coming on the program. I mean, how existential is this attack on the gas field for your country, for Qatar?
I'm actually just here in Qatar, but I would like to say that this is an important escalation for Qatar. Ras Laffan is extremely important. It's where it processes mostly all of Qatar's gas, and it was just hit by a missile within the last few minutes. Mm-hmm. You know, for Qatar, this is a very serious economic hazard. And, you know, the fact that Israel struck South Pars field that's shared with Qatar put Qatar at risk, and that's why you saw a statement right away from Majid al-Ansari, the spokesperson for the ministry, raising that concern exactly. And, you know, Iran has mentioned that it is going for an eye for eye strategy. And unfortunately, the other eye is the Gulf states. And therefore, whatever happens in Iran, unfortunately, is reflected in the Gulf. Let's mention, though, that Iran has attacked or attempted to attack various energy facilities throughout the Gulf. So this is not its first attempt, but this is one of the successful ones.
Okay. I mean, the Israelis started this latest round today with the attacks on the South Pars gas field, but they did so with the permission of America. I mean, America is supposed to be Qatar's best friend. The Qataris have promised Donald Trump a shiny jumbo jet or big plane when he retires. How angry are the Qataris with the Americans now?
I think that's a difficult question. And it's surprising, actually, that the U.S. greenlighted this because it is against U.S. interests with the price of gases hiked in the U.S. But in terms of the Qatari stance, I think they've been very clear that they are going to continue to be focused on maintaining their core relations with the United States. You have to understand, Matt, that also the Gulf states' security is dependent on the U.S.'s military defense systems, which have allowed more than, let's say, a 95% interception rate in the case of Qatar. And so therefore, although the U.S. could be part of the problem, the U.S. is a huge part of the solution.
And are you looking at a future that is just going to be one of chaos with an unstable or perhaps even more vicious Iran breathing down your neck?
Well, that is a problem for the Gulf states. As I've said on different shows, that the war front is at the Gulf. Even so, the more that they diminish Iranian missile capacity, especially long-range missile capacity, the more so the Gulf states are going to be the main target. Let's be clear that on most days, UAE has been targeted more than Israel. So I would like that to sink in for everyone. So this is a very problematic war for the Gulf state. And when you have an injured, angry, wounded Iran across the Gulf states, it's not good news, especially if it has the capacity to attack them.
Indeed. Dr. Dania Thafar, thank you very much indeed for joining us there from Doha.
Day 19 of the war, and every day, it seems, some new element emerges that we haven't really seen before. And so we've seen a series of attacks. The Israelis have been more...
Bro, they can't do anything. The fact that they're even landing any criticisms on America in this process is unheard of. What do you expect the fucking Gulf spokesperson to say? Fuck America? Are you insane? They're already servile. They have American military bases. They know why they're getting attacked. None of them think, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. This is so shocking. They'll say that in their public-facing communiques, but they very clearly understand why they're being attacked. They know why they're being attacked. The fact that they're even saying like America allowing Israel to strike the oil production in Iran is devastating is already like unique. It's also funny because like Israel directly struck Doha already. And all they got out of that bargain was like one Benjamin Netanyahu phone call apologizing publicly to Qatar. That's it.
Successful than before in decapitating the leadership of the Iranian government, and the Americans have continued their bombing policy, and they're taking out more.
I thought your stance with the Gulf states are going to turn on the United States. Yeah. Not right now. They can't do anything right now. She already explained it. She's like, all of our defenses are American. They can't do it right now. When the dust settles, yes. Who knows when that will be? Who knows if there is even a Gulf at the end of that bargain? Because think about it this way. Imagine they come out and they're like, actually, America is now our enemy. Okay, so who's going to protect them? All of their military equipment is American. America shuts them off remotely. Israel goes, all right, it's open season. Now we're going to turn every fucking Gulf, every Gulf capital into Gaza. You know what I mean? Who's going to stop Israel?
More and more targets getting deeper into the Iranian military structures. The war within a war, really, Israel's war on Hezbollah in Lebanon gets ever more fierce, and that's something which will go on relatively independently of the rest of the conflict. But this is something else that we've seen. Last night, the Iranians launched 10 barrages of ballistic missiles specifically against Israel, and they hit areas across the whole of Israel. Some of them got through because they were able to overwhelm the defense. And in particular, they actually got some missiles onto Tel Aviv. In the broader war itself, the United States is very, very interested in what the Iranians may have along the shore, of course, of the Gulf. We've all been curious as to why the Iranians have not yet used cruise missiles. They've used all their other sorts of munitions, but not cruise missiles. Why not? We think maybe it's because they've been holding them back for use against shipping in the Gulf, because cruise missiles are the best sort of anti-ship missile. They're very effective. Now, that's the theory. Last night, it looks as if the Americans decided to act on that theory. They deployed, they said, the Big Blue, the GBU-72, which is the bunker buster bomb, the bomb that can penetrate into the ground and blow apart underground storage facilities, headquarters, whatever they are. And so last night, they conducted a series of attacks along the Iranian side of the Gulf. Now, we don't know where those attacks took place, but there were several of them, and the Americans reported this morning that they'd blown apart a number of storage bunkers. So we think that that's what the Americans are doing. They're going after the cruise missiles, which the Iranians may have been stockpiling for use against shipping in the Gulf. That's all part of the ongoing war of the Gulf, and particularly the Straits of Hormuz. And, you know, we spend a lot of time looking at maps, but this is what the world really looks like. This is what the Earth looks like from satellites. And here it is. There's the Gulf. There's Iran. Here is Saudi Arabia. There are the Gulf states. That's Qatar. That's Bahrain. This is the United Arab Emirates. And here is the Strait of Hormuz. 33 kilometers of water, only 11 kilometers that ships can use. Increasingly, this is the bit that we are all thinking about. And so whatever happens in this war over the next couple of weeks, we assume that that war will go on at a ferocious level. But ultimately, it still comes down to that little strip of water that we call the Strait of Hormuz.
So it's day 8.
I hope the Mr. Beast land in Riyadh is okay. I hope the Iranians haven't attacked Mr. Beast, Mr. Shaitan. That would be a devastating predicament, you know? I was planning on going to visit.
Of the American-Israeli war against Iran. It feels like we've hit a bit of an inflection point. War is all about seizing the initiative, it's forcing your enemy onto the back foot, forcing them to be reactive. Now, of course, at the moment, the US, although dominating militarily, does appear to be running out of ideas and momentum. Meanwhile, Iran is starting to take control. The question is, how is all of this unraveling for America? One of the strategic objectives of America was regime change.
That's crazy. I never in my life ever thought that I would hear a Sky News anchor say those words. Insert foreign adversary, taking control over the battlefield, and America losing its grip. Do you understand how insanely fucked the situation has to be for a Western news outlet to state it like this? Trump blinks, no more attacks on energy. If daddy wants it, daddy will get it. And by that, I mean Benjamin Netanyahu.
Early in the war, they took...
Also known as Benjamin Netanyahu.
out Ayatollah Khomeini and a whole load of his senior leaders. But of course, very quickly afterwards, Mushtaba replaced the Ayatollah. And over the last 24 hours, we've seen two more leaders from Iran, Laranjani and Soleimani, both be taken out as well. But once again, their successors have probably been already nominated. They sound as if they're more hardline and therefore potentially more dangerous. If we look at Israel's attacks against Hezbollah, Israel is conducting a whole series of operations over the border at the moment into Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon, but also striking in Beirut. The challenge here is this actually contributing to the strategic objectives of the war? Is it actually helping regime change in Iran? Is it helping stop Iran securing nuclear weapons? If the answer to those is no, there is a question about divergence of objectives between Israel and America. If we also zoom out...
Have you ever told chat what Bibi means in Turkish? You mean pipi? Pipi mi diyorsun? You keep talking about America losing this war, but you completely go over the fact that Israel's winning literally in every aspect. Okay, I think you forget something very important. If America's losing this war, so is Israel. That's it. Like, I get the point that you're trying to make here, which is like, oh, well, Israel gets to blow up whatever it wants to blow up. But like, America is still the big daddy in the equation. If America's not achieving its military goals, then Israel doesn't care about the Hormuz or Gulf states. Now, I understand the point that you're trying to make. But if America, quote unquote, loses this war, then who the fuck is going to carry Israel on its back? How do you not understand? It's over. No America means no Israel. There is no world where Israel exists without America. Without America, Israel would be gone.
Look at the broader region. Whilst
White House is blaming Israel for the chaos. Oh, that's awesome.
Decimated, Iran is still fighting back. If we look at some of the action over the last 24 hours, there have been strikes in the UAE, strikes in Saudi Arabia. We've also had 4 Iranian drones striking the US embassy in Baghdad. We don't hear any reports of casualties, but it did lead President Trump to sound surprised that Iran still had this capability. In addition to that, we've also got the Iranian proxy still active. We've got Hamas available in the Gaza. We've got Hezbollah operating in the Lebanon. We've got the Houthis down off the Yemen. We've also got forces in Iraq and Syria that are also causing a great deal of difficulty. All of this, though, the main area of problem is around the Straits of Hormuz, where, of course, the blockade there is leading to a massive spike in oil prices. If you look at this strategically, this is a war against Iran, but look at the activity and how the war is spread, causing a major, major problem for American forces. Okay. Now, the US strategy here will have been based on a military plan, and that military plan will have been war-gamed several times. I used to be involved in some of that wargaming. Occasionally, I even played Iran in that game. And every time you played it through, Iran got decimated militarily, but it always ended up controlling the Straits of Hormuz. And bluntly, there's no easy answer to that. Iran's had 30 years to plan its defences there, to tailor its weapons, make them hidden deep underground, and probably got months and months of supplies, which make it very difficult. There's no simple solution unless you put boots on the ground, and at the moment that looks unlikely. And therefore, that's probably why President Trump was prompted to look to NATO to try and get some more help from the international community. Now, here's some of the NATO countries, but let's be quite clear. NATO is a defensive alliance, doesn't exist to try and help America as it conducts...
Bullshit. Bullshit. What kind of defensive posture was NATO engaging in Libya? Huh? That was an aerial bombing campaign. What kind of defensive posture were the NATO forces engaging in fucking Libya? That is bullshit. Remember, these guys are also still Western chauvinists. They're liars. At least you can make the argument with Iraq. I mean, you really can't. Or Afghanistan. Because like, oh, Al-Qaeda, they struck us, 9/11, we were attacked. With Afghanistan, you can make the argument. With Iraq, you can't, right? But there is no argument. None of that was defensive either, by the way, obviously. But like America was attacked on 9/11, and they chose to attack Afghanistan and Iraq. Hasan not understanding basic defensive colonialism, shaking my head.
An offensive campaign against another country, particularly when it's not entirely clear that that military campaign is based on a...
Afghanistan and Iraq weren't defensive, Lamau? Yeah, no shit. You think I don't fucking know that? I'm saying that there was at least an argument that America could present to NATO to say, look, we got attacked and the guy who did it is hiding in Afghanistan. We need to go and extract him by militarily occupying Afghanistan, which is ridiculous to begin with, but like they had something that they could tie to. Whereas with Libya, there was nothing. It was just purely offensive. No fake reasoning for it whatsoever.
Sound legal basis. So how's this war going to end? Well, it seems very difficult for there to be a military solution to this without putting boots on the ground and a very, very long...
Yeah, it's not happening.
As we've mentioned, 3
Dude, boots on the ground be crazy.
of the most senior members of Iran's government have been killed by Israeli forces in targeted attacks over the past 2 days. Intelligence Minister Ismail
Not contradicting you, but the Taliban offered Osama to a third party. Yes, I know. Also, the Mujahideen initially wanted to give up Osama bin Laden, and we returned the favor by killing the fucking leader of the, what was it, like the Northern Territories? We literally played a role in the assassination of the leader of the Northern Territories, who I think he died on 9/10, and a month prior he had suggested that he could give up the Northern Alliance. A month prior to that, he suggested giving up Osama bin Laden before 9/11. Come on, say it. I'm not going to say anything. Ahmad Shah Massoud.
Khatib is the latest senior official to be killed in an Israeli strike overnight. He previously worked in the office of the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. On Tuesday, Iran's security chief Ali Larijani was...
Like, Israel is going back to, business as usual here, which is crazy. Tremendous civilian penalties, by the way. Tremendous civilian casualties. Like the Basij guy that they killed as a bus was passing by. Okay? They blew up a fucking commercial bus. Right? And and the thing is, these targeted killings don't actually have any function. It does not achieve any military objective at all. And they're just kind of doing it for fun at this point. That's it. That's it. They're just doing it because they're bored. Oh, fuck. Yeah, on NATO and Libya, never forget that when the U.S. and NATO invaded, bombed, and regime changed Libya, they did it in the name of human rights, and in the process transformed one of the most developed countries in Africa into a place riddled with civil war and infamous for open-air slave markets. This is a fact, by the way. It was investigated and reported by several major news agencies. CNN even filmed one of the slave auctions, and it's not a minor thing. It has been documented in many known locations where auctions were set on regular schedules. I'll never forget the reporting, because in most cases, the journalists totally failed to draw any connection to the NATO invasion. It was just, wow, look at this extremely evil thing. Oh, well, moving on. Refusing to mention that the evil was 100% brought about by the US, UK, Canada, France, etc. It cannot be emphasized enough. The notion that the states of the imperial core care about human rights in the global south is an extraordinary farce. They are quite happy to produce open-air slave markets in a failed state if it suits their interests. That's it. I'm in Benghazi. It's fucking trash. Sorry. Well, now you got 2 Libyas, right? At least 2 for the price of 1. I don't know what to tell you, chatter. I hope things get better eventually. Why are you laughing? It's just, he just literally said, it's like when Turkish chatters come in and they're like, yes, to government smuggling oil and fuel. Listen, the Turks are there. They're aiding and abetting at least one of the governments. What the fuck, bro? We can hear you laughing. I mean, what can I fucking say, man? What can I say? We are the great Satan. Trump wants no more strikes on Iranian energy sites after Israel Wednesday's attack on a vital Iranian gas field. I live in Mississippi. Y'all don't know what it's like. Man, you're really gonna fucking compare Mississippi to Benghazi? Turks, Russians use Egypt, Italians, and Americans. It's all here. Oh. I mean, yeah, Mississippi's ass, but come on, dude. At least they don't have open air slave markets. I mean, actually, I don't know if Libya still has it. They don't have it anymore. Yeah, Mississippi don't have it no more. They do slavery, but it's behind closed doors. They don't do it in open air slave markets. They do it in the prison system. It's hidden now, and it's justifiable because it's constitutionally approved slavery as a mechanism of punishment. Israel doesn't hate the chaos. We do. Anthony Lameza says, Israel doesn't hate the chaos. We do. We want stability. Netanyahu, not so much, especially in Iran. They hate the Iranian government a lot more than we do, a White House official said. Israel doesn't hate the chaos. Trump aides foresee Iran endgame divide with Israel despite close coordination between Trump and Netanyahu. Barak 8200 Ravid, the middleman between the Israeli state and the American one. Very interesting. I love hearing from Barak, Israel's strongest soldier, Ravid, doing the 754,000th report about American government is very mad at Israel. Yeah, every single fucking day, dude. Barak Unit 8200 Ravid. Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu's really angered Joe Biden now. Yeah, this is fucking 10 days apart, by the way. Barak Unit 8200 Ravid. Scoop. U.S. dismayed by Israel's Iran fuel strike, sources say. Israel strikes Iran natural gas facility in coordination with the U.S. And then again, Barak Unit 8200 Ravid turning around and saying an Israeli official or an American official told me that they're really mad at Israel. Yeah, more from Barak Unit 8200 Ravid. It's awesome. It's great. Things never change. That's just, you know, Israel's going to bomb more civilians tomorrow, and Barak Ravid is going to report on how America is really mad at Israel once again. How do you know about 8200? Brother, it's like half of my chat. What do you mean? Of course I know about Unit 8200. Half of them are in here watching every day. Half of them are in here being like, oh, why don't you use Zapar on Kaya again? Hasan, you are Hamas, terrorist. Here. Iran, write this one. This will get him. Terrorist. Iran Morad, right, he is a terrorist this time. We will get him. Trump knew of South Par's attack and approved of it, but now he's against strikes on Iranian energy sites, believing Tehran received the message that it must reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Trump opened the future attacks on Iranian energy facilities depending on the Iranian retaliations. Or it's just fucking bullshit. The Brandonization is complete, dude. It's awesome. I'm really mad. It's the same fucking actors writing it, too. It's literally the same guy writing the same article over and over again. Okay? It's awesome. Red lines and disagreements between Israel and yet another American head of state for the 750,000th time. Surely this time is different, guys. And yes, Barak Ravid was literally an Israeli spy. He served as an analyst in the IDF surveillance unit, Unit 8200, until 2023. I simply can't take another 700 Barak Ravid fake U.S.-Israel tension stories. We did this for 15 months with Biden. Ravid published 30 plus of these, and no policy ever changed. They're curated by White House officials and Ravid to create artificial distance between the president and unpopular wars. Are you not afraid to go to Cuba? Why would I be?
Killed in an Israeli attack in Tehran. Larijani was appointed Secretary of the Supreme National Council last year and recently said the U.S.-Israeli war set the heart of the Iranian nation ablaze. And Gholam Reza Soleimani, the commander of Iran's internal security unit, was also killed by...
They killed revisionists in Cuba, bro.
Israeli forces on Tuesday. He was sanctioned by the U.S., European Union and other countries for his suspected role in suppressing dissent in Iran. Back to you, Mohammed Val, in Tehran. The Iranian president confirming in the last hour that the intelligence minister was indeed killed. What effect, what impact is this having on the Iranian state and the system?
Well, fully generally speaking, it's a very hard blow on the government here and on the people who support the government. Of course, we have seen with the gathering today, thousands of people paying tribute to those two leaders who were killed yesterday. And now we have this new assassination. There is no doubt. Nobody can deny that this is a very challenging situation for the government here and for the country, particularly the segment of the population that still hopes that this government will remain in place during and after this war. But there is also that spirit of defiance among the people, particularly among the leaders, saying that, you know, when the late Supreme...
Why can't Iran manage to kill even one single notable dude? I don't know. Maybe because the world's most powerful military with a, finite but virtually unlimited supply of defensive weapons have basically designed the most protected airspace of all time. And at which point, Iran might have still killed someone. We just don't know. Iran doesn't have, a competent air force. They don't have strato tankers that can fucking refuel their flight. They refuel their planes as they go and do precise strikes on Israeli airspace. It's just... It's not so easy to go up against the most powerful military on the fucking planet. Also, Israeli officials are hiding in bunkers, let's be real.
Leader Ali Khamenei was assassinated. The Americans and the Israelis were betting on that scenario, on that incident alone to lead to the disintegration of the country, or of the government, I mean. That didn't happen. And one after the other leaders have been assassinated. And before that, there were many assassinations during the previous war and so on. The leaders here are saying that this is not the way to change the regime in Iran, and it is not going to lead to the results desired by the Americans and the Israelis. As you can...
I never understood why China never gave Iran J-10 fighter jets. Like, are they allies or not? They're not. China doesn't have any, like... With the exception of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which is like a holdover allegiance from the Korean War, China does not have any full-blown security arrangements. They have favorable trade relations. They have strategic partnerships. But the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is the only country on the planet that has a security agreement with China. China has one vassal state, Pakistan, which again is literally half owned by China and half owned by the CIA, maybe even more so than half owned by the CIA. So I don't know how that works at all. But yeah, they don't have any like they don't have any full-blown security cooperations. We are slaves, says Pakistani Mango. They have sold fighter jets to Pakistan, obviously, because like I said, Pakistan is like China's comprador state. China's Zindabad, yeah. And it's not bad. It's not bad for Pakistan. It's been quite beneficial for Pakistan. My life for Pakistan. Okay. One day I will grow up to join the Pakistani Air Force. Grape. Wow. My life for Pakistan. But as far as like as far as Iran goes, Iran does not have the same arrangement with China. Unfortunately for Iran, my mom. What is this? My mom is watching and she hates you because she thinks you are rich, always eating and sat on a chair making money, and you are not genuine. Can you convince her otherwise? Please explain to what you do. Explain to her what you do. Your name is literally Freddie Angles. Explain to your mom that, you know, someone's wealth or perceived status does not change. Does not change like how they can contribute to organizing.
As you can hear here, the foreign minister in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera confirming.
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. Of course, individuals are...
Yeah, better idea. Have your mom go watch the opposition streamer for 10 minutes. Yeah, go get your mom to watch Asmongold real quick and then tell her to report back.
Influential, and each person plays their role, some better, some worse, some less. But what matters is that the political system in Iran is a very solid structure.
I'm Ali Hashim in Tehran.
Damn. I'd actually talk to Al Jazeera.
Iran's foreign minister insists the system will hold despite the ongoing U.S.-Israeli offensive.
no matter the cost, as the region stands at a crossroads with far-reaching consequences. Stay with us as Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi talks to Al Jazeera. Mr. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, thanks for talking to Al Jazeera.
Shukran, mamma.
The first issue today is the announcement that they've assassinated Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Mr. Ali Larijani.
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. Of course, individuals are influential and each person plays their role, some better, some worse, some less. But what matters is that the political system in Iran is a very solid structure. We have not had anyone more important than the leader himself, and even the leader was martyred. Yet the system continued to work and immediately provided a replacement. If anyone else is martyred, it will be the same. If the foreign minister were ever to be martyred, there would ultimately be someone else to take the position.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. In recent days, we have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place. So far, 53 hospitals have been attacked, along with many schools. The Minab school, which has now become well known, where 168 students were killed, is the most famous example. But there have been others as well. Bank branches and many residential buildings have also been attacked. Political figures, civilians, scientists, and university professors have all been targeted. It is even possible that the foreign minister could be attacked. But like everyone else, we are standing firm and working for the goals and interests of our country, and we have no hesitation about giving our lives for it if necessary.
You are in the middle of a war, and it's an American-Israeli war on Iran. At the same time, Iran is in a wider war. It's launching rockets towards Israel, towards American bases, and also towards neighboring countries.
We did not expand the war.
Even Israeli Atlantists are saying the same thing as Araghchi. Yeah, this is Citrinowicz, Dennis Citrinowicz, Middle East national security intelligence expert, non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. And Citrinowicz says, another expression of profound lack of understanding of the Iranian system. Iran will not relinquish its control over Hormuz, and there is no concept of signaling in its strategic culture. When it acts, it does so with force, and often against the facility. What the fuck? What happened to my chat? Did my chatterino crash? What's going on? Why did it stop? Okay, it's back. I don't know who is hotter, Mr. Foreign Minister or Hasan. Why you gotta pit two bad bitches against each other? Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. I can't do the Shia smirk, so he's got me on that. The Shia smirk, What's the Sunni smirk? The Sunnis don't smirk. Anyway, getting back to Dennis Citrinowicz's statement. This is not just escalation, but escalation based on a misreading of the adversary. Moreover, pressure that weakens the regime may, in practice, strengthen it from within. It allows Tehran to frame the confrontation as a war against the state and the people, not against the regime, and thereby rally internal legitimacy. It's so funny that because he's an Atlanticist, he's still making it seem as though Israel has any ambitions of waging war against the regime. Right? Oh, you can't make the argument any longer. I think that argument passed the first day when they blew up a fucking school. And then the second day when they blew up the oil refineries and engaged in chemical warfare against everyone in Tehran. Pretty sure that argument is long gone, buddy. You know, and therefore, thereby rally internal legitimacy, even at the cost of disrupting electricity or gas supplies to civilians. This is precisely the risk in underestimating Iran's resilience and its patterns of action. Gaps in understanding, both in Israel and in the United States, could prolong the war and even contribute to stabilizing the regime instead of weakening it. And above all, no coherent strategy is evident here. It seems like a sequence of action is driven by pressure and fear of not achieving the objectives before political constraints, chief among them the possibility that Washington will block the campaign. As a general rule, if this regime survives, our strategic position could end up worse than when we enter the campaign. To be sure, the regime will be weaker, but certainly more extreme, imbued with motivation and a culture of vengeance, as opposed to the Israeli regime, which is notorious for not being extreme and imbued with motivation and a culture of vengeance. On the other hand, prolonging the campaign is doubtful to topple the regime and will only intensify the war of attrition in which we find ourselves. It's worth pausing to think about continuing the campaign. And no, the current regime in Iran will not concede or submit. Like this guy is not a fan of the IRGC or Iran. He is certainly looking at this from the perspective of like American military campaign objectives, even Israel's strategic objectives. And very clearly having a hard time coming to terms with that. Like, it's just not working. It's not working at all. Ostenox in shambles. Official statement from James Tallarico on vegan accusations. Oh no. Oh no, Ostenox. Yeah. I mean, he's running for Texas, bro. He can't be vegan. You know, he wants to be a Texas senator. It's not going to happen, you know? Come on now. Imagine it's fake, dude. Imagine it's fake if it'll, you know, make it easier for you to swallow that pill.
The war is inherently expansive. This is a point we had already warned our friends in the region about for a very simple reason. When the United States attacks us, our armed forces, our missiles, and our drones cannot reach U.S. territory. Therefore, we are inevitably compelled to respond by striking U.S. military bases in the region and attacking U.S. military assets in the region. Unfortunately, these assets are spread across the entire region and, regrettably, are located on the territory of our friendly countries. This is the nature of this war. When the United States attacks us, coming from 10,000 miles away to...
IRGC sent a warning to Trump: if you attack energy infrastructure again, we will respond similarly. Next thread: Iran continues to fire split warheads towards Tel Aviv, impacts in the center. IRGC says if attacks on energy infrastructure are repeated, subsequent attacks on your energy infra and that of your allies will not cease until complete destruction.
وقع في البلد 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 وحياة.
Did they actually hit any oil sites then? They did. They hit some infrastructure. I thought the Iran military was defeated. Me too. I'm always confused. I'm always confused whenever I hear my favorite president, Donald Trump, come out and say, like, we've accomplished all of our objectives. Iran is dead. We killed the 87-year-old leader who had cancer. Like, they're obliterated, pulverized, smoked. And I'm always like, yeah, I love my president. Obviously, he would never lie to me. So he's, you know, it's victory. Every day he tells me it's victory. Every day I get excited all the same. It's actually pretty cool because, like, every day I get to experience the same joy of watching the mission accomplished banner get posted up. And I'm also wondering, like, because they keep saying like the Strait of Hormuz is actually open, and I look at it and like the only tankers that are crossing are the Chinese ones, and I'm like, I guess it is technically open, but for China, but for nobody else. You know, they keep unfurling the banner, and it gets me excited every day. What a treat! What a treat! It's like I feel victorious all over again every morning. But then as the day goes by and the Iranian strikes continue, I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I thought it was mission accomplished, right? Where are we at? Why is the mission not fully accomplished? Because I thought it was accomplished. And then I see stuff like this breaking. A fire has erupted at Qatar's Ras Laffan refinery following an Iranian attack. I guess it kind of feels like, we're just winning over and over again. But yeah, it's great. It's great. I love winning every day. It's much cooler to win every day than to win one time, right? Like, because to win one time you're not going to feel that good. But to win every day, it feels good every single day. And I keep saying, Mr. President, I'm tired of winning. And he tells me, you're never going to get tired of winning. We're going to keep winning. I say, please, sir, no more winning. He says, we're going to keep winning.
Look at the polling data, and there are numbers that just jump off the screen at you. And this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100. Holy Toledo. GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you...
Bro, even Kim Jong-un got 99.93, you know? Technically, Trump is beating Kim Jong-un right now. He's beating Kim Jong-un.
Approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins. Now, there are some Republicans who disapprove of Donald John Trump, but they are not members of the Make America Great Again movement. The bottom line is this: if you are a member of MAGA, you approve of Donald Trump.
It's interesting, though, because there have been a couple prominent people who have sort of come out online, and they're very mad.
I wonder what my Uncle Jank has to say about this.
About
100% of crackheads say they love crack and want more of it. 0% of crackheads disapprove of crack. Actually, that's not true. I feel like if you ask crackheads, if you polled crackheads on crack, you would get like worse numbers than this. You get like 85% of crackheads that say they love crack and want more of it. MAGA is worse than crackheads.
This war with Iran because he promised no new wars. Is there any sign that people might be leaving MAGA relative to?
That kind of makes sense then, no? Just a silly way to present it. They're basically saying 100%. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because a healthy number would still have it at like 85%, where like, 15% of MAGA is saying like, oh, we believe Make America Great Again meant no new wars. No, this is like unheard of. There's never an instance where the approval rating is 100% on anything.
2024.
Yeah, okay. So, I've said it before, and, the theme of this segment is Tucker Carlson be darned. And when we look at the numbers, I've heard some people say, oh, you know what, when you look at those MAGA numbers, it doesn't account for those who might have left MAGA. But take a look here. Americans who identify as MAGA, in November of 2024, it was 28% of Americans. Now it's basically the same. If anything, it's slightly higher at 30%. The bottom line is this: the MAGA base within the GOP is not shrinking. It's the same size. If anything, it is slightly larger than it was back in 2024, when, of course, course, Donald Trump won a second term. So that 100% that Donald Trump has approval among MAGA GOP.
Go ahead. Tell me I'm ridiculous for saying we need, rehabilitation and education, places of education. Here, I'll liberalize my language a little bit. I know that's scary for a lot of people when they hear me say this stuff. Go ahead. Saddam Piker is going to turn into an IED one day? Wait, what? I'm Saddam Piker now? I thought I was Hamas Piker.
That is not an artifact of MAGA shrinking. It's just an indication of how strong Donald Trump's grip is on that MAGA base.
And so I guess that begs the question of what's happening with inside the GOP and if there are any splits there, because with those kind of numbers, they're going to want to retain that, right? So they can retain their seats.
Yes. And you know what we're talking about, we mentioned Iran in the intro of this segment, GOP on U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. In MAGA, it's 90% approval. It's 90% approval, just 5% disapproval. If you disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing, the U.S. military action in Iran, and you're a member of the GOP, look at this. It's your non-MAGA. You're non-MAGA. It's 36% there, 54% approved. But the majority of Republicans approve of the job that the U.S. military action is in Iran, and the majority of MAGA, which is the majority of the GOP, very much approve, 90%. Very little split in Donald Trump's base. Those who disapprove in the GOP, simply put, they hate MAGA.
It's really clear.
What happens to the MAGA identifying people after Trump's term is over? It's like 30% of the country at this point. Kim Jong-un approval rate. Yeah, Kim Jong-un is kind of washed, low key. Like Trump literally has better performance in his base than Kim has with his. You think the MAGA approval rate will go down if he loses this war? Serious question. Honestly, if you were to ask me a couple of years ago, I would have been like, yeah, if the gas prices get too high, if American soldiers come back in flag draped coffins and stuff, I would be like, probably. But I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't know if anything can shake their confidence. A man was killed by an apparent cluster bomb impact in central Israel following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. Again, David Adom says it had treated the man in his 30s after he sustained critical injuries from shrapnel. His death was declared a short while later. Several apparent cluster munition impacts were reported across central Israel. It doesn't seem like Iran's capabilities have diminished from what we're reading. But
it is only natural that we must respond.
It's involving airports, ports, hotels, sometimes even some residential areas. And there are many people killed. For example, I'll give you an example from myself. I was in Doha. In Doha, all the time, we're hearing the drones, the rockets. And at the end, it's not the idea that these are clear bases, because in a way or another, there are some areas that are residential areas, businesses that are being targeted. Now, in Qatar, they're being intercepted. In some other places, they're not.
First of all, I am truly surprised that the world does not speak out about the attacks on Iran's residential areas, the attacks on schools and hospitals. Why does no one talk about these? But I can say with confidence that we have not attacked civilian targets in neighboring countries. We have not targeted them. Of course, in some places there may be collateral consequences, but that has not been our intention. However, when it comes to striking what the Americans call their bases in the region, it is natural that we have not limited ourselves only to their formal military bases. Wherever there has been a concentration of Americans, wherever they have had facilities belonging to them, those places have been targeted. Some of these may have been close to urban areas. This is not our fault. It's the Americans' fault. They evacuated their soldiers from military bases and moved them into hotels inside cities. Overall, it is the United States' behavior that has brought the region to this point. I accept that our friendly countries are upset and that the people of the region have been harmed. That is why Dr. Pezeshkian apologized to the people of the region, because as a result of U.S. aggression against us and our response and retaliation, they may have been affected. But all of this is America's fault. We did not start this war. We are only defending ourselves.
There was a lot of controversy around Mr. Pezeshkian's apology, whether this created a rift in the system and whether the military was in a way or another reserved towards this apology.
All this commotion was unnecessary. Mr. Pezeshkian spoke very clearly. First of all, in our country, apologizing is a sign of strength and honor. A person who is more powerful and more honorable does not hesitate to apologize. The apology he made was addressed to the people of the region out of respect for the difficult situation they are facing. The United States attacked us, and we are retaliating, yet we still apologize to the people of the region because they have suffered. There was no internal disagreement within us.
I think Trump's doing the right thing, honestly.
What's up?
I got no comment on that.
You don't know why?
Nah, I'm just taking a guess.
You're just guessing that he's doing the right thing?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think Trump's doing the right thing.
Is this a joke?
What?
Is this a joke?
Yeah.
It's a joke?
It's not.
All right, you can fucking drive home, bro. Or walk home, sorry.
Damn, I don't know what just happened. All right.
But he doesn't even know why.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just think, like, it's not good for the economy. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
God, even the one that you expect, even the one that you expect to have like some sanity is crazy to me, bro. Is this like a fucking bit? Is that what this is?
I don't really give a fuck about the war. Smoke weed, get money, fuck bitches. Hell yeah.
How do you feel about the
God damn, bro.
System? As for why President Pezeshkian's constructive approach did not succeed, the
low-key, this is unironically what, dude, this is the full spectrum. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is a bit. I don't know if this is a sketch or if it's sincere, but this is the spectrum of American politics. Okay? Cultist psychopath who doesn't even know why he likes Trump but likes Trump. Democrat who doesn't know why he thinks it's bad. Okay? And the plurality that goes, whatever, fuck bitches get money, lamau. Like this is unironically how he hit 3 of the planks. All 3 are cattle. All 3 of them. Meanwhile, their cousins are going to get fucking fragged with a goddamn Shahed drone in a matter of a month from now. But hey, maybe you'll get his fucking Camaro. We are so fucking cooked, dude. We are so unimaginably dusted, bro. You can't have a future with a country like this. You can't have a future with a citizenry that is this out of touch with the unlimited super violence that we subject the rest of the world to. The American working class straight up are so far removed from the consequences of our actions, both due to American proximity, like physical proximity to the violent incidents that we're causing everywhere, but also because of a pliant media apparatus that totally keeps people servile, totally keeps people neutral to American foreign policy, endless militarism. Part of that is because we don't have a draft. That's part of it, because a draft would universalize the pain real fucking quick for a lot of these guys. Okay? Part of it is because the American state, due to its distance, doesn't ever get impacted, rarely ever receives blowback other than like 9/11. And the other part of the reason is because like even the American economy is kept at bay from the worst kinds of impacts. The economic pressures, at least the economic pressures that Americans will feel, they feel with latency. You're kind of being a liberal right now. I'm just saying, man, it's so discouraging to see how much those in the imperial core sit around and have the capacity not to think, sit around and have the liberties not to fucking think about like where their tax dollars are going. Motherfuckers in here are calling for the draft. Holy shit, fuck off. I mean, might put an end to this fucking war business very quickly, because that's part of the reason, because the people already signed up for it. It's voluntary, right? Also, it's completely outside of our control anyway. 41,713 individuals in this chat. If every single one of them demanded the draft, it wouldn't even change the reality one bit. Have Los Pollos on the stream? I would love to. He hates me.
In Iran right now in a war?
We should. We absolutely should.
We should?
We should. There's no question.
You support it?
Fully.
Tell me why.
100%. You have a very oppressive regime that is a threat to democracy around the world. And this is a group of people that were in charge that can no longer wreak havoc in the world. And I think people that are believe in a better future will be better off.
They're wreaking havoc on our economy with the Strait of Hormuz.
If that's the case, maybe there's a short-term blip for a better future.
The head of National Counterintelligence resigned today. He said that Donald Trump was led into this war unnecessarily, and that he's doing this for Bibi Netanyahu. Basically, he's saying we're fighting Israel's war. Do you agree with that?
I disagree wholeheartedly. If that's his prerogative, then so be it. The person that resigned. The U.S. needs Israel. They're our first front in the Middle East.
Okay. Nah. I only hear this from. This is straight up Hasbara talking points. Okay. This is straight up Hasbara talking points. Motherfucker's like a Jerusalem Post columnist, dude. That's crazy.
And without Israel stopping the growth of potential terrorism in the Middle East, Europe.
This is so far removed from the average American's perspective. It's not even. This is not even close.
The United States and the broader West.
Don Lemon serving Israeli hummus.
Will eventually feel the potential consequences.
He's saying there's no imminent threat for the war, and there's no justification. There's no imminent threat to the U.S. nor Israel, and so doesn't understand why we went to do this now.
Well, I don't think there's one person that can speak for this whole country. This individual that resigned.
Well, not just him. I mean, that's what the intelligence shows as well.
You're entitled to believe that. I think if you look at who's providing greater value to the...
He's this guy, 65-year-old Israel supporter. Oh my God, I'm going to support. They're our greatest ally. Is physically incapable of recognizing his own best interests. Has never heard of the U.S.'s liberty in his life. Gives his entire pension to Israel. Unable to maintain erection unless he thinks about young men dying in the Middle East. Thinks Ben Shapiro is the smartest man in the world. We got to support them or the bad guys will come attack us. God curses those who curse Israel. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, that's Bob. That's low-key Bob.
The world.
I understand what you're saying, but the war, if you go to war with someone,
Right.
there has to be some imminent threat of attack. There was no imminent threat of an attack. And there's no intelligence that they had a nuclear weapon.
Well, you can get caught off guard all the time. I mean, look at...
I mean, yeah, this is just Mossad, okay? He might as well be interviewing Barack Unit 8200 Ravid, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Israel's the greatest nation on earth, honestly. Like, I mean, they're at the front line of they're the front line of defense against radical Islam. It's great. We have to give them the billions upon billions of dollars. I mean, that's obviously what we got to do. And it's also awesome that Israel is causing the entire global energy markets to collapse, because guess what? Those guys haven't given their pensions to Israel, and therefore they're anti-Semitic.
Reason lies with...
Everything is Israel's fault. I mean, yeah. You think this is a good verse? Hey, Chatter, let me ask you something. Have you looked outside? Have you picked up a newspaper? Do you know what date it is? Because it's not 2003 right now, okay? It's Wednesday, March 18th, 2026. So this kind of argument would have been perfectly valid to make, even if there was plenty of real reason to deny Israel this unholy allegiance we have, right? Oh, I'm agreeing with you, dumbass. Oh, I thought you were doing the classic defense. Because that's like the most... This is the defense that I keep hearing from like Asmongold and shit. That says that claim like, oh, I guess everything's Israel's fault. Didn't realize you were being sincere. My mistake. I thought you were being sarcastic because I hear that is like the last line of defense from people. Yeah, net favorability of Israel, all minus 14. 18 to 29, minus 27%. 30 to 44, minus 23%. 45 to 64, minus 17%. And of course, the fucking the boomer Philosemites minus or plus 16%. GOP minus 43%. That's insanely bad for Israel, by the way. Plus 43% is insanely bad for Israel for GOP. Okay? Cult, but regardless. Independents minus 34%. Democrats minus 50%. It's over. Without you in this community, I'd probably go crazy, to be honest. Oh, Hype Train, level 1 achieved. Let's go. Rex, Racer Rex, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Everyone subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. I'm not seeing enough movement in the subscription side on the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's why I haven't been using the soundboard as much. That's what it is. Can you please connect Adam Friedland with Abbas Arakshi? If Adam Friedland gets an Abbas Arakshi interview before I do, I'm killing myself, okay?
I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme.
Actually, if he scoops me on another fucking high profile interview, I'm actually...
I'm Brian Kilme.
You know, it's over. It's over for me. Okay, god damn, people love the fucking soundboard. It's crazy. Every time I bring up the soundboard, motherfuckers go crazy. Motherfuckers go crazy, dude.
And pussy too.
That's right. Adam's on track to get Trump. Big dog, you're washed. I have Trump right here.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yeah, he's right here, bro. Chill. He's right here.
Well, I mean, Marco Rubio said it.
Iran's foreign minister Abbas Arakshi, Israel has no regard for the repercussions of the normalization of its heinous methods of terror, but the international community should not disregard their recklessness. As for every action, there will inevitably and always be a reaction. God damn. Yoit Spipes, thank you for the 10 gifted. Holy moly, we're going crazy. Ham and fist! Calm like a Tom. Hear the crow. Thank you for the gifted. China learning? What is this? China is closely studying the U.S. War with Iran to learn from American military tactics and weaknesses, especially for a potential future conflict over Taiwan. Officials say China sees an advantage as the U.S. shifts attention to military resources from Asia to the Middle East, weakening its presence in the Indo-Pacific. The heavy use of U.S. weapons and rising costs are also viewed as beneficial to China. Yeah, no shit. Of course. You know who else also said that? Not just me. Motherfucking General Raising Cane, dude. If you hit the Alex Jones liberal soundboard, I'm leaving chat. Chatter, gift subs right now, and we'll get Megaphonics to leave the chat.
This is the China.
Here's the Director of National Intelligence, Gabbard, and her assessment on the predicament. Keep gifting subs right now if you want me to hit the liberal and cause Megaphonics to leave the chat. Uh-oh. Megaphonics, you hear that? You hear that, Megaphonics? Damn, okay, this is getting serious. Why'd you toss that out there, Megaphonics? Ripophonics, dude. Bro, why'd you put a wager on it? I'm just farming, brother. I'm farming. Hype train level 6 complete, dude. God damn. God damn, hype train level 6 complete. The people it's a level 7 and 48%. People are demanding the liberal. If we get to level 8, I'm blasting it. I'm being used for your greed. It's coming. Hype train level 8, and I hit it.
The IC assesses that China continues to rapidly modernize its military forces across all domains in pursuit of its goal to achieve world-class status by mid.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
God. You paywall the soundboard, shaking my head. I mean, I gotta sing for my supper every now and then, you know what I mean? I keep forgetting to demand people subscribe, and then people don't subscribe. Sometimes you got to sing for that supper, baby.
The IC assesses that China continues to rapidly modernize its military forces across all domains in pursuit of its goal to achieve world-class status by mid-century. This includes building a force with the aim of being capable of deterring U.S. and allied forces in the region, and to achieve their stated objective of developing the ability to seize Taiwan by force if necessary. However, the IC assesses that China likely prefers to set the conditions for an eventual peaceful reunification with Taiwan short of conflict. The IC assesses that China continues to rapidly modernize its
No crazy war! No crazy war! Yesterday, you yelled at me, but you kind of betrayed me because I was saying you shouldn't run because you're doing a lot of building the grassroots base. I said you should create a Packer nonprofit org to get your fans and channel into local seeds. You have a fan in all 50 states, you could probably run effectively. No crazy war! Yeah, I got new ones. Yeah.
Holy Toledo.
Peace forever. Peace forever. Sí, paz. No guerra. Look what they did to my boy, dude. Look what they did to my boy. They need to free him. After Venezuela defeated the American forces in the baseball, world baseball thing that was going on, championships, they have to free him. Free my boy. Zoran, where are you? Zoran, demand the freedom. They're bragging about their view count. Politico, senior White House officials say wartime messaging focuses on audience engagement with videos reaching 3 billion plus impressions in 4 days. One as we're just grinding away on banger memes. There's an entertainment factor to what we do. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Every day there's a new reason for a fucking nuclear first strike on me. Okay. God damn.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Seriously.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh my God, holy fucking moly, we are such animals, dude. Blonde Bob, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. White House is talking about posting banger memes, bro. We are not going to make it. We're 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 not going to make it. It's over. It's actually fucking over. We are not going to make it. Look at what Abdul El Sayed posted on Insta. Bro, he posted it on the... He posted it on the Twitter too. They really got my guy Maduro locked up a few blocks from me. Hashtag free Maduro. Hashtag free Maduro. Hashtag free Maduro. Actually, free him. Free him. Yeah, Russia is sending 2 oil tankers, by the way. What the fuck is this xcancel.com shit? 2 Russian ships carrying oil and gas are on their way to Cuba despite U.S. pressure and sanctions under Trump. The shipments come as Cuba faces a severe energy crisis highlighted by a recent nationwide blackout and months without fuel deliveries. The extra supply could help ease shortages that have disrupted hospitals, transport, and daily life. Bro, it's crazy. Russia is basically just flexing at this point where Russia is literally just like, yeah, I mean, we got plentiful. Don't you worry about it, baby. Like, think about how much more expensive that tanker is now. Rarest big Russian dub. I mean, I don't think America's going to let it happen. I don't think America's going to allow the Russian oil to get to Cuba regardless. If there's one country on the planet who could do this, unironically, is China. But because China has to trade max, if they don't trade, 10 billion Chinese will die, okay? If they don't fucking keep moving units, every Chinese person around the world, like Singaporean of Chinese descent, they'll die. Right? Like, not just mainland China. I'm talking every Chinese will die if they don't fucking trade. And that's precisely the reason why China can't send one of their fucking oil tankers to Cuba. Now, the real reason why they can't do it is not because, like, the American naval forces might intercept it. I don't think America would do that. America's not intercepting the Chinese flag tankers right now that are leaving the Strait of Hormuz. The real reason why China won't do it, I think, is unironically because if you touch the Havana ports, you cannot trade at any American port for 180 days. Okay? And that is a death sentence for China. Do you want every Chinese person to die? Of course not. So, because I don't think China has to worry about American naval assets intercepting their oil tankers. They're not even doing that off the coastline they're not even doing that through the oil tankers that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Reddit users will point to that and use it as evidence that it's not a blockade. Yes, but I mean, at a certain point, you got to realize maybe you're kind of dumb for going to Reddit to hear what they have to say anyway. They're fucking stupid. Reddit users are gross, monstrous pieces of shit who literally regurgitate Atlantis' positions, have a permanent Western chauvinist mindset. They're jingoistic monsters. Okay? And I'm surprised many Reddit users haven't killed themselves in this last, in this last 18-day debacle. It's got to be real hard that they're finally following on your fantasies of permanent war at the behest of Israel, but the guy doing it is Donald Trump, so you're conflicted and you can't say that you like it because you hate Donald Trump. You love war, right?
Not war.
You love war, but you hate Donald Trump because Orange Man is bad. But Orange Man is conducting this war, so now you can't say that you love war. So I assume Reddit users are killing themselves in confusion because they, on the one hand, want this kind of death and destruction because they get off on it, but they hate Donald Trump. Reddit is fine, only LSF is a cesspool. No, it took 2 years at least of a maximum genocide, a child holocaust that was live streamed for Reddit to finally take a turn, like a marginal turn against Israel. Do you understand? They're some of the grossest fucking freaks. Reddit is completely captive. All the primary Reddits are they might as well be stationed in fucking Langley. Most of the default subs are just Mossad and Langley bots. It's unbelievable how bad it is. Reddit is the easiest to manipulate aggregator on the internet, and that's precisely the reason why. Like, even with Twitter is Nazi infested. It's dog shit. It sucks. There's so much misinformation. But Reddit is more devastating than Twitter in some ways because the propaganda is, one, super easy to manipulate, and two, people rely on Reddit as a necessary resource, the front page of the internet, as opposed to everybody knows that Twitter is a neo-Nazi shithole. And if you're careful, you can still piece through all of the noise to find valuable information. Reddit, on the other hand, you go to the major news aggregators or the major subreddits that you go to, and they're all filled to the brim with pro-American imperialist monsters. Twitch is just Reddit live. Big dog, you got to move on from this childish, toxic platform. You're right, man. Let me just drop my most successful arm in my broadcasting initiatives because it's just Reddit live. You're right. We don't fucking heavily moderate the community. The thing about Reddit is most of these subreddits are actually very progressive when it comes to domestic affairs, very progressive when it comes to social issues, but they're unbearable monsters when it comes to American imperialism and Western imperialism. Okay? It's unbelievable. A lot of people on Reddit love you too. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like some subreddits. Go ask any Redditor what they think about China and you will understand, okay, what I'm talking about.
The United States and President Trump himself. Immediately after Dr. Pezeshkian's statement, the US president posted a tweet describing the apology as a sign of defeat and declaring that Iran had been defeated using very insulting language. In reality, Mr. Trump killed this approach from the start. He prevented the emergence of a new atmosphere and a new perspective between us and the regional countries. Ultimately, everything about the current situation is the Americans' fault. They must answer. not only to their own people, but also to our people, to the people of the region, and to history in the future. This war is not our war, not the war of the American people, nor the war of the region. It is America's war, a war that the United States itself chose.
It's a war of choice.
Yeah, but you're losing friends. Alongside with this war, you're losing friends. Because now, for example, in countries like Oman, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, which you had a deal with in China, Kuwait, Iraq, Turkey, Azerbaijan, many countries in the region.
Our people are our best friends. First and foremost, we must protect them. We must not bargain with the lives of our people because of friends who are making mistakes. Our friends have given the United States military bases over the past 47 years. Over the past 47 years, our friends have built very good relations with the United States, which has been our enemy. They have provided a wide range of services to the United States, and they can...
Where did Redditor's political views come from? Langley, the American State Department. Also, one thing I gotta mention here. This is what bitty bitty users think about your... Yeah, I already covered this. Because there's no obligation. This is what bitty bitty users think about your comments on China not intervening. Because there's no obligation or responsibility. China will not shoulder responsibility that do not belong to it unless there's a clear treaty. Morality and aid have no standards. It's hard to say whether something is done right or wrong. Assuming China sends troops to help Iran, even if it's for justice this time, what happens after the war? For example, would Iran prioritize supplying oil to China forever, even if other countries offer higher prices? If so, how is China any different from the United States? Conversely, if Iran retains its autonomy, it's all cope, man. It's cope. I get it. I know China is strategic and doesn't engage in world affairs. I know. I would prefer a non-interventionist country to an interventionist one. So I guess it's better, I guess, overall than the United States of America, because the United States of America is constantly interfering militarily with other nations' affairs. But like, having said that, you know, it's getting to a point where China has that power that the USSR never had. Okay? Especially with its manufacturing capabilities and how deeply interconnected to the rest of the global economy China actually is, with no real alternatives to Chinese manufacturing. Anyway, that's also possible. If that's the case, why should China sacrifice its own people? That's not what my ask is anyway. We are a civilization, not the concept of civilization as defined by the West, nor are we so-called the boss concept. We prioritize ourselves and admire the strong, courageous people of our nation. We do not wish to interfere with any country's self-revolution or process, as this is impossible. Also, this is objectively anti-Maoist. China used to interfere in the foreign policy of other countries all the time, and sometimes actually at the directive of the American State Department. It wasn't always great. They were trying to carve out a space for themselves, but this is against Mao's principles. Mao is the one who openly and correctly called Western imperialism a paper tiger. Although I do understand it's, you know, it's obviously silly of me, an American, an Amerifat, living in the heart of empire, to demand another major country step in and intervene. But, you know. We prioritize ourselves and admire the strong, courageous. Even if it falls, bleeds beside us, we can only stand to offer little assistance. We cannot help but stand up again. Ultimately, it must rely on its own strength to recover. This is the wisdom of our 5,000-year history. Just because we have the capability does not mean we are willing to be immoral like you. A country may be strong, but it will perish if it loathes war. A country may be peaceful, but if it'll perish if it forgets war. What are you saying? I'm not saying fucking send the People's Liberation Army to Iran, man. You know, a couple missiles won't hurt. It's beneficial for China. It's literally beneficial for China. You have the opportunity to test out your weapons directly in the field. Soldiers are for defense, not for invasion. Oh my God. Oh my God. Every guy has to literally Every pro-China guy has to talk to me in fucking Proverbs for some reason. That's not what I'm saying. Just turn Iran. I mean, Iran doesn't want this anyway. Turn Iran into Pakistan. And then turn Saudi Arabia into Pakistan. When the Chinese help, they don't announce it. Also, they are helping through info. I think you're used to American government announcing everything they do. They are helping. They are aiding to a certain degree. I'm just saying there's more room there in terms of defensive aid. If I'm Chinese, if I'm a Chinese general, I was straight up, I'm in a weird position right now because like a bunch of big generals got fucking axed. But if I'm a Chinese general, I'm going, hey, we should train the IRGC on our weapon systems. Okay? We should train the IRGC on our weapon systems. They should start, testing out the Dongfangs. Okay? They should start testing out the Dongfangs. These weapons need to be battle tested. These weapons need to be battle tested. These weapons need to, they need to be hardened against American defenses. That would be the smart thing to do. Prime opportunity. Also, this wasn't even about Iran necessarily. I mean, I have talked about like Chinese intervention in Iran, but the real question is like, why the fuck won't it do anything for Cuba? China's relationship with the Gulf states is far more important to them than their relationship with Iran. They're not doing anything to jeopardize that. No, I understand that. But like with Cuba, easy. It's humanitarian. The entire world wants it. Why the fuck do you think Russia is sending oil tankers, Cuba is so far away, to be fair. China has sent a shit ton of solar panels to Cuba, and that's wonderful. Cuba's energy grid is like 30% electric now as a consequence of Chinese solar panels. It's true. And they've been doing this for years and years. But right now, in the interim, they need oil. China has the global power to be able to send oil tankers to Cuba unimpeded and no interceptions by Americans whatsoever. Aid to Cuba is relatively cheap, but gold PR. It would be a spectacular act against American imperialism. And you would be saving a lot of children that desperately need it right now. They're fucking sitting at hospitals. There's dialysis machines and shit that are about to fail. You'd be saving tens of thousands of lives. You set up a direct confrontation with American policy objectives, though? I mean, it's crazy. At some point, there's going to be friction. At some point, there's going to be friction with America. There already is friction with America. America's the one who's constantly agitating against China anyway.
Continue to do so. Some of our friends have established relations with Israel, which is the greatest enemy of the Islamic world. Even now, some of our friends are allowing their territory to be used against us. I do not know whether they officially allow it or not, but their territories are being used. CENTCOM openly says that, for example, HIMARS short-range missiles are being launched from inside regional countries. When 3 American F-15 aircraft in Kuwait are said to have been mistakenly shot down, no one asks what they were doing in Kuwait. Obviously, they were passing through Kuwait's airspace on their way towards Iran. For us, protecting the lives of our people is more important than anything else. We hope our friends understand this and realize that over the past 47 years, we have been neighbors and friends, but certain actions have ultimately led to the situation we see today.
There is an analysis that Iran was confronting the American war, the American-Israeli war, with turning this into a regional war and also creating a situation of an international crisis, especially with the closure or at least the situation that is in the Hormuz Strait, which is almost a closure.
Did we start it? We did not start it. This war was imposed on us, and we had warned about it in advance. We did not turn this into a regional war simply because attacks are coming from countries in the region. Their military bases in the region are being used against us. It is the United States that has turned it into a regional war, not us.
I would like to understand your vision towards the Strait of Hormuz, the closure. You've been saying that everyone is still allowed to pass except for the enemies of Iran. Also, we've heard reports that Iran is putting a condition that there should be transactions in yuan for ships to pass. Also, we heard in the leader's statement that also probably Yemen could enter, and then there are a lot of indications Bab el-Mandab could close. Is Iran trying to suffocate the international economy?
من باز تکرار میکنم این جنگ ما نیست.
I will repeat, this war is not our war.
Okay, this interview is somewhat boring.
In the last few minutes,
Lebanon, Israel hits civilian infrastructure with almost 1,000 killed.
Israel
animals.
has just put out a warning saying it's going to target petrol stations, which it says are associated with Hezbollah. They already hit one in the southern city of Tyre. What they say they're doing is attacking any infrastructure, even if it's government and state infrastructure, which they think Hezbollah might use. Well, Hezbollah is not just a military organization, it's a political party, it's a movement. People from Hezbollah might use any infrastructure. They might use the road out.
Yeah, bro, Israel is so fucking devastating in Lebanon right now. They got Channel 4 revealing the truth about Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a political party on top of the militant branch, right? Kataib Hezbollah spokesman says that the group will stop striking the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad for 5 days if the IDF stops bombing South Beirut and if the CIA leaves the embassy compound. The U.S. Embassy is come under attack by the Iraqi militia drones several times this week. Holy shit. Groups within the Islamic resistance in Iraq have long talked about intervening if Iran were attacked or being willing to supply fighters if Hezbollah requests them, but directly tying ceasefire to their attacks to the cessation of attacks in Dania, to my knowledge, is new. But yes, what she's saying is the truth.
They might use an office. They could use anything. The Israelis have today attacked 2 bridges over the River Litani. That's civilian infrastructure. That potentially is a war crime to attack civilian infrastructure. But the Israelis say that Hezbollah was using those bridges to smuggle weapons across. And what people here now fear is that the south of the country might end up being split from the.
Some Cuban-American influencer, Mia Dio, is adding you on Instagram. She never admits why her wealthy family left Cuba. I don't really care. Like, what are you going to get mad at fucking humanitarian aid being shipped to your family members? Like, it's such an insane position. You know what I mean? Like, what Cuban-Americans are upset that we're trying to fucking deliver with the limited capacity that we have, deliver some fucking humanitarian aid to the island. It's insane. People are actually psychotic.
North. But today, some of the biggest explosions, the biggest Israeli attacks we saw were here in Beirut. This morning, people here.
Streamer vacation, humanitarian aid. Yes, I know that it sounds. I know that you want to present it as such, but this is a humanitarian aid mission with numerous global partners. Politicians like Jeremy Corbyn are participating in it. Like, I know your focus is unimaginably narrow and you can't comprehend anything beyond like drama on the internet. But my addition to this and the work I put into it doesn't make it a streamer vacation, you fucking baboon. We are bringing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of aid in a fucking by way of the sea, by way of cargo planes. It's so stupid. Please, please, I beg of you, stop behaving like a child. It genuinely doesn't make any sense. You don't come across like you are, when you say stuff like this, you don't come across like you're brilliant. You're making a brilliant point, you know? Not only are we trying to bring awareness to one of the many different tentacles of American imperialism that's like devastating an island with 10 million people on it. Like, we're at the precipice of murdering children directly with our embargo on the island. What a gross fucking way. What a gross way to approach the world. They kind of started by enriching nuclear bombs. Maybe they don't enrich nuclear bombs, lol, then goofy You shouldn't have to defend yourself to these chuds. It's sick. I mean, it's not even me defending myself necessarily. I do want to fucking stamp out this kind of idiotic sentiment as quickly as possible. I know that people are going to behave this way anyway, but like, I need you to understand how fucking inhumane you are.
In central Beirut woke up to one of the largest explosions of the war so far. It felled an apartment block Israel says had been used by Hezbollah. Most people who lived there left the first time Israel struck it last week. They had nothing to do with Hezbollah, but they've lost everything nonetheless. In the south, the sun rises and sets to Israeli attacks. Israel has instructed everyone in southern Lebanon, that's getting on for 1 million people, to leave their homes. But nowhere feels safe in Lebanon now. We drove to the port city of Tyre, just 12 miles from the Israeli border.
It's got to be a fucking really strange way to operate when you see like this evil design of the world taking shape all around you. It's not even remotely beneficial for you that we're blowing up buildings, we're starving the island of Cuba, and then people still turn around and they're like, oh, how can I make this about drama? Like, how the fuck can you approach every single issue like this, man? No curiosity about how people live. It's so weird. Like, vice signaling. Wearing your lack of curiosity like a badge of honor.
I was wondering what you make of not just now Marco Rubio's comments, but also Joe Pence's comments suggesting that Israel is what pulled the U.S. directly towards the war, that there's no imminent threat. What do you think?
Well, I mean, Marco Rubio said it, said some of this stuff himself. I think that we know without a doubt that this is a war of choice, that Donald Trump has initiated all of these hostilities, killing American service members and innocent Iranians alike, and for no reason. He has a different reason every day.
Congresswoman, what do you think there's a
Joe Kent reiterated it to Tucker.
We knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that. Right. He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly. And I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who is in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel. But when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react.
I mean, they admitted it. I don't even know why there's like, I don't know. It's just like they've admitted it over and over again. It's so strange that there's any like drama or discourse to be had on here. You either think Israel did it and it's good, or you think Israel did it and it's bad. But no one is thinking this is not Israel. I genuinely don't know a single person that's like, nah, actually, this is like totally America. Has nothing to do with Israel whatsoever. It's two separate camps. People who recognize that this was Israel's design and they like it and they think it's good, partially because they love Donald Trump and Donald Trump is saying that. And the people who recognize that this was Israel's design and it's bad. Oh my God, you're right, actually. There is one person. Rachel fucking Maddow. It's unironically the libtard brigade that's speaking to an audience of like 12 people. Rachel Maddow keeps saying it's the Gulf states, and that's the reason why they're doing it. And Jake Tapper keeps saying, no, actually, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is doing this. Donald Trump can stop. Yeah, he could, but that doesn't change the reality that he absolutely was goaded into this by Israel. Oh my God, I'm realizing once again, this is why liberals always fucking lose. They lose because they speak to an audience of no one. They refuse to recognize reality. They just speak to an increasingly shrinking audience, and everyone outside of the audience looks at them like they're fucking idiots. Maddow, you were seriously claiming that Qatar bribed Trump to bomb Iran? Awful take. You don't understand the Gulf and the region's geopolitical and security dynamics. You were trying to shape facts around a narrative rather than understand the facts. When you're a Rhodes Scholar, to put a V-chip in your head to unlearn how to say the word Israel when negative thoughts arise. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, dude, Qatar, the one fucking country in the Gulf that literally shares a gas field with Iran, that has like a literal shared extraction agreement with the Iranian state, was actually like, please, Mr. President Trump, please bomb the country on the other side of the fucking water line so that they can bomb in retaliation our facilities. Maddow is obviously trying to avoid the Israeli elephant in the room, but has really been memory hold so quickly how much the Gulf states cheered on U.S. belligerency until like yesterday. I mean, it's true, but like to say that about Qatar is like it's the worst one to say it about. It's like saying it about Oman. Oman has been actively, pushing for this war. Would be ridiculous, right? Qatar is only a little less ridiculous than that. You can say this about the UAE every day. I agree with you. You can even say this about Saudi Arabia. They're crazy enough to demonstrate that kind of hubris. Qatar is the one country that Israelis despise for this reason. And no, Jordan is a holdover state, so it doesn't matter. Jordan is inconsequential. Jordan just plays a role in the security apparatus. Jordan is negligible, inconsequential, not a real state, literally designed specifically so that they could put the Palestinians there. Okay? Jordan knows that it's a missile sponge state. They don't get to have a say in this. They're not like a fucking oil giant like the Qatar, the Gulf states are. Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador Presidente de Mexico, AMLO, said this: I'm on retreat, but it pains me that they seek to exterminate the brother people of Cuba for their ideals of freedom and defense of sovereignty. To those who think it's someone else's fight, I remind them what General Cardenas said during the Bay of Pigs invasion. It is not permissible to preach our indifference to their heroic struggle because their fate is ours. Accordingly, I invite everyone to deposit into the Banorte account of the Civil Association Humanity with Latin America, opened by citizens, writers, and journalists to buy food, medicines, oil, and gasoline, and help the Cuban people. Let each person contribute what they can. It is retired, not on retreat. Now I see why you don't want to run for office. Imagine a debate where a moderator says, what did you mean when you said Jordan isn't real? No, there could be a time when that kind of statement is broadly recognized. World Health Organization is preparing for the possible nuclear incident if Iran war escalates. Nice, dude. This feels like a scam, like he's hacked. No, this makes total sense. AMLO's my goat. The 100% Trump thing is so crazy. Yeah. USG Strait of Hormuz planning update. I wonder what would happen if we finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't be responsible for the so-called strait. He wrote straight. So-called straight that would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast. President DJT. Anyway, Jason Hickel has some statements about Cuba as well. He said, let me tell you something about Cuba. U.S. officials are constantly saying socialism in Cuba is a failure, but in fact, Cuba's achievements with socialism are extremely impressive. First, remember that the U.S. imposed sanctions and blockade on Cuba immediately after the revolution with the explicit objective of destroying the economy, preventing development, and immiserating the people. And yet Cuba nonetheless managed to achieve some of the very best social outcomes in the developing world, rivaling even high-income countries in the imperial core. Cuba has a higher literacy rate than America. Cuba has a higher life expectancy than the United States of America. Cuba has a lower murder rate than the United States of America. Cuba has functionally no homelessness in comparison to the United States of America. Okay? Don't say that's not a high bar to clear. It's an immensely high bar to clear because that bar has been placed there by the United States of America. Okay? It's unfucking believable what we have done to this country. Okay? Unbelievable. It is one of the long-standing evils that is on autopilot. Okay? The pressure on Cuba intensified dramatically after the fall of the USSR, which was a key trading partner, which, by the way, we once again pushed Cuba to the hands of the USSR. Okay? We kept doing terrorism over and over again. We kept activating sleeper cells inside of the country. We took all the people that were super wealthy, the ones that left initially, that were super wealthy, that fucking hated the revolution, hated the expropriations that took place, and we used them as terror cells against Cuba. We tried to do terrorism on our own soil and then blame it on Cuba. It's fucking insane. Can you imagine another country doing what we've done to Cuba because they don't like, I don't know, our policies around housing? Like, because that's technically what this is, right? They don't like that Cuba has a different economic organization of society. Israel. The pressure on Cuba intensified dramatically after the fall of the USSR, which was a key trading partner. The blockade bit harder, and Cuba was forced into a severe economic contraction known as the Special Period. And yet, even while GDP and consumption were declining or stagnating during this period, Cuba not only accelerated its progress on life expectancy, it caught up to and surpassed the United States in 2003, despite having 80% less GDP per capita. Cuba also used industrial policy to develop one of the most advanced biotech industries in the world. They literally have a lung cancer vaccine that America has rendered illegal to take. Okay? They have one of the only known cures, not complete cures, but one of the only known solutions to Alzheimer's on the planet right now, escaping dependence on Western monopolies and providing life-saving assistance to other countries in the global South. Yeah, they have an Alzheimer's dementia treatment. How? Because socialism. Socialism enabled Cubans to organize production and resources around what is most important for human needs, rather than what is most profitable to capital. This made them extremely efficient at converting limited resources into human well-being despite the blockade. Cuba's food system is a great example of this. Cuba developed a public food system that guarantees everyone has access to basic nutritional requirements. Thanks to this system, Cuba has one of the lowest death rates due to malnutrition in the world, lower even than in many high-income countries such as the United States, Denmark, and France. Anyone who visits Cuba immediately notices that it is totally unlike any other developing country. You just don't see people homeless, starving, or begging on the street. People certainly aren't rich, but nobody lives in misery. People have dignity. They have freedom. They have sovereignty. I always find myself thinking, what could Cuba be like if it was not for the U.S. blockade? What if it had been allowed to develop freely? It is not difficult to imagine the heights of human progress the Cubans could have achieved. The U.S. blockade is tightening, strangling the country of basics in order to destroy that potential, to destroy that dignity and sovereignty. They are doing it not because socialism failed, but because it has succeeded, and that reality cannot be accepted. Here's the life expectancy in Cuba in blue and the average high-income countries in green from 1960s onward to 2005. Here's Cuba's death rate from malnutrition compared to selected countries. Think about that. There's a particularly odious type of apologist who claims the sanctions against Cuba don't actually cause any suffering or prevent development. This is wild because the U.S. government itself claims exactly the opposite. The first U.S. State Department memo on sanctions against Cuba was written in 1960. It promoted imposing an embargo to deny money and supplies to Cuba, to decrease real wages, and to bring about hunger, desperation, and hardship to the Cuban people. Okay? U.S. sanctions are, in fact, very effective at harming countries. So effective, indeed, that the U.S. and EU unilateral sanctions imposed on the global South are associated with over 500,000 deaths per year, or 38 million deaths since 1970. Sanctions are extremely harmful. This is the Lancet study that just came out, actually, that shows this. Okay? The effects of international sanctions on age-specific mortality across national panel data analysis. And this is the Cuban embargo and the goals of the Cuban embargo, the original intent. This is declassified information from the National Archives. You can go and see it if you want to. The only reason why you don't know anything about Cuba is because you're incurious. The only reason why you don't know anything about Cuba is because you've been lied to about Cuba your whole fucking life. Okay? Why do U.S. sanctions have such power? Because the U.S. not only prevents U.S. companies and U.S. subsidiaries around anywhere in the world from trading with Cuba, a major blow when U.S. companies have monopolized so many key goods, including intermediate parts necessary for industrial development. It also uses its dominance in the global financial system, the SWIFT, and as the issuer of the world's reserve currency to police third world transactions with Cuba, creating a regime of secondary sanctions that creates penalties for any country trading with Cuba. I'm applying for a journalism visa for this trip to Cuba. Okay, I got a journalism visa. I can't pay the Cuban state the $90 necessary to acquire this journalism visa with regular cash. I can't go to a website and pay the Cuban government to get this visa. I have to get a U.S. mailer check, a U.S. Postal Service check to be able to pay it. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? It's a competent, functioning sovereign state. Do you understand what level of restrictions exist for this country? So when people say, oh, dude, it's not the sanctions. What are you talking about? America's done nothing. People could just trade freely with Cuba. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. Someone with a courier in Washington, D.C. has to bring a U.S. Postal Service money order to pay for the journalist visa. Think about how nutty that is. There's no PayPal, nothing. Can't do it. That's why people get urged to bring cash when they go to Cuba, like hard cash, when they fly to Cuba, so they can just like pay for everything with hard American dollars. Because tourism is basically the lifeline, the only fucking industry that allows there to be foreign capital that enters the Cuban markets. The U.S. sanctions regime against Cuba is one of the most severe and longest lasting sanctions regimes ever in history. And in the recent escalation, the U.S. threatens crippling punitive tariffs on any nation supplying oil to Cuba, creating a total fuel blockade with the explicit objective of causing economic collapse and regime change. These are heinous crimes against the civilian population that poses zero threat to the U.S. or to anyone. Any sane person can see this. It is disgusting that anyone would seek to minimize this fact. This is Marion L. Tupi saying, this is misleading on many levels, but let me point out one obvious falsehood. Cuba has not been blockaded as when, for example, the Royal Navy blockaded French ports during the Napoleonic Wars. It could not do business with the U.S., in part because communists stole American property on the island. Communists did not steal American property on the island. The United States and Cuba had a sugar sale agreement. Once Batista was overthrown and the Cuban Revolution succeeded, the United States was frustrated by this. Okay? Cuba was getting oil from the USSR. American refineries, American-owned refineries, were being utilized to refine the oil that they were getting from the USSR. America said, we are not allowing you to do that. Those are our refineries. That's when Cuba took over the refineries. And then America said, we're no longer purchasing the fucking, we're no longer getting the sugar from you guys. Fuck you. So then Cuba had to transfer all of their agricultural products to Russia in exchange for materials and parts necessary for industrial development. They didn't just take American property, okay? They said they would pay back the funds to purchase the property with the stolen assets, with the price that they would pay for Cuban sugar. The reason why Cuba is desperately poor, therefore, is not because of the U.S. blockade, but because the socialist system produces next to nothing on the island, has, therefore, next to nothing to sell. Here's another little fact to know. During the period 1999 to 2019, Cuba managed to bring its infant mortality rate to lower than that in the U.S. Again, despite the U.S. blockade. And despite having a fraction of the GDP per capita. During this period, 101,674 children died in the U.S. due to mortality rates in excess of Cuba's level based on UN and CDC data. The blockade that we have had on Cuba has been ridiculous. None of this is new, by the way. It has been understood by development economists for a long time. Back in 1981, Amartya Sen himself noted Cuba's standout performance. The piece famously demonstrates that among developing countries, socialist economies tended to perform better in terms of social outcomes than capitalist ones. One thought that is bound to occur is that communism is good for poverty removal, he wrote. That's the real reason why we starved Cuba for years and years. And we've angered the Cuban population that remains on the island as well, for the record. This isn't to say that there aren't any Cubans that don't hate their government. Of course there are. Of course there are Cubans who think, oh, well, in times of tremendous economic hardship, in times of tremendous setbacks born out of the American blockade, the government has had to engage in austerity, right? Or rationing. And then they think that the government is rationing so they can like feed the Castro family, which they see as corrupt or whatever the fuck they envision, right? Oh, the government is actually rationing so they can like only aid the tourists, so they can have a functioning, competent tourism industry. The government is rationing because they hate us, the regular Cuban citizens, and don't want us to be fed, don't want us to get milk, don't want us to get meat. It's idiotic. And you hear that nonstop. You hear that from from Americans all the time. Oh, the government is actually refusing to give antibiotics to regular Cubans. Yeah, dude, the government has antibiotics, but they're hiding it. You know? Commie streamer just living off of other people's takes. Stop regurgitating and respond to chat. Commie streamer just living off other people's takes. This is Jason Hickel. He's a fucking professor, dumbass. This is not his takes. This is his analysis that I agree with. It's unbearable what we have done to Cuba. Unfucking believable. And there's so much misinformation out there. So many people who think like, oh no, the island is just like, the island is just run by evil people, evil, scary communists. It's one of the clearest instances of American propaganda. And the thing is, the American government can't even make the same arguments that it does with every other country. Like America loves, developing civil society organizations and then claiming that like people are very pissed off about, the Cubans are very pissed off because like their gay Cubans are getting dominated by all this shit. Like, Cuba is a backwards country. They're homophobic. They can't even say that. Right? They can't say that about Cuba. Cuba is literally objectively more woke than America. Cuba has enshrined LGBTQ protections by referendum in their fucking constitution. By referendum. They voted for it overwhelmingly. The only area where you can make criticisms of the Cuban government is like the people that get arrested for actively trying to destabilize the goddamn country. Calling them communists is insulting enough for them? What do you mean? Cuba is a communist nation. It's run by a communist party. Doesn't mean that they've been able to establish. Oh, you're saying in a right-winger's view, this is enough of an insult. Oh, yeah. Half of my family has ties with Cuba's traditional musicians. I can tell you, even traditional culture is woke. Yes. So woke that they can't maintain their own country without outside support. Did you just not... Did you hit your head while I was explaining to you American embargoes, American efforts to destabilize Cuba for the past 60 fucking years? Do you understand anything? So woke they can't maintain their own country without outside support. God damn it. One day China is going to shut off the fucking faucet and all you treatlerites alongside myself are going to fucking suffer the penalties. And then maybe Maybe they'll turn around and go, why can't you refine your own fucking rare earth minerals? Whoa, what's happening? Why can't you materialize rare earth minerals? You dumb fuck, stupid Amerifat. God damn it. I hate you so much. God, the fucking arrogance, the hubris of the suburban Treatlerites. Holy fuck. You know, we do deserve the fucking maniacal exterminationist welfare state of Israel slammed into our ass cheek like a fucking parasite, bringing the entire globe into a devastating energy crisis. We kind of deserve it, honestly. That's the average American's entitled attitude. Oh, they can't fucking trade with other people? Like, well, what country exists without trade with other countries, dude? What country exists? Stupid fucking Amerifat. Multi-millionaire. Maybe they shouldn't have enriched communist nukes. Okay, shut the fuck up. Pyongyang, baby? Fuck no. North Korea also fucking does trade with Russia and China. What are you talking about? China can't do shit, dude. Stop coping. They can thank the U.S. that they even exist today and they're not genocided out of existence. Once again, you'll see. You should thank whatever God you believe in every single day. You should be licking Xi Jinping's boots on a daily fucking basis. You should build a shrine to Xi Jinping that he does not have that same dog that Americans have in him to actively push and pull wherever he could. You should learn Mandarin to praise Xi Jinping every fucking day. You dumb fuck. If China had the fraction of interest in global instability that America had that would benefit their immediate needs, oh my God, you would not be able to speak the way you do currently. Think about it. You're wearing clothes that were made in China by Chinese hands, with a phone that was made in China with Chinese hands, raw materials that were procured and refined in China with Chinese precise manufacturing, talking shit on the internet, on the internet that relies on infrastructure that once again gets components that were built in China by Chinese hands, talking mad shit. Huh, wrong. I'm a nudist and use the Trump phone. Castro took away my family store and held my grandpa in jail for a week. I've never met Castro. I've met my family. And based on that, I can say we 100 deserved to have that shit taken away. I'm so ashamed in how vile my family is, wishing for the deaths of our relatives and former countrymen. Our former store is now a pizza parlor. I hope to eat there one day in a Cuba free of embargo. Oh, that's awesome. Respect, chatter. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Is not having that dog in them why China still trades with Israel and doesn't help Cuba? China does help Cuba. I'm just saying they could do more. China has helped Cuba tremendously. Cool. Still won't be able to have a family. Still won't have a home. Maybe you and your rich friends should start praying. I don't know if you're talking to me. I agree with you on most things, but you're wrong. USA also produces products that China relies on just to use technology. It's not all one way. I cannot remember exactly what it is, but it's produced in Virginia region, so we both benefit from each other. Do you mean the internet? Are you saying DARPA? No, it's like a mineral in the Virginia region. Oh, it's quartz. Yeah, China's getting one product versus America getting 8,000 products. Many such things are produced in Virginia Prefecture. Yeah, also, I don't have an issue with global trade. I'm not insane. Americans, however, talk like they could exist without global trade. That wasn't my argument. My argument isn't that global trade is bad. Okay? I was responding to that one chatter was like, oh, if Cuba's so successful, why can't this island nation materialize oil out of thin air? Like, that's literally what that chatter's argument is. Okay? Like, why can't Cubans figure out the practice of alchemy and materialize oil from the ground where no such product exists? It's a fucking island. The fuck do you want them to do? Yeah, I mean, this is a classic yellow parenti on the Cuban Revolution here.
If you don't want to call them socialists, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as you know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains. The people, very poor they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he says, sí, with all our souls. I remember his gesture, with all our souls. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you, so you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week.
Slavery!
And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital.
Slavery! What the hell? They're enslaving the doctors. Which, by the way, is a normal process that exists in countries like Turkey as well. I know to the average American, this is unfathomable. But when you get a fucking free education to become a goddamn doctor, okay, you get to work in areas of need. This is also the same in Turkey as well, which also has a nationalized healthcare system. Just so you understand, every competent fucking country on the planet that has a fraction of the interest of taking care of its fucking citizens understands this basic necessity. Americans, on the other hand, treat this like it's fucking slavery. They literally think it's slavery because they're fucking stupid. This is one of the biggest problems with Americans, is that they lack the imagination. They've never traveled outside of the United States of America. It's such a massive fucking country. So they just literally cannot comprehend a world that exists outside of the United States of America. So it doesn't exist because the average American lacks object fucking permanence. This system that exists in Cuba exists in virtually every fucking country that has a socialized system of healthcare.
That's in the Escambray. He said, that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore, and you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? I remember when I gave my book to my father, I dedicated a book of mine, Power and the Powerless, to my father. I said, to my father with my love. Gave him a copy of the book. He opened it up, looked at that. He'd only gone to the 7th grade. He was a son of an immigrant, a working-class Italian. And he opens the book, and he starts looking through it.
We do this to get doctors for the Army, Navy, and other armed forces, free medical school for 5 years of service after you get your MD. Yeah, but that's not slavery.
And he gets misty-eyed, very misty-eyed. And I thought it's because he was so touched that his son had dedicated a book to him. That wasn't the reason. He looks up to me and says, I can't read this, kid. I said, that's okay, Dad, neither can the students. I mean, that's not something, I mean, don't worry about that. I wrote it for you. I mean, it's your book, and you don't have to read it. You know, it's a very complicated book, academic book. He says, yeah, I can't read this book. And the defeat that man felt. That's what illiteracy is about. That's what the joy of literacy programs is. That's why in Nicaragua you got people walking proud now for the first time. They were animals before. They weren't allowed to read. They weren't taught to read. So you compare a country to what it came.
My lab mate from Cuba referred to it as slavery when talking to liberals. It's just so crazy that the reactionary Cubans unironically have some of the most like right-wing attitudes I've ever encountered in my fucking life. It is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling, dude. Like, they cannot imagine a world outside of like the 17th century capitalism. Like 18th century capitalism. It's crazy.
Came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria.
The Cuban Revolution literally was functionally bloodless in comparison to the previous formation that existed, by the way. Like, in comparison to Batista, the Cuban Revolution had some field justice that took place. This is true. A lot of people criticize this quite a bit, okay? Except the people that were executed for being the executioners and the torturers under the Batista regime. And according to the American government's own internal assessment, the number of deaths in the Cuban Revolution was marginal in comparison to the Batista regime. Marginal.
My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger?
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution was the most people's revolution that has ever happened in human history. Fidel only landed with 82 men with big beards and got through the swamps with 13 and fewer weapons. How do you think they won that? Yeah, because the people were agitated. They were ready to go.
And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
This is your Ristorante Castel Nuovo. This is the Chatter's uncle's market that turned into a pizza restaurant. Maybe I'll go check it out when I'm there, Chatter. After the revolution, literally, there was a counter-revolution almost immediately. The same thing happened with Chile, and Allende was nice. And so if he put down the counter-revolution like Fidel told him, well, let's just say things might have been different. Yeah. There's also been entire books written about the role of women in the revolution. Yes, women played a massive role in the Cuban Revolution. Cuba is so fucking woke, dude. It's unbelievable. That's why you don't ever hear about the American propaganda that normally works with like Afghanistan or whatever. It doesn't work in Cuba at all. So you never hear about that. They'll just be like, I'll tell you what the lines are. The Cuban government is disgusting and corrupt. They refuse to give antibiotics to the Cuban people, which is such a funny thing to say. Like, tackling Cuban medicine is one of the worst angles to try to criticize the Cuban government because they have a higher life expectancy and they have a better medical system than we do, objectively. Like, this is the one area that they put a tremendous amount of effort into. Okay. They'll say the Cuban government withholds antibiotics from this population. They withhold, Castro refused to give milk to the children. You can't even hunt your own animals on the island. You'll get thrown in jail for it. They forced the doctors into slavery. That's another one. They forced their athletes into slavery as well. Athletes that fucking travel around the world when they go to competitions have to have a government handler with them at all times. And if they escape, their families will be put down. All this shit is lies, okay? Complete fucking lies. As far as Fidel and Che goes, Che is Argentinian. He's a lion. Okay, he is the GOAT. He was an incredible figure. But because he's Argentinian, you can't really hold it past him. When he was growing up, he wrote extensively, and he wrote some unfavorable things. Okay? He wrote some unfavorable things people always point to. They'll also say that they were homophobic, which is ironic because Fidel literally apologized. Fidel Castro apologized for his initial homophobia. Okay. I think it was like was it in the 80s when Fidel Castro had a perspective shift and openly released a statement apologizing. Don't put that. Wait, what do you mean? Don't put that. He grew out of being Argentinian. Someone said, don't put that on him being Argentinian. What do you mean? He was the greatest Argentinian of all time. The fuck are you talking about? Every Argentinian should be writing endlessly and reminding people all day, every day that Che Guevara was Argentinian. Yeah, Fidel Castro takes blame for persecution of Cuban gays. He cried. Fidel Castro said he is ultimately responsible for the persecution suffered by homosexuals in Cuba after the revolution in 1959. The former president told the Mexican newspaper La Jornada that there were moments of great injustice against the gay community. If someone is responsible, it's me. In the 60s and 70s, many homosexuals in Cuba were fired, imprisoned, or sent to re-education camps. Mr. Castro said homosexuals had traditionally been discriminated in Cuba just as black people and women. But nevertheless, he admits he didn't pay enough attention to what was going on against the gay community. At the time, we were being sabotaged systematically. There were armed attacks against us. We had too many problems, said the 84-year-old communist leader. Keeping one step ahead of the CIA, which was paying so many traitors, was not easy. He said, I'm sorry to the gay community. In 1979, homosexuality was decriminalized, and more recently, there have been efforts to legalize same-sex unions, which they did. Anyway, yeah, he went woke. Like, are you going to tell me he's bullshitting? That's obviously a very real thing he dealt with. Yes, Americans cannot comprehend. Americans cannot fucking comprehend what Cuba, revolutionary Cuba, looked like and what we tried to do. Okay? They tried to kill him 638 times. Yeah, they did. They tried to poison him. They tried to fucking use like comical means of trying to murder him. They tried to blow up his cigars, bro. The CIA was the most indecent, is still the most indecent institution on the planet, but like the shit that they were trying to do to this man is crazy. They tried to use one of his ex-girlfriends to assassinate him. She fell back in love with him. It failed. She turned. It's beast mode. He seduced her. It's kind of crazy. I think a lot of Zoomers don't know why, even in the United States of America, motherfuckers used to ride for Fidel Castro. Motherfuckers used to ride for Che Guevara. It was such a common revolutionary figure that there's still a holdover meme about like the Che Guevara t-shirts, right? There's a reason why people were wearing Che Guevara t-shirts, not because he's hot, even though he was, and so was Fidel, but it was because these dudes had maximum aura. Okay? They were mogging the entire state apparatus on a daily fucking basis. Che Guevara would literally, on his off day, go and work with the regular fucking workers. He'd be carrying bags of cement. He was like, I ride for this shit. I live for this shit. Che Guevara literally spent the last half of his life trying to liberate Africa. And motherfuckers still talk shit and say he was racist as an Argentinian teenager. The fuck do you mean? Going to Cuba will change your life, man. It's one of the reasons I'm here and got radicalized, because I went to Havana and never seen people with more solidarity in life. It will touch you. Yeah. They were pulling up his old tweets to be like, bro, well, I can't believe what you said when you were in your 20s. Fucked up. It's not even a question, the shit that we try to do. The shit that we try to do to Cuba, there is no justice in this world, okay? There is no justice in this world. It blows my fucking mind. And I still hear from motherfuckers. Every damn day, people will be like, yo, it's the worst country. Oh, it's because of communism. Yeah, really? Twitter commies will come for you on God. Wait, what? For what? Operation Northwoods was the peak of our insanity. The false flag plan to frame Cuba. Yeah. I mean, JFK was an anti-communist. And even JFK was like, all right, guys, that's a bridge too far. We can't do a 9/11 on America, okay? But like, that's the OG. Well, the OG 9/11 is Chile. But this was like, you know, the 9/11 that I've said famously that America deserved. Okay, that 9/11, we were gonna do that to ourselves blow up parts of fucking Florida, and then blame Cuba for it so we could justify a war with Cuba. And JFK was like, no, that's crazy. I'm an anti-communist, but that shit is that's a bit wild, don't you think? Maybe we shouldn't do that, actually. JFK did begin the Cuban Missile Crisis by being belligerent to the USSR for zero reason and putting nukes there. Calm down. He was crazy himself. Wait, what? I know. I'm saying even for that man, it was the CIA was a little bit too crazy. It was my whole family store. My abuela was the youngest of 24 kids. You can show chat the restaurant. It's in Varadero, where the wealthy Americans and mafia went on vacation. The DuPont mansion and the Hemingway's boat are still there. As the only grocer in the city, we were close to them and picked up their capitalist brain rot. Anyway. Yeah, this is the GOAT. Yes, of course I'm familiar with him. Are you kidding me? Cubalı güreşçi Mihail Lopez Nunez, madalyaları ve Fidel Castro. I love that it's a Turkish socialist magazine that you linked this from. But yes, this is the greatest Olympic wrestler of all time, maybe the greatest Olympian ever. He's a heavyweight wrestler who won 5 straight Olympic gold medals going all the way back to 2004. It is said that this will never be accomplished. Bro, Fidel gave the CIA spy a weapon in her hand and said, kill me if you dare, but I know you love me. They proceeded to make love. She even wrote a book about it. If young Fidel went to Miami nowadays, clavicular, ASU frat leader Duke Dennis and Marlon would sit down and take notes. He's got the most aura and riz of all time. Yes. Yes. For Americans, they were able to successfully make the island suffer. And of course, if America, and especially at the time, America was like the land of dreams and prosperity, right? So yeah, a lot of Cubans were like, damn, like this is why I say not every Cuban that is called a gusano, which is also the invention of, here, I'll give you something funny about gusano. Fidel Castro used to call the counter-revolutionary, anti-communist Cubans gusanos, okay? Because they betrayed their own nation. They betrayed the dignity and sovereignty of the Cuban peoples, and they work with the Americans to do terrorism, like to kill their own countrymen, right? So you called them gusano, worm. The CIA took that and tried to reframe it as a positive. So there are still Cuban accounts on Twitter that call themselves gusanos. The CIA tried to make the word gusano cool. Do you know how fucking insane that shit is? Where you're just like openly calling yourself a worm because you're like, yeah, I'm a worm. I hate my people. Yeah. Or like how XUC tried to say use us like, yeah. Those guys are stupid. It doesn't matter. But the reason why I say that like not every single person that took up arms against the Cuban Revolution was immensely wealthy slave owner, whatever the fuck, is because, of course, when America is this like massive continent of prosperity 90 miles away and you're suffering in comparison, and maybe you don't like the communist government, it's very easy to be fucking brainwashed. The American government also literally kidnapped Cubans to straight up brainwash them in the foster program. They had like a Peter Pan initiative where they would just like take Cuban children and ship them to the United States of America to literally put them in the foster care program. Yeah. Operation Pedro Pan. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like this is like shit that we understandably get disturbed when like Russia does, right? My aunt and uncle were Pedro Pan kids. Yeah. Yeah, I've covered this before. In 1996, a Cuban pilot observed a U.S. government fumigation plane spraying. Oh, this never stopped, by the way. This never stopped. They would use like Cessnas. They would use, because it's 90 miles off the coastline. So the American government would consistently arm and offer material support to like straight up Cuban American terrorists. And they'd just be like, go crazy. They would ship them off to fly over the island and just like crop dust and destroy their agricultural output over and over again. Is one of the most evil and one of the most fucked up things, dude. In 1996, a Cuban pilot observed a U.S. government fumigation plane spraying an unknown substance over Matanzas province. Shortly thereafter, an invasive pesticide-resistant insect never before seen in Cuba, the Thrips palmi, was discovered devouring potato crops in Matanzas. The Thrips palmi was later found in neighboring provinces among corn, beans, pumpkins, cucumbers, and other crops. Despite the Cuban government's best efforts to eradicate the pest, the palmi plague persisted. The U.S. provided a flimsy excuse that the U.S. pilot was marking his position with a smoke generator, something this plane was not outfitted for and would have been unnecessary because the Cuban ATC had already radioed the U.S. plane asking if they were having any technical difficulties. The U.S. plane N3093M was operated by the U.S. State Department, supposedly to destroy drug crops in Colombia. In fact, combating drug trafficking was used as cover for covert biowarfare against the Cuban people. It's so fucking evil. Like, the shit that we did to Cuba is so fucking evil. That's why I always say, like, you want to know something? This is what Israel's doing in Lebanon. This is what Israel is doing in Palestine. Okay? So just understand that we haven't stopped doing this shit at all. And what Israel is doing is so close to what America has done over and over and over again. That's why it's like, it's a cold, hard pill to swallow. Can you at least give a trigger warning for all the juicers in here before you say the G word? You're hurting their sensitive ears with your foul slur usage. Oh my God. Yeah. Big Daddy Hoops, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Hasan, is now a bad time to resub? No. It's never a bad time to resubscribe. Scoop. Let's get back to America Big Bad. Scoop. Trump administration considering deploying thousands of additional troops to the Middle East as the military prepares options for a possible next phase of the Iran war. One option for securing the Strait of Hormuz includes deploying troops to Iranian shores. Oh my God, they're going to try to take Karg Island and the Iranian coastline. Ay, ay, ay. Uh-oh, another wife condemnation incoming. Rama Dawaji, the wife of New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani, shared several posts glorifying Palestinian terrorism on all social media accounts that remain active. Dawaji also used the N-word. Oh, wait, what? This is what it is? If it does good for my cause, I'll be happy to accept death. The caption read, Khalid, longtime member of the PFLP, one of the coolest people of all time. A U.S. designated terrorist organization? Yeah, fuck you, dude. Yeah, PFLP is fucking awesome. Suck my dick. Imagine getting mad at a fucking Layla Khalid repost. Like, what are we doing at this point? That's crazy. Uh-oh, another wife condemnation incoming is so funny. Oh, I hate my chud anti-Semitic wife. Once again, maximum support to Rama Dawaji, okay, in these trying times. I hate my based ass wife, dude. This is part of the reason why I was saying, like, you can't give the Zionist lobby any fucking room, dude. You can't. You just, because they're gonna come after you over and over again. They're gonna find you participating eventually in activities personally, you know? She was also like 16 for the N-word tweet that they found. Oh my God, they should put her in jail. New York City First Lady. First Lady Rama Dawaji used the N-word in an X post from 2013. Brother, it was not called X back then, okay? It was called fucking Twitter. And it was in 2013. Oh my God. Tumblr included a post blaming white people for creating Al-Qaeda. True. And disparaging U.S. troops fighting abroad is not brave, nor are they fighting for anyone's freedom. Double true. Oh my God. The more I read about her, the more I'm like, she's cooler than Zoran. She's so much cooler than Zoran. It's crazy. Yeah, no, the N-word thing is like, yeah, she's 15. I don't give a shit. Okay. And neither do you. Don't even act like this is. Yeah, don't try to come at me and be like, oh my God, it's not your place. Like, come on, okay? She was 15 fucking years old. If you're really gonna stress this, you're out of your dang mind, okay? In July 2015, New York City First Lady Rama Dawaji retweeted a thread that said, fuck Tel Aviv, shouldn't exist in the first place. Yeah. She's so awesome, dude. Oh, maybe she should have ran for mayor. New York City First Lady Rama Dawaji shared these images on our Tumblr account. Left, a Palestinian woman sewing a flag, caption, photography. A Palestinian demonstrator sues a Palestinian Liberation Organization flag before a protest during the first Intifada. Can you shock your dog for me, please? I don't like dogs. No, I can't, but I can shock you. Place. Right, a Bangladesh postage stamp featured an armed terrorist with the slogan, "We salute the valiant freedom fighters of Palestine." On International Women's Day, New York City First Lady Rama Dawaji retweeted a post praising Shadia Abu Ghazaleh, another PFLP terrorist. Yo, she was riding hard for PFLP. Ghazaleh participated in the bombing of an Israeli bus and led several other terrorist attacks. Ghazaleh was killed in 1968 when a bomb she was building in her home, which she intended to use to blow up a building in Tel Aviv, exploded accidentally. New York City First Lady Rama Dawaji, we already saw the N-word thing. Tumblr included a post blaming white people for creating Al-Qaeda. Again, correct. For more, you can read the full story here. This is just cyber-stalking masquerading as investigative journalism. By the way, John Levine is a stalker-ass obsessive weirdo finding tweets from 2013 when she was 15 years old. Her fucking Tumblr account. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I know. What would the perfect Zoran response to this be? I condemn my chud wife. I am divorcing her immediately, and I am marrying my true love, the nation state of Israel. Oh. Oh, my wife's views were detestable. I despise her. She is no longer my wife. I will now be marrying Laura Loomer instead. Please stop yelling at me. I just want to give ADUs to all New Yorkers so we can alleviate the real estate crisis that is facing every working class New Yorker, please. Oh, anyway, look, the obviously I'm fucking joking, and he was not going to do any of that. Oh my God. Kathy Hochul, my new wife, surely has done nothing objectionable. But yeah, this is why you don't fucking deal with these losers. Okay? This is why you don't deal with these fucking losers. It's that simple. They're never going to stop, because the point of this is not like a sincere confusion that must be addressed. It's just to like talk shit. Never cave. Yeah, never cave. Those views are reprehensible and don't represent her anymore. If he says that, I will lose my fucking mind, dude. The only thing that's like even remotely worthy of like scrutiny would be the N-word thing. And even then, she was 15. Don't fucking address it, please. For the love of Christ, for the love of Allah, for the love of the 12th Imam. Okay, for the 12th Imam, the hidden Imam, please. I don't know. You're Shia. I'm trying to appeal to the Shia thing. Okay, please. What would you do if he said the Cuban government is oppressive? I mean, he's probably, I don't know what he will say about the Cuban government, if at all, if he'll say anything at all. I've been left officially on red at this point on things like that. So he has said it already, but I'm saying now he could have a different take, a different approach.
Billionaires are mad that Mamdani's about to tax the fuck out of them, and they're using.
Zohar's can't be president, but Rama can. Yeah, she should. She should. She should run for president. Wait, what the fuck? Ben Shapiro posted about me on his Facebook page. Limousine socialist Hasan Piker, yet another millionaire streamer who cosplays as a Maoist. Wait, what? I don't cosplay as a Maoist. What the fuck? What the fuck is this pose, bruh? Limousine socialist Hasan Piker, yet another millionaire streamer who cosplays as a Maoist and allegedly electrocutes his dog, is going to Cuba. Oh, he had to slam that allegedly in there. I hope he has a good time. It may be his last chance to see Cuba before capitalism rescues it from its horrific poverty and suffering. I hope they keep him in prison so we can understand how all Cubans feel. What a freak. Yeah, right here. Check previous. You have to see this. This is how Zoran would answer. Please look at this.
Zoran Mamdani is in big trouble because he is no longer recognized as the only leader of New York.
Dude, what the fuck? We've seen this already. This is so... The Cuomo Tang.
The Kuomintang are right.
This is so dumb. There was a discussion about Zoran's views at Cuba at the DSA. DSA speaker at CUNY Cuba conference says Zoran Mamdani is an ally of Cuba. During discussion about the New York City mayor's position on Cuba, DSA organizer Danny Valdez moved to reassure activists that Zoran Mamdani and the organization are not anti-Cuba. Yeah, Danny is the GOAT. Danny's the fucking man. I think he's going to be on the trip as well. My direct experience of organizing alongside Zoran and DSA is that he's an ally of Cuba, Valdez said, adding that Mamdani supports any of the U.S. embargo. When asked whether DSA might oppose Cuba solidarity efforts in the city council, Valdez responded bluntly, "Your opposition is not DSA, I'll tell you that." Some of these older activists seem oblivious to how central DSA has been in keeping the Cuba organizing alive. Yes, DSA has one of the most active like Cuba coalition movements in the fucking country. Are you nervous about going to Cuba? No. Why the fuck would I be nervous? The only thing people have told me that I'm going to be very sad about like how much poverty we've brought about the Cuban population. And that's it. Like, I'm not... Yeah, the DSA has a Cuba Solidarity Working Group. Danny Valdez has been super active. They've helped me out with some of the interviews that I've secured, including talking to the doctor. If you guys recall, when Marco Rubio came out and tried to make it illegal, and now actually has seen some success, unfortunately. Some of these older activists seem oblivious to how central DSA has been to keeping Cuba organizing alive, including sending much of his top leadership on a delegation to Cuba. Mamdani's mid-campaign comments increasingly look like the sort of political sanitizing he needed to get through an election without putting his actual views on Cuba and Venezuela under a brighter spotlight. This is from the Manhattan Institute, by the way. These guys are saying this to be like, Mamdani lied to us by saying the fucking dumb thing that he said when he like volunteered that Cuba was a tyrannical dictatorship alongside Venezuela or something. It's so stupid. The internet will piss you off, though. There's a likelihood that you won't be able to stream. Don't worry about that, okay? I'll worry about that myself. Who the fuck thinks a limo is the height of luxury in 2026? I don't care that he was lying. I think lying is annoying. Are you going to game in Cuba? No. Why can't you say that you're bringing Starlink? First of all, Starlink is not allowed on the island. Okay. Starlink is not allowed on the island for understandable reasons. Although there are some people who illegally have Starlink on the island. Okay. Ghani49, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Will these half-day streams be even shorter in Cuba? Yes, there will actually be much shorter streams in Cuba. That is, if I am able to do streams in Cuba at all. Okay. I suspect I'll be able to do it. We have Cuba Cell in the backpack. And I'll have a stable connection somewhere. I also had David Ramirez Alvarez on. Yeah, that's my goat. David's the man. Cultural attaché to the embassy in the Cuba, to the embassy of Cuba in the U.S. He told me about this new Alzheimer's treatment Cuba has developed as well.
Making
Yes.
this drug available for the rest of the world is a mandate. It's not a wish. We have to. It will change the world.
In the midst of an oil blockade, power cuts, and fuel shortages, this group of US citizens have ignored warnings from politicians at home against traveling to Cuba.
Yes, guys, of course I'm going to be filming shit when I'm there. Yes, we have interviews lined up. We have... Bro, be careful. Even though it's Cuba, you never know. Nowadays, also considering your political views, you have a lot of enemies. In fucking Cuba? What are you talking about, dude? It's... Like, what are you talking about? Political enemies in Cuba? Hello? In Cuba. We're going on a fucking aid mission. I live in the United States of America. Are you Islamophobic? Yes. Oh my God, look at Hasan's cringy green hat and clothes. Does the streamer think he's fighting the war too? Brother, I'm literally just wearing the same thing I wear all the time. Like, that is insane. Like, motherfuckers, I can't even wear a skateboard hat without motherfuckers thinking this is a political statement. Bro said, guy is wearing clothes. Can you believe it? That's crazy. Clearly, the answer is to not wear any clothes. Another security incident in Lebanon. Hezbollah is pummeling the Israeli occupying forces. The Hezbollah Merkava massacre in Taipei continues. They just announced direct hits on 2 more, bringing the total to 6 tanks tonight. Israeli platforms report of a security incident in Lebanon. El Mayadeen, the battle continues and the occupation army is still under fire. And man, I really suggest you at least privately watch some recent videos about the economic situation in Cuba. I have done so on this broadcast as well. You might even be more devastated otherwise. Knowing and reading about deteriorating energy situation is fine, but going there unprepared would literally make you cry if you hold any love for the people or fondness for the island. No, I know. I have seen the footage. Yes, there's like piles of trash everywhere. I know. It's fucking devastating. And I'm a real manly man and cried. Greenblatt comes out in favor of the illegal war in Iran. CNBC Sorkin. What's the ADL's position on the Iran war?
The ADL position on this war in Iran right now?
Look, my focus every day is on fighting anti-Semitism and hate. I will tell you, the Islamic Republic of...
How did you get clearance to go with this government? You do understand that the American government, at least for the time being, cannot deny humanitarian aid, right? Like that's... Like we haven't Israelified to that degree yet. You can literally go to Cuba right now. You can take a plane to Cuba from Miami presently. Like in this, like tomorrow, if you wanted to fly to Cuba, you could do so on your own. There is, however, he's not wrong. There is clearance. He's not wrong. I thought we had a blockade now, though, to deny them oil. Yes, we do. We have many different blockades. But humanitarian aid, denial of humanitarian aid is one of the most sincere war crimes. And yes, you still have to get OFAC clearance. Very arrogant of you to decide that people should be accepting of saying slurs just because of their age. Black people throughout their lives have had to listen to the peers say slurs at them every day because people think they understand our culture. Yeah, dude, I'm not going to fucking hold it against someone who was like 15 years old on Tumblr or whatever, you know, in 2013. Sorry, I'm a white supremacist, I guess, you know? My B. It's obviously unacceptable at every age, but if you think that I'm going to fucking cynically lean into, great, man, it's fucking ridiculous, man, shut your bitch ass up. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Really? You want to lean into Zionist propaganda about the wife of a mayor who's being cyber stalked? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Suck my fucking dick. You are currently defending a Nazi government's Nazi-ass fucking defenders by putting black bodies in spaces. How the fuck does that feel? You're a black American in the United States of America, and you are actively participating in propaganda for the active, ongoing Nazi states' initiatives to undermine and ridicule and bully anyone that places the humanity and the emphasis on Palestinian children, okay? That's what you're participating in. Who do you think has it worse? You as a black American or Palestinian children that are being fucking slaughtered? Shut your bitch ass up. Eat a fucking dick, dumbass. I don't give a fuck. Virtue signaling. Oh, I can't believe it. That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. Be smart. Be smart. You're a fucking idiot. The Reddit posts are coming. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Reddit posts can suck my cock too. Fuck everybody that literally leans into that bullshit. Fuck anybody and everybody that leans in that bullshit. Watch how you speak to black people you don't fuck. Watch your fucking mouth. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you try to do standpoint epistemology in this fucking chat to justify Israeli Hasbara, okay, that is launched cynically to bully and ridicule people that are out there speaking out against Israeli war crimes that are ongoing, you are a fucking idiot and you are my enemy. You are not woke at all, okay? You are not woke at all. Shut your bitch ass up. You're virtue signaling for a guy that said this. You think this guy is an anti-racist? Is that what you think is going on here? Shut the fuck up. They're trying to cancel you. Cancel me then. Cancel me. Cancel me. What the fuck are you going to do? Cancel me. Fucking cry about it, okay? Go build a bridge and get the fuck over it. Oh my God. Yeah, go ahead. Talk about how I'm a fucking white supremacist. I don't give a shit. Suck my dick. Do something productive in your fucking life, dumbass. God, it is one of the most unfucking bearable moments, dude. That chatter was self-admittedly not even black. I know. But wait till you fucking see the TikTok clips. Wait till you see the TikTok clips that come out of this. They'll be like, Hasan berates black chatter who's upset about someone using the N-word. I'm wokely defending the Nazi regime of Israel and wokely participating in their propaganda campaign. What are we doing here, man? What are we fucking doing here? Get the fuck out of here. You have a blacklist, by the way? What is that? That's crazy. I mean, if he's admittedly not black, then why do we catch strays, bro? Lamau, did you? Did you catch a stray? I'm specifically referring to that person. When did you catch a stray? Was I talking to you? Are you leaning into this nonsense? Zoran's wife exposed for being a racist piece of shit, and Hasan calls it Israeli propaganda lol. Actual brain dead. Yeah, look at the Hasbara bots, dude. All roads lead to Rome X. Crusades are now X. Crusader guy wokely defending, taking a principled stance. How fucking malleable are dumb people, man? How fucking malleable are people who are supposed to be kind individuals, dude? Actually, God. So you are defending what she said? That's what it sounds like? Oh my God. You can be against Israel and speaking out against what she said. I'm telling you right now, sincerely, once again, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. If you think I'm a goddamn white supremacist for that reason, suck my dick, okay? I don't care that Zoran's wife, that you never would have heard of when she was fucking 15 years old, used the N-word with a soft A like 13 years ago. Are you out of your fucking mind? And now it's being utilized and deployed so that dumb fucks like you can chirp about it? Are you fucking stupid? Do you have no critical thinking skills? Do you not comprehend that you are being manipulated? You're being manipulated. God damn, dude. What the fuck? It's a fucking op. Talk to me if she's still slinging it right now, okay? That's a different equation. Bro, we do not need the CIA. This is why we have outsourced it. We have outsourced the CIA. People have become agents of the American and the Israeli State Departments on their own. They are taking it on their own. God damn, this shit is so stupid. Some of the most racist institutions on the fucking planet can just literally shove their hands up your fucking asshole and move your mouth like a flesh puppet at their behest on a moment's notice. What the fuck? Why are you doing unpaid government labor? At least let him cut you a fucking check, dude. Holy shit. The same government that defended apartheid South Africa and spied on black activists on U.S. soil, spied on Jewish students that were participating in anti-apartheid activities on U.S. soil, is now literally duping you into being like, yeah, well, this like advocate against Israel is cancelable. And the guy who's doing that literally said this, by the way. My closing message to voters is that Israel should have bombed more hospitals and the famine was a hoax. Thank you. I love when motherfuckers will turn around. I love when motherfuckers will turn around. Well, actually, two things can be right at the same time. No, the fuck they can't. Shut the fuck up. Enough. Why can't you justify American military intervention in Iran by claiming that the Iranian government is the greatest evil of all time, while simultaneously saying American intervention shouldn't exist? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not a fucking idiot, okay? Maybe I don't have the same fucking stupid brain that you do. You know? Hasan, why can't you say the Cuban government is starving its own people while then also saying that America shouldn't be starving the Cuban population as well? I don't know, because I'm not fucking stupid. Have you thought about that? Maybe you're stupid and I'm not. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe because I look at the institutions that are cynically advancing these goals for a very deliberate reason, so that anyone who's ever fucking stuck their neck out ever for any cause beyond their own selfish desires doesn't get fucking ridiculed ritualistically on the fucking timeline. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe you should stop being a fucking pussy too. Have you thought about not being a selfish Amerifat for once in your fucking life? No, you can't. You can't do that.
And pussy too.
God damn, dude. It's unfucking bearable. Of course it's unacceptable to say the N-word, dumb fucks. But if there's a fucking propaganda campaign that's being launched at the behest of the apartheid state to actively undermine public advocates for Palestinian emancipation, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm gonna balance it a little bit. Okay? I'm gonna judge evenly. Which one is a worse crime, you think? Please, seriously, what is a worse crime? It's the same shit when people are like, oh my God, this person is being anti-Semitic. It's like, yeah, I know, it's unacceptable, but like, can you lock in for once? Like, can you see what's going on? Please, Jesus Christ. Every single thing has to be couched. Every single thing has to be fucking couched with a million different considerations. Like, you're talking about a child, bro. A child. God damn. Bro, a large majority of the online harassment you've received over the last 6 years has literally been because you think the N-word is bad. I know. America's starving Cuba and Gaza while bombing Iran and having its racist attack dog ethnically cleanse Lebanon and continue doing genocide in Gaza and pogroms in the West Bank. And motherfuckers are worried about what the New York City mayor's wife said at 15. Amerifats deserve nothing. Actually. Like, are you serious? Which one's worse, you think? Justifying unlimited child murder, like a child's Holocaust that happened with our tax dollars? Or someone saying the N-word was a soft day at the age of 15 in 2013. Okay, I know one is way more impactful for you because you're fucking American. Because you're a selfish fucking American. That's why. That's what it is. That's why you lean into this propaganda bullshit. That's it. That's literally it. Now go ahead and talk about how I'm a white man and don't understand it. And that's precisely why, although I've received endless amounts of fucking racialized ridicule and endless amounts of attacks for the past fucking 3 years, I don't get any kind of bigotry because I'm a white man. Right? That way you can fucking morally cleanse yourself of the evil that you and I both contribute to by being Americans. That's how you can morally cleanse yourself. Right? That's how you do it, right? That's how it works. Oh, this is not my battle, even though I'm now a willing participant on the wrong side. Can I put this just plainly as a black chatter? If I got mad at every single person I know who said the N-word was a soft day as a fucking child, I probably would not have as many allies. People grow up and they realize shit that they said they were a child was stupid. Can we keep our eye on the fucking prize here, please? You're doing J. Edgar Hoover shit right here. Yes. It's so fucking frustrating. We're never getting health care. I swear to God. Look at these retweets. They mobilize every Zio on here to pretend to care about a 15-year-old saying the N-word with a soft day. Yeah. I agree with you, but you got to be slightly less aggro when talking about stuff like this because it gets clips and make you look bad to leftists who agree with you on 95% of things who aren't familiar with you. No, because I need them to understand that they're also fucking soft as baby shit. Okay? You can ridicule and try to reframe the argument that I'm making because it hurts your fucking feelings. But that is the reality, okay? And we need to wake the fuck up and lock the fuck in. If you want to be a competent organizer, if you want to be a competent person in general, you cannot get duped like this, okay? You have to understand that what people have done in the past is not reflective of who they are now, okay? You need to understand that sometimes people just wire you to become loyal servants of a cause, and this is one of those instances. That's it. That's it. Like, look at this shit. It's got 5K fucking likes, 1.5K retweets in like 2 hours. Yeah. Look. Mike Cernovich, Brianna fucking Wu, Michael Rappaport. Look at all the fucking quote retweets. Look at who is highlighting this shit. God damn. I think it's crazy how easily manipulated like left-wing activists are too. Like every American's a fucking cop and a treatlerite at the end of the day. It sucks, but it's true. We all have to kill the cop inside of our brains and we have to kill the treatlerite inside of our fucking brains. This is where it comes from, is that cop mentality. You become a fucking loyal servant of the State Department all of a sudden. You literally hear something, you immediately think of all of the people when you were 15, all the people that have hurt your feelings, okay? And you immediately lock in and you go, wow, this person was using it in the same exact way. This person is like the one, the same person that was... This is the same kind of like personalized racial animosity that I experienced when that's not the fucking case, obviously. 13 fucking years ago, man. Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, Republicans are literally saying the N-word right now with both their policies and sometimes literally saying the N-word. Like, and you're over here yelling at like a progressive person. It's ridiculous. What is this? If you use any version of the N-word, you are a scum. Oh my God, shut up. Yes, I know. Yes, you're right. Okay, you're right. We should kill everyone who's ever said the N-word. Okay? I think that's the only way to we should literally kill every single person that has ever said the N-word at any point of their lives. This is the only way to solve the problem. Okay? You got it. Like, no one, you're arguing against the point that I'm not making, okay? The point that I'm not making is that it's good to say it, okay? Or it's appropriate to say it, okay? But that's all you hear. We live in a white supremacist country, okay? If you fucking understand that, you understand that there's a lot of social development that is white supremacist. This is one of the unfortunate byproducts of white supremacist education in a white supremacist country and white supremacist social conditioning, okay? The best you can hope for is that people unlearn that behavior, and that kind of behavior no longer represents who they are, okay? Endlessly getting tuned into fucking punishments for people for the crimes that they have committed 13 fucking years ago, while the president is running around and actively campaigned on the notion that Haitians were eating cats and fucking dogs, makes you look insincere, idiotic, and unproductive. Jesus fucking Christ. She was 15 years old in 2013. And the real reason why that was packaged in the rest of this is because the rest of this is not cancelable shit, okay? God damn. You just say it's bad and move on? What? At least they're upset about being called a white supremacist? Wait, what? Are you saying what is the argument you're making right now? You just say it's bad and move on? It is bad, okay? But any kind of fucking extra breathing room for this, as though this is like a sincere concern, is idiotic. And I need you to understand that, okay? I need you to understand it. You will never understand it, and you will always assume that I'm being a white supremacist when I tell you this, because from your perspective, you're like hearing a white guy telling you to fucking shut up about feeling some type of way. That's not my argument here, okay? I'm saying you are being used as a pawn, okay? I will never normalize anti-blackness. And I do not do that And I combat against that kind of behavior all the fucking time. This is not that. Oh. Hasan, I'm cashing in a few of my black points to beg you to move on because disingenuous people are making this a fake issue. Yeah, I know. All right, I'm listening to black voices and I'm moving on from this. And now we're getting to Jonathan Greenblatt.
What is the ADL position on this war in Iran right now?
Look, my focus every day is on fighting anti-Semitism and hate. I will tell you, the Islamic Republic of Iran was the largest state sponsor of terror in the world, the largest exporter of anti-Semitism, Holocaust denialism, all of it. Incredibly problematic. On the War Powers Act and how all that goes, really, that's not my issue.
I'm sure, though.
But it will be good. If that regime is gone, better for the people of Iran, better for the people of the region, better for the world.
Okay, so then you would be for it, it sounds like. The reason I ask is there's a split even among Jews around the world and in this country about whether we should continue this war, continue to prosecute the war.
I'll tell you something, okay? I'm willing to bet Jews, if they were polled in America, are overwhelmingly against bombing Iran. Just as Jews were overwhelmingly against going to war with Iraq. There was one Jew that was for it, though. Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. This is yet another classic example of the false association with American Jewry and the state of Israel. Okay? And it's people like fucking Jonathan Greenblatt who make that false association, and then dumb fucks turn around and go, oh, we went to war for the Jews. Okay? That's it. That's literally what the fucking problem is. Doubt that? You're out of your fucking mind. But the one with Iraq is already literally correct, okay? American Jews had the lowest approval rating for going to war with Iraq. Out of every group that was polled at the time, American Jews had the highest disapproval for going to war with Iraq, except for Chuck Schumer or whoever the fuck that's in politics, okay? That is 100% the case.
Continue to prosecute it until there is fundamental regime change, and others who say we got to get out. We got to get out of this.
Yeah, Iranian Jews have full freedom of religion. They have dozens of synagogues, historical centers, hospitals, schools, etc. They have a state-mandated Jewish elected representative. Exactly.
Quickly as humanly possible.
Look, I want an end to this conflict with the least lives lost as possible. At the same time, the Islamic Republic is a totalitarian regime. They murdered 30 to 40,000 of their own citizens less than 2 months ago, like in the span of a week. The world will be safer if that regime is gone. The world is safer that Khamenei is gone. The world is safer that Larijani is gone, for sure. Jonathan Greenblatt is a raving lunatic that doesn't represent anything than American imperial interest. Fuck that guy. I agree. But honestly, I don't know if he, said any racial slurs when he was like 15 or whatever. So I can't really tell if he's a good guy or a bad guy because that's the only way I can make an assessment. You normalize race. Oh, infant door. You normalize racism a bit. I never heard the term permissible racism before watching your stream. I think that specific perspective you share is racist within itself to push into the lexicon, but I expect non-black people to be oblivious to the harm. I have a deeper substantive critiques, but not against you personally, but as a propagandist. Okay. When I say permissible racism, I'm not saying it's permissible for me. I'm saying permissible racism as a broader concept in America. Like beyond a certain point, even the most racist American considers it to be fucked up. Okay, like saying the N-word, for example, with a hard R, right? Like racialized stereotypes against black people that everybody understands, like Donald Trump presenting Barack Obama and Michelle Obama as monkeys. That is beyond the point of permissible racism. I'm not saying I permit it. I'm not saying that racism beneath that point is permissible. Like here, I'll give you an example. Calling black people articulate would be in that structure of permissible racism. I know exactly what that means. I would never permit that in my community. But when I say permissible racism, I'm talking about a societal construct. Okay? It's systemic analysis. I'm not saying I would do that, or I'm not saying I wouldn't immediately get tuned into that. I know exactly what that is, and I'll always call it out. But when I say permissible racism, I'm saying the average American might not recognize it because of their blind spots. That's not normalizing racism, for the record. That's normalizing. Broadcasting that idea is normalizing, even if you say you wouldn't do it. You are genuinely the dumbest fucking person on the planet if you think that's normalizing it. You are a fucking moron if you think that that's normalizing it. It's analysis of existing racialized blind spots that Americans have. You fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? You literally do not have the capabilities. You're basically fucking saying you should not be able to call out systemic versions of racism and the blind spots that average people have to racist constructs because that's normalizing it. It's critique. I think it's above the average understanding of most people when you use it. I understand what you mean. I think you sometimes speak above the average understanding is all. I think it gets normalized by accident because people don't understand. That's crazy. You just said don't do critical race theory. Not enfant door. But this chatter is literally saying if you do critical race theory, it's like, you know, you're basically normalizing it, like recognizing that Americans have racial blind spots, specifically anti-blackness, is actually just as racist as participating in it. What the fuck? This is pure liberalism. I need you to be fucking very real. This is pure liberalism. I criticize white liberals all the fucking time for this, okay? I need you to understand. It's the same exact mentality that revolves around not understanding that Ronald Reagan was a white supremacist until you hear that phone call between him and Richard Nixon where he calls African diplomats monkeys, okay? For white people, they need to hear that to go, oh my God, that's so racist. That is literally what I'm talking about when I say permissible racism, something that breaches that boundary, something that passes or crosses that fucking boundary, okay? Ronald Reagan was a white supremacist even if he never actually said that about African diplomats, okay? He was a white supremacist regardless. He was devastating for black communities in this fucking country and black people all around the world, really. Stop behaving like this.
We are now in the middle of a war. Yeah. In the Middle East, in Iran specifically. Yeah. But there is a lot of debate among politicians, among the public here in the U.S., among some very influential voices, by the way, in the Republican Party, including people like Tucker Carlson and others, who have suggested that we have been pulled, the U.S. has been pulled into this war by Israel. And there is a view among some that unto itself creates these other questions about anti-Semitism and this sort of interconnection between those who have problems with Israel and those who have problem with Jews.
So this is a good opportunity to talk about anti-Semitism, right? Some might call it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
They call it the oldest hatred. Some might call it the oldest conspiracy theory. It's been around for thousands of years, and it's typically involved scapegoating and blaming a small group of people for things that are going wrong. This has been happening for ages and ages. And one of those age-old tropes is that Jews aren't loyal to the country where they live. Remember, they've lived as a minority in exile for thousands of years. And that not only they're not loyal, they cause the world's wars, right? Again, this is an age-old trope.
Dog, this is literally, bro, this is the you can't say that Israel, the Jewish state, is killing children. That's blood libel when Israel is killing children. At that point, it's up to you as the leader of the premier anti-Semitism defense institution to not associate with Israel and consistently call it the Jewish state, especially when the overwhelming majority of Americans are realizing that Israel is definitely killing a fuck ton of children, okay? It's over at that point. Like, what are you saying? You can't say this is a trope. Like, oh, it's a good time to talk about tropes. It's like, okay, yes, historically, this is an anti-Semitic trope. But what you're doing right now by associating a historical anti-Semitic trope with like something that literally happened and everyone heard it and everyone saw it and was reiterated for like the last week by not just the American president, Mike Johnson, Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, but also Benjamin fucking Netanyahu in Israel. Like, to turn around and be like, oh yeah, this historic anti-Semitism is being relitigated right now. That doesn't actually make people question whether or not Israel is responsible for this war. That makes people question the previous historic and very real instances of anti-Semitism. You literally end up harming the cause of combating anti-Semitism. It's fucking insane. It's actually so crazy that more American Jews are not constantly fucking yelling at Jonathan Greenblatt. It genuinely blows my mind that people aren't just like, what are you doing, man? You're fucking, you're harming my children in the United States of America with this kind of rhetoric, by this consistent association with the state of Israel, like by constantly pointing to real instances of historic anti-Semitism to suggest that the current Israeli state's actions and people complaining about the current Israeli state's actions is actually just the same as like real historic anti-Semitism. You're diluting the term.
The Jews caused World War I, that the Jews caused World War II, and the Jews caused the Gulf War. And now we're seeing people like Tucker Carlson make this claim. Now look, Tucker Carlson is probably the most prominent public bigot in our lives today. Like, look,
other than Hasan Piker,
he has platformed Holocaust deniers. He's platformed virulent anti-Semites. He's engaged in this kind of rhetoric for a long time. So it shouldn't be surprised that he goes there. But I think, to be honest with you, there's a reasonable debate to have about this war. There's a reasonable debate to have, like, how's it being prosecuted? Do we understand what the objectives are, et cetera? But it's unreasonable to suggest that President Trump is being manipulated by a small group of people.
Oh my God. Before you accuse someone of blood libel, you might want to check if there's actual blood. If there is, it might not be a libel. It might just be a thing that happened. For instance, Netanyahu kills babies. Blood libel, question mark? Well, let's check if there are dead babies. There are. In that case, that thing happened. Like, take it up with the admin, big dog. You know what I mean? At that point, I mean, he's a pussy and he'll never say anything mean about Donald Trump, obviously. But it's so funny. It's so funny to just be like, yeah, every single, and I mean every single government official Democrat and Republican alike, has openly come to the conclusion that Israel was responsible for this war in Iran. Now I'm going to get mad at people that heard that and are saying, wow, Israel is responsible with this war with Iran. And as a matter of fact, the irony here also is that there are people who are saying Israel goaded America into finally going to war with Iran, and that's a good thing, which of course is not anti-Semitic. But if you say Israel goaded America into finally waging war against Iran, and that's a bad thing, then it's like, whoa, cut it with the anti-Semitism. Whoa, what the fuck? Can you be so, have you ever thought about how this would make me feel? Like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And everyone can see it. So who is this for, is the question. I wrote about how mainstream Jewish institutions are making a genuinely dangerous mistake by conflating Israel and Jews. These orgs are exposing American Jews to an anti-Semitic mass politics we haven't had to worry about for a long time. 100%. 100%. The more and more Israel and Jews are associated in the mainstream media, poll numbers like this will reflect thoughts about Jews. Exactly. Exactly. A lot of these guys are fucking boomers. Okay? A lot of these guys are fucking boomers. I was actually, there is an association here that's not dissimilar to the way people say I'm like anti-black as well. People just like feed into that nonsense when I spend every fucking day, and I will continue to spend every fucking day combating anti-blackness and white supremacy in this fucking goddamn community in the same way that I combat anti-Semitism as a fucking community. And then you got, institutions that call themselves Jewish advocacy organizations that are actually just Israel advocacy organizations that turn around and say Hasan is an anti-Semite. And then that just continues. It just continues growing. It snowballs into this thing in and of itself. And the same thing happens with a lot of radlib / woke / adjacent communities where people just go, oh, dude, Hasan, oh, you mean that anti-black guy? It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Net favorability of Israel is at minus 14%, man. It's over. It's over. It's time for every American Jewish person who is legitimately terrified of anti-Semitism to cut the shit out. Cut it out. You're not going to be able to save. If you want to protect yourself, you have to tell people the truth that Israel and the American Jewry are totally separate. Okay? That's it. You cannot, and if you still continue to identify with it, you can't stop people from also reacting that way. Okay? I don't think you can fight racism and say there's a permissible racism in society as an objective observation. It's sympathetic to the status quo, in my opinion. I hate when people jump on my comments and attack you. We're all anti-black. We cannot swim around in water and not get wet. It's the oxygen we breathe and something we have to unpack and reject every day. Chatter. I don't know what else to say. It's just the Overton window, okay? It's not prescriptive. It's descriptive. It's literally descriptive. It is a description of the realities that we exist in. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's a bad thing, okay? I have to be able to describe white supremacist constructs in this community as a fucking anti-white supremacist political commentator. Please. It's crazy. My job is to educate white people, okay? My job is to educate white people. Well, my job is to educate everyone. But on the issue of anti-blackness, my job is to educate white people who are the ones who are demonstrating anti-blackness without a second thought in their minds, okay? Hasan, is one of your longest black shadows in here? Ignore them. He doesn't get it. Like, permissible isn't socially accepted, not as in moral and good, actually. Yeah. Libs literally reinventing saying racism exists is the real racism from first principles. Actually. Yeah, even I'm sitting this one out, and I love roasting you when you step into some shit. Hey, boss, lack of soundboard is fucking me up. You got it. This is literally the you put rape in your movie. That means you must like rape bit. Yeah. Oh, well, at least everyone's on that fuck Israel tip, so I'm happy. Which, of course, is deeply anti-Semitic, as you guys know. You know, since we're doing standpoint epistemology, right? Obviously, we got to listen. You know, we're doing bodies and spaces. I'm doing a bodies and spaces here. I'm speaking over Jewish people and criticizing the Jewish state. For reference, the first 12 days of the war against Iran cost the United States at least $16.5 billion, according to the CSIS. The Pentagon is now asking for more than 12 times that to wage the rest of it. Scoop from Jeff Stein. The Pentagon asked the White House today for more than $200 billion for the Iran war supplemental, sources say. Some White House aides think Congress won't support it because it's so big. We'll tee up a giant battle in Congress. We're so fucking cooked. Oh my God. Incredible stuff.
Me from Dvar. So those of us who were in synagogue yesterday heard Parshat Zachor. Very brief.
This is, by the way, the U.S. anti-Semitism czar of Joe Biden. Just so you remember, it's Deborah Lipstadt. Won a very famous court case against a notorious anti-Semite Holocaust denier. And then spent the rest of her life being a fucking straight-up neo-Nazi herself. But for Israel, so it's different and totally fine. Let's take a look.
From Deuteronomy, from Dvarim, about Amalek. What Amalek did to you when you were leaving, when you were tired and weary, they attacked you from behind. Why from behind? Because that's where the weak and the elderly and the children were, and it was easier for them to get at you. So what are we told to do? Al tishkach, don't forget, Zachor, remember, and Timche, wipe them out.
Nazism is crazy because you'll have like from afar, if you didn't know who she was, there is no shot that you would expect her to have such fucking heinous words. Okay. The thing is, What she's talking about here, obviously, is connecting the story of Purim to what Israel is doing currently, which is ironic because that's precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu did in the lead up to, in the aftermath of October 7. Okay? And it's wild because, like, if you never heard her speak, could you possibly, from afar, I know it's hard because you know her as a demonic figure, okay? But would you ever assume that she would have such heinous thoughts? Yeah, all the people in this country whose official job involves fighting anti-Semitism seem to all be working overtime to directly associate Judaism and Jewish life in America with mass murder and overwhelmingly unpopular wars. What an odd strategy. It's different from the Purim story. Sorry, Purim story. I just want to know why these people keep going on these recorded live stream talks and saying shit like this. You think after the first couple of times you'd realize it's probably not a good idea? I don't know either. Back in the day, ironically enough, neo-Nazis had to lean into like the 8 Kahanists that were hanging out in like a basement in New York being like, oh, all the Goy are cattle and they're all of our slaves. And it was always like the same fucking Vaseline covered lens, the phone camera video that they would point to be like, see, this is how all the Jews think. Okay. That's what it was like. I remember those videos and I'd be like, dude, this is ridiculous. It's like, you know, listening to fucking David Duke and being like, well, this is how every white person is, right? Like, this is how every white Christian is, right? Something post October 7 shifted in the discourse where unironically, every single prominent like person tasked with combating anti-Semitism just keeps going in front of as many cameras as possible. Okay? As many cameras as possible and being like, well, as a Jew, I love controlling the media. Okay? Like lying about the power that they may or may not have. They don't, right? And also, I love manipulating the American government into waging my wars. And it's like, why would you say that? Why is that a thing that you're saying? Are you fucking insane? It's not even true. Why are you saying this? It blows my fucking mind. Yeah, Sarah Hurwitz was another famous case of that too. Like every other week, there's another like American Zionist conference, American Jewish Committee, and they'll sit in front of like these panels and they'll just be like, don't you guys love it when we silence pro-Palestinian voices all the time? Don't you think it's awesome? We should literally stop teaching people about the Holocaust because these fucking dumb Americans learned the wrong lesson and are applying it to the barbaric, monstrous Arabs. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but that was pretty much what Sarah Hurwitz said, okay? She worked in the Obama administration. What a psychotic thing to say. Like, Chuck Schumer, the only time he's ever excited is when he's sitting in front of a banner. He's sitting in front of a banner that's like another, supposedly closed door meeting and going, my job is to give Israel unlimited funds and unlimited weapons so we can wage its holy wars. We must complete the job. My job is that, nothing else. I, Chuck Schumer, hate doing things for Americans. I love the state of Israel. I'm going to make every single tax donation that Americans have made to the state go to Israel directly, where they have health care. I want Israelis to have health care. I will always stand against Americans getting health care with the same tax dollars. Yeah. Netanyahu and Greenblatt will spend 23 hours of the day saying control the media conspiracy or anti-Semitic, then in the 24th hour talk in front of 100 cameras about how successful their Jewish ban on TikTok free speech campaign was. Yeah. Or like that other guy who went on CNBC and was like, Americans have had free speech for far too long, with the thickest Israeli accent too. He's like, in order to save free speech, we must stop the Americans from having free speech against Israel. It has gone too far. Like, that's going to be burned into the fucking collective consciousness of every single person that didn't go to Jewish camp when they were growing up and think that Israel has to exist. Okay? That person is going to hear that and go, oh my God, everything that I heard about like Jewish conspiracies might have been real. What the fuck is this? It's crazy. Get out of the fucking bubble, man. Get out of the fucking bubble. You're out of your mind. I mean, it's already unconscionable to begin with. But it's just so nutty. Yeah, this is the Sarah Hurwitz video.
Christians are Christianizing the Roman Empire. Who's stopping us? Those Jews who won't convert. We, the communists, are bringing about the great brotherhood of man and the revolution. And who's stopping us? These capitalist Jews. We, the Germans, are bringing about the great area.
That's also really disgusting to say about socialism, which was objectively like the Nazis literally associated communism with Jews. Okay, that was it was Jewish Bolshevism, right? There was a little bit of truth to it, and I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it in a good way. Obviously, I'm very sympathetic, but it is pretty funny to also then turn around and be like, well, communism, the famously anti-Semitic state religion, like, it's so dumb. Yeah, Nazis today still do this, by the way. They still use Judeo-Bolshevism in certain Nazi discourses. USSR was heavily anti-Jewish. Mélenchon helped them cross into Europe. Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Or, you're talking about, okay. I thought you were talking about fucking, not that one. No. I'm sorry. My mind went to the new, my mind went to the fucking current discourse in French politics, which is Mélenchon is anti-Semitic. USSR is anti-Zionist, not anti-Jewish. USSR wasn't even anti-Zionist at the inception of the nation state. USSR was helpful and big L for the USSR, but they literally trafficked weapons. He said Epstein and not Epstein. Lol, no joke. I know they hit they hit Corbyn with that too. Anyway. All right, I'm tired. The Jewish Autonomous Oblast, the true Israel? Yeah, that's right. That is the real Israel. All right, I'm tired. And half day Hossie is back at it again. You already fucking know what it is. You know what this is about. I'll be live tomorrow. I will actually have a half day tomorrow. But I'll be live tomorrow. And then the next day, I'll be in Cuba. Okay? Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. All right? Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just Just you wait.